That's a lie. Okay. What can I say, man? Knowing Earth is flat, what has it like? What's the benefits of it?
I dropped my asteroid insurance. I no longer have to pay $50 a month for that.
Okay. Aside for that,
Yeah, I'm saving $600 a year.
That was funny.
Yeah, what's
$600 a year. Okay.
What's the benefit? Is that your question? What's the benefit of the truth?
Oh, I can finish. Let me finish answering for him. And I also know when people are bullshitting to me and telling me lies. Isn't that amazing? How I could tell you, you lied, and then you admitted that you did come in the room. You did come in the room after reading the name. You did come in the room after reading the name. Remember, I called you out on that, and then you admitted, yeah, you did all that. See, that doesn't get by me anymore.
Yeah, I actually did, but never mind. No one about that. You didn't need to know the Earth is flat to know that people lie.
Bullshit. You think everything that you see on TV and social media is real.
You just had to know that
you don't question anything.
Know that people lie.
You don't question shit. Oh, SpaceX. Ooh, that's beautiful. Let's go clap, clap, clap like the people on TV.
The benefits, man. The benefits of knowing Earth is flat. Tell me.
I know when people are lying to me now. That's a benefit.
Okay, but you don't need to be a flat earther to know that. You absolutely don't need to.
I can guarantee that you don't know when people are lying to you. Like people that
what are the other benefits?
People that participate in worldwide events and we laugh at them.
Okay, man. What are the other benefits in your personal life?
I know when people are lying to me. I don't worry about asteroids hitting my house.
Okay, asteroids $600 a year.
Yep.
People are lying, and okay, you get these.
I know when people are lying to me.
You know when people are lying to you. Okay.
Yes. Yep. Like, I didn't have to wear a hoop 5 years ago. You didn't see me wearing a hoop down the street, wearing a hoop skirt. Nope.
Hoop skirt? What's that? What the fuck?
Staying 6 feet away from each other.
Social distancing.
Yeah, I didn't participate in that event. See, I don't have to participate. I don't have to participate in those events anymore because they don't make sense. So I don't have to participate in what people on TV tell me that you need to be participating in. I just laugh at them.
Many people don't do that. They like the exact thing that you're doing right now, and like in flat Earth, many people.
I think that one benefit of it's to not believe in entities that lie, because they can do more serious things in society. I think that is a great benefit for me.
That's what I said. That's the number one. You know when people are lying, can't be tricked. It's like these Globers in here that are quite. That doesn't make a difference. Saying all that. Like Dutch Lerner, I could probably con him out of $1,000 cash, and he wouldn't even know it. He would still be waiting for me.
The same entities that say such things for you can, for example, create taxes for your society, so you don't have to believe in them.
Asteroid taxes, I don't pay that shit, but even though if I believe in globes, I don't even care about asteroid taxes.
The same entities that say such things to you will be maybe the entities that will say that you are destroying the world because you use a car, for example. You will pay for that.
Yeah, it's double-sided.
Destroying the world because you use a car, yeah, I don't agree with that either.
But you will pay for that because someone says that you are destroying the world using your car when you use your cars. you emitting carbon. So something bullshit like that.
And the reality is, the trees absolutely love your
what?
car.
Money?
The reality is, the trees love your cars. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you when Canada gets set on fire, Ohio's plants just bloom like crazy. They don't tell you that stuff.
Okay, I said I don't agree with that. The cars are destroying the world.
Do they tell you
Yes,
that?
but you
they
don't
tell
have
you
to
on
agree.
TV?
You will pay.
Yeah, you're going to pay
You
for
don't
it
have to
anyway.
agree.
You can't not pay for it when they put that clean tax dollar, or whatever they want to call it, green. You're paying for that in your taxes, so you are paying for it anyway.
I'm not paying
Yeah.
for that in my taxes, man.
Doesn't matter if you believe or not. You will pay.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe in your country that you pay those taxes. We don't even pay taxes here, but I don't know. It's crazy. What you're saying.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's probably better if you could stick to the how we know is the Earth flat rather than what's the benefit of knowing the truth. I mean,
Well, we've been through it with him for an hour already on showing him 700 different ways it's flat. So he doesn't get that. So now he moved on to this part because he's coping. So he moved on to this.
Hey, it's normal not to get that first. If
So when I
like, for
show you
example,
all the long distance shots,
I
you don't
came
believe
here.
it.
No,
You don't.
I absolutely
believe it?
don't like believe in flat Earth. All right, like I
So
came
when
here
I
in
show you
70s.
actual photographs, you think they're fake, right?
No, I didn't say exactly. I want to say that I came here and I kept a good mind, like what's it called, literature with you guys, because I'm like, I respect the fact that you guys put your I don't know 10 years of your life in these things. Okay, it's respectable. You guys research this, are serious about this. So like with many others, I'm sure people come here and insult you, right? But I didn't do that. I just I actually need time with reading these, not to agree with it. I just need to read it first of all because it's many years of research, right? And then when I'm like I'm well informed about these, then I can like have a solid.
So it took me about 15 minutes of research when I bought my P900 to confirm Earth is flat. 15 minutes. And that was it. I didn't have to freak out. I didn't have to deny anything. I just bought the camera, said, I'll prove the flat earthers wrong. And I became flat earther because I can see too far with my camera.
But like camera, you're saying that people say that the world is a simulation, right? I'm giving an example with cameras.
No.
Some people okay, but some people say that it's a simulation because when you zoom with the camera, it gets pixelated. So we're pixels. But if you like buy a really good quality camera, you can zoom more without being pixel.
You think P900 is not a quality camera?
No, but like it will get pixelated. Then what?
Let's look at how pixelated it gets. Let's look at how pixelated it gets. Hold on, don't go crazy. Here's one I shot of the moon. I turned it into an animated GIF for you. Damn, look how pixelated it is. I could almost see a flag on the moon.
Hey, if you do it double time, what about then? It gets pixelated. That same moon was like far, far away.
That moon is moving. That's the speed it moves. I just had the tripod locked. That's real time. That's how fast it moves. That's not time.
Yeah. Okay. But what if it was far? Like, what if you wanted to see Jupiter, right?
I took that eclipse. Somebody added Stephen Hawking's to my eclipse, so I kept it. But I took this picture. Looks pretty clear to me. You can even see bumps around the black circle.
No, like answer me. Just right from the question. What if you want to like see the Jupiter? It's far, far away.
How do you
It
know how
will get
far it is?
pixelated.
How do you know how far it is?
Okay, just try it with your telescope or something. I don't know, but you
What if
can
it's-
try.
What if it's really, really, really small?
Okay, you try it with your thingy.
I did.
Telescope.
I did.
You
I see.
zoomed out. Do you have a picture?
It's dot. I see some dots by it. Yep. I got pictures
Some
of
dots.
Saturn. I've got pictures of Saturn too. What about it?
Okay, send them.
They're not on this computer, but I have them. They might be. Let me look. What's there to see? They're not gas balls, that's for sure. I debunked that with my vacuum chamber that's in my
but
garage.
we're talking about like getting pixelated.
They're not pixelated. They're just circles.
Yeah, even this
Saturn
moon
doesn't
picture
look
is a little bit pixelated.
No, Saturn doesn't look
It isn't.
pixelated.
It's not 4K for sure, but it's like it might be 720. I don't know.
Why does that matter?
Yeah, exactly. It gets a little bit pixelated, and
So what?
some people say.
So you think pixelated cameras? You think pixelated cameras see around the ball? Is that what you're telling me?
No. The thing that I'm saying is some people using this argument say that the world
Nobody
is a
said that.
simulation.
Yeah, that's
No,
only people
no.
that are coping say you live in a simulation. People that cope say that.
No, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm not lying to you.
I know.
Some
You're
people say it.
after coming in this room, you're going to want it to be a simulation, and then you have to ask yourself, why is my simulation flat too?
You're like mixing it up, dude. I was talking about the fact that people using cameras say that
Nobody.
the world is
No,
simulation.
you're the only person who's ever said if you use a camera, you live in a simulation.
No, dude. I
believe
heard that.
bro.
I heard that from the what is it called? The document. I mean, and yeah, people said that if you zoom out too much, it gets pixelated, and because of that, it's a simulation.
No,
Really stupid.
on the
The only
P900,
reason because it's
it's a
always going to get
P900.
pixelated.
On the P900, there's a certain point where it goes from an actual lens moving to digital zoom, where it's just taking the picture and making it bigger digitally with a computer in the camera. Up until that point, that's the very last spot. If you want to click on it, I could zoom in on that moon even more, but that's the normal zoom. I actually can get closer than that.
Okay, how much closer?
I don't know. I have to find all my pictures. I'm not on that computer. This is a new system for me. I didn't move everything over yet.
Let me ask you a question. If it's pixelated or not, how does it change the fact that the Earth is flat?
Oh, because he wants it to be a simulation, and then I said that your simulation's flat.
No, you didn't understand that. I was saying that using cameras, you can't prove anything, man.
So now,
Because people are
no more cameras. Cameras are out. So no globes, no pictures of globes. Those are out. That's out.
Yeah, at that, with your logic, then nothing can be 100% known, and that's just basically it's pointless.
Yeah, you have no point to do anything. You could actually, since nothing's really real anymore for you, you don't even have to eat. You could stop eating today, and you'll be fine.
No, I have. One second. Hello.
See, this is what happens when I break reality to you guys. You break down into, oh, we have to be a brain in the jar, or it's a simulation, or people say it's a simulation because of this. That's because you don't want to accept the fact that Earth is flat. not moving, and contained, and it was created by a creator. That's the only way you're going to get this place. It had to be created. It didn't blow up and then all form together in a vacuum. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, your first step, is just being practical. What do we all experience in reality? Whether you believe it's simulation or not, we can all verify certain things in reality. So it's like, let's stay on topic with if it's flat or curved. That's more constructive. You just got to look at these long distance observations. If you don't trust someone's telling you that we can see too far, then you have to trust the laser test or the camera observations, stuff like that.
Yeah, and the important thing to take home, Deutsch Learner, is that if you go and you purchase yourself one of these high zoom cameras, and it doesn't have to be the P900, it could be any other brand of high zoom camera, you're going to be able to get the same results. But it's not like it's programmed with every, with every freaking location at every angle. I mean, the thing works because you have it. You have it in your back pocket, dude. So that's the important thing to take away from this, man.
The important thing to take away is when you have a camera that consumes like so much, and
yeah, you could compare it to distances that are already been measured, man. You could go and you could take your car and you could drive down a road and you look at your odometer and it tells you how many miles or kilometers you've traveled. It's the same concept, man. You figure out, hey, I shouldn't be able to see that far based on the radius. That's what lets you know. Now, there's ways to measure things, dude. And then there's ways to put it to the test in comparison to the radius of the globe. We've been over this. I've been listening. Stuff is we're beating a dead horse here. As if there's anybody else who wants to.
yeah, but you guys never answered my first question. My first question, you guys never answered it. The golden ratio.
The golden ratio. Here we go.
The golden ratio. How it applies?
Brad, when you didn't hear this question, I don't think. Why don't you repeat your question to Radwin?
How does the golden ratio applies here? The golden ratio only applies in a circle-shaped thingy.
Golden ratio is not a circle, my man.
Golden ratio is not a. I didn't say that. I said it applies on circle-shaped surface. What does golden ratio is not a circle mean anyway? What the fuck?
Didn't you just say the word circle surface?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it has to do with it. The golden ratio is not a circle. It's a ratio. It has nothing to do with a sphere.
No, it has things to do with the sphere. It's proven geometrically.
The only thing it has to do with the sphere is that it's curved, and there's plenty of things in nature that's curved. But hydrostatic water at rest is not curved. Are you
talking about the spiral thingy?
Yeah, you might want to look at logical fallacies because you're avoiding the topic. You're avoiding flat water.
No, this is a really important question because it deals with light on a circle surface, ball-shaped surface.
Please post your citation. We'll wait.
Okay.
That was fun. There's a fun question right there. I don't know how to wrap my head around what he's trying to express.
Because you don't know, man.
You don't have to use hydrostatics. You can just tell them air pressure keeps water in a liquid form. Because if you remove the air pressure, you remove the water. That's Air pressure is the reason, nothing else.
Yeah, the golden ratio is like the rate at which systems grow and express themselves, like in biology and nature, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. There's been no, I've seen.
You don't know. You don't know it. When you say that, you don't know it.
Yeah, we'll check out.
You act like people don't know the difference between the mean ratio and the Fibonacci sequence. I mean, it's like you're trying to apply something that doesn't apply to what you're talking about. You think that everything's a sphere
Yeah.
because you were taught everything was a sphere when you were a child.
No. That's what you think everybody thinks. You're delusional, guys. You are a little bit.
Speaking of delusional, do you got that citation yet? Just let us know. Maybe go on mute for a while and just let us know when you got it.
You want the resource for the thing that I'm saying?
Yeah, back up what you're saying.
Okay. 1 second, please. I'm gonna find it. Yeah, I sent the link. Can you guys see it?
Send a YouTube video.
Yeah, we want a citation where you take us to the exact part that says the Earth is a Fibonacci sequence or golden ratio. Here's the measurement.
Yeah, like see the video and just say if it makes sense or not.
That's not how this works. It's not a make sense class.
But you want me to go to, I don't know, read 100 articles and get back to you?
You're the one who said it. You should be able to find it like that.
You just go and
instantly
watch the video. If it doesn't make sense, then okay, debunk it. I don't need to
We have to
be a
watch an entire
scientist.
video and debunk you. You're the one who came in. You came in and said you know the Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
the Earth is a sphere. You're the one who came in and said you know the Earth is a sphere. You don't need to know the radius. No, you said you don't need to know the radius of the Earth. You could prove it because of half of pi. That's exactly what you said to me. You said I don't need to know the radius. I don't need to know anything.
No.
You know why? Because half of pi. How can you explain it? That's what you said to me. You said half of pi. How can you explain that?
Yeah,
It explains
video,
everything.
man.
That's what you told me. That's what you told me. It's recorded, brother. It's recorded, dude. What you said.
Okay, go see the video, man.
I don't need to watch a video to know that you don't know what you're talking about, son.
Yeah, you guys all know what you're talking about.
You can't even explain it.
Lab
You can't even explain what point you're getting at.
backing up each
You couldn't even put it into a citation.
Like stupidity.
Excuse me, sir. I'm talking to you.
12.
You couldn't even put it into a citation of what you're exactly you're trying to, what point you're trying to get across here.
Citation for every fucking thing, man.
one thing, not everything, just one thing. You might look up the definition for citation to help clarify what we're requesting. It's a very detailed latitude, longitude of the fact you're claiming. It's not a video. It's clear, demonstrable measurement evidence.
The video is clear as well, man. If you, I don't know, watch it.
Now, see, we have that, right? We were looking for your actual proof. Like, again, do you know what the radius is of your model?
Radius of Earth?
Yes, radius of your model.
No.
Okay, so what were you, John? Brother John was just referencing something you said earlier. What was your mention of this? Half of pi or half of 8 pi? I'm confused myself, actually.
The golden ratio, man.
Okay, so how does the golden ratio tell you that the Earth is actually a ball?
It's completely explained in the video. It's proved by light.
Okay, so here's how this works, right? Within the confines of conversation, you go to the things that you've looked at, you've researched in order to build your foundation for your understanding. Within the confines, again, of this conversation, you're exposed to exhibit those things, demonstrate them, tell us about them so that we can unpack them and figure them out. The bottom line for us, or, well, me personally, is we observe level. We observe plumb. Plumb is up and down. I don't have to go to no golden ratio sequencing calculation. It's over there. Just trust me, bro. Look at it. Look at this video. No, we observe plumb and level, right? Up and down, level, everywhere we go. So you can tell me how your ball fits in within that direct evidence that I just stated that we all have.
This doesn't say anything about Earth being a ball.
Oh, you saw it?
I took a screen clip of the goat's head.
Did you see it or not? In the beginning and
Yeah, he really. Baphomet showing out again, huh?
Yeah, so that sequence gives you Baphomet. Interesting.
Here, let's say we give you the benefit of the doubt that the
did you go further, man? Did you go further that it becomes a flat line?
Did you hear Benny speaking? Benny,
Right,
please go ahead with your question again.
Yeah, let's give you the benefit of the doubt and say, man, this video, you know, it's demonstrating something. Why don't you explain it to us? You know.
Just watch the video. I don't know, man. I saw this video around, I don't know, 2-3 years ago. Was convinced, and I just moved on.
So he was skipping through the field of ponies, and he picked the flowers that looked like the globe, and he's completely happy with that. So he's going to keep skipping through the field of.
Killian, he mentioned something very important. He watched the video and was convinced. See, that's what being a glober means. That's why you're easy to convince. So I could con you with confidence out of money if I met you in person.
Exactly. Witnesses like yourself can be bought very easily, right? Because you don't need truth. You just need something that looks like the truth that you believe in order to take it and run with it. Go ahead.
Every flat earther is now like a really successful person because they can't be conned or something.
Wow, so here you are poisoning the well of quote-unquote flat earth by attempting to attack the people that observe it. So again, I'm going to ask you, are you inside right now? Are you observing level and plumb where you're at? If your hand in the cookie jar is flat earth and you just don't realize it. Sorry, go ahead.
You know what happens when you're looking at your monitor on a computer and it's slightly like mine flipped sideways so I can have for coding and shit like that? You know what happens when you can tell they're just slightly off? You sit there and fuck around with it until it's level. Your eyes can tell you when things are level.
Oh my.
Yeah.
That's another.
Yeah, but what's up with it? Mike,
Well, that's the crazy part is like everybody that's on this call right now, whether their phone, their mobile device is resting on a level plane, or as Brother Radwin just said, you're looking at a computer screen that is on a level, where you're literally, your hand is in the cookie jar. Your brain's like, everything's cool, right? My vestibular system is telling me that I'm not moving, I'm on a level surface, everything's calm. However, your brain is hanging on to this picture of a globe, and it's like, no, 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 it's a globe, it's a globe. Yeah, globe coat.
dude, my brain doesn't even care about it being
Yes.
a globe.
Yes, it does, because you left 3 times and came back.
No, I came back because of the conversation.
Right.
That's just
Otherwise,
what I
if
do.
you
I
didn't-
don't.
if
I didn't
you
leave
didn't give a shit, you
because
wouldn't have come back.
what wasn't the end of it. I was just talking about it. No, you think I'm mad? I'm not mad, man.
I didn't say you were mad.
You're
I said if you
acting
didn't
mad.
give a shit, you wouldn't be here.
I'm just talking about it, man.
Yeah,
You
you're.
seem like mad right now.
You know, hold on a
Just talking
second.
about it.
Fascination is independent of emotion. You know this, right? Your fascination,
Fascination.
right? Fascination, yeah. You
Independent
want me to
of
spell it
moment?
for you? F-A-C-I. So
No, I know.
F-A-C-I-N-A-T-I-O-N, I think it is, something like that. Anyways, so the fact that you've gone and left 3 times, right, shows your fascination, right? But the emotion of it, you feeling the way that you feel, is independent of your fascination with the subject.
Yeah, so I'm stupid, right?
I never said that.
Wow.
You're able to jump in.
How did
No
you-
one's
how did you hear you're
calling you
stupid?
stupid, dude.
How did you hear
No one's
that?
calling
From what he said, how did you hear you're stupid? Where did you get that from?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who's talking right now?
Fascination, right, is not a display
No,
of
the dude
your
that said.
intellectual.
No, I don't know. Who was talking right now? The dude that said, "How would you get there?" You're
My name's
talking to
Killian.
me like it. I don't know. It's stupid little dummy. The
You're
whole
the one
time.
that said
Okay?
it.
The
Don't
tone
take
is
offense
that.
to the way that we speak to
The
you.
whole time.
We're talking about the evidence, right? And we're drawing out the
I don't
evidence.
take offense.
And then you're starting
saying
to
that's the
literally
tone.
fall apart.
I'm just saying that's the tone, man. Isn't it the tone? I think Jin CBR1 called me a bastard many
Are
times.
you tone police?
But I didn't say anything.
Was that like an hour ago when he said something?
Yeah,
What the hell? Move on.
Oh,
yeah.
You're
I
still-
noticed it.
are you obsessed
I
with?
don't.
Are
I
you
don't.
obsessed with that now? Are you obsessed with just that now? I'm gonna yell at Jen now.
But you gotta know, man.
I was talking about Elon Musk. I was talking about Elon Musk. You can tell he's telling the truth
Yeah,
because
yeah.
he's a lying bastard. That
Yeah.
was Elon Musk I was talking to, not you.
If
I
you,
wasn't referring
if
to
you
you
think
at all.
everybody's an asshole, man, you're an asshole.
So you didn't listen to him at
I
all.
didn't think that.
Stop.
guys,
You didn't listen. Stop. Everybody stop talking.
Professor, deal with this,
Dutch
guys.
learner, stop talking. You didn't listen at all. He was talking about somebody else and you thought he said it to you. So it's you. It's your problem. You came up with that problem on your own.
Right, let's say this. Let's forget the bickering for a moment, the fighting, and just the next 30 seconds, we can all be silent, and you just tell us your best evidence that the Earth is a globe.
I like what Overfence has said.
Because it's just a lot of sidestepping, man. We're just all
Yeah,
over
hello.
the place.
We checked the side chat. Overfence has covered it pretty good. We can move forward now. Nobody's here to insult you. Nobody's trying to. If you feel some kind of way, you might need to evaluate your own state.
I don't care about being insulted. Actually, I'm just saying. I'm just stating that it happened. Okay.
You weren't
And
insulted.
it says about your mental state.
You were not insulted.
No. Your tone is like, dude, you're talking to a fucking stupid guy. Okay, the whole time. I don't care, dude. I don't
You
give a fuck
want a
about that.
tissue, bro?
But
You want a tissue? You just here to whine or what? Are you here to have a conversation or you just here to whine?
Yeah. Don't get mad, man. Don't get mad because I'm
Did
just
you hear
stating it.
anything? I mean, everyone was quiet when I asked you. Do you have 30
But I'm getting to a point.
your
Like,
globe evidence?
no, I'm getting to a point. I'm not saying, hey, don't insult me. No, I actually don't care. If you insult me, I really.
So I would rather you get to
But
the
it
point.
tells about you guys.
I don't want to talk
Tells about
about
you guys.
you.
Just I don't know, jumping on the people who
No one insulted
think
you,
that
bro.
there
Jin said
is-
he was talking about
No.
Elon Musk. Jin said he was
No.
talking about Elon Musk. Did you hear that? Jin said he was talking about Elon Musk, and then see, you don't listen to people when they talk, bro. This is your problem. You don't listen. You just want to talk, right? But you're not actually listening to anyone else because you're full of yourself.
I'm bastard.
Right,
He said that so many times.
No one called you a bastard, right? He called Elon Musk a bastard, and you didn't even listen to him just tell you that, and then you called him an asshole. So the only person throwing around insults here is you. And me, I'm going to call you a little crybaby.
All I ever wanted was for you to be able to resolve this issue and move forward, dude. It's not about you. Don't take it personally. The subject matter.
So you can follow along with the conversation like a normal person, or you can just keep getting muted like a baby. Right? So you were asked, do you have any evidence that the Earth's a globe, or would you like to ask questions about the flat Earth, which you probably don't know anything about? No, you don't, do you?
I gave him all the long distance. If you scroll up, if they're still there, everything from my folder we went through, and he doesn't believe it. So there's nothing you can really do with that.
He just gave a bunch of no.
He said, quote, I don't believe it. Quote.
Damn.
What's there not to believe? I don't believe my own eyes. I don't believe those observations. This flat earthers must have made it in Photoshop to deceive the globers.
No, he said, we can't use cameras because the world is a simulation.
Oh, great. I'm out.
Really? Wow. Well, if it's a simulation, they built it on a flat map. That's for sure.
I said that to him. Why is your simulation flat? Ask yourself that question.
Yeah, why would you use anything else if you're going to try to, you know, make a video game or a simulation?
Yeah, with all due respect, you were a nice guy, but the in the beginning, but your globe evidence was laughable on its face. So that's just my opinion.
What was his globe evidence, John?
The golden ratio. He said it explains everything. He know the radius. He didn't need to know.
Yeah, Baphomet popped up. Bradman found that one.
Man, we even gave him the benefit of the doubt to explain it, and he said, well, I watched it 3 years ago, but it convinced me, and that was the explanation.
I keep thinking to myself how a sextant would work if, in fact, the Earth was curved. How do you derive two angles if the baseline is curvy? I don't know. I feel bad even saying baseline and curvy in the same sentence. What? Yeah, Radwin. I think it might be time. Sorry, Professor Triangle. Would you mind maybe asking your infamous question of what is a triangle? Maybe we can test reality.
He already took the test.
How'd it go?
He passed the test and then failed immediately after.
So he passed the test of what is a triangle, and then he failed to actually apply it in real life. Interesting.
Yes.
That's where he took the square peg and the round hole. And
elevation angles knocked him out. All of a sudden, he was just saying weird shit. You know how it goes.
Yep. And attempting to bring in refraction as to an explanation as to why a straight line would actually curve in a triangle. Understood. Thank you for that.
Maybe a few years ago, the Globers might have come in here and had a little bit of a something to, present or say. Now that we've, shown all of the things they said to be false, they don't have that no more. It's almost like they come in here and they go straight into a corner, like they're painted into a corner right away. They got nowhere to go, but they keep coming.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry I got cut off, DJ. Wife was calling. But yeah, so basically, did you hear the part about the golden ratio? Was his explanation? His globe evidence.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
They're getting
so-
desperate.
Well, no, I mean, he thinks he's in a simulation. I mean, there's plenty of people who fall into that camp. I see them online all the time.
Especially after you get the triangle test. That's a fact.
Whether he thinks he lives in a simulation or not, right? It still doesn't have anything to do with the Earth being a globe. In the simulation, it's not a globe. Whatever simulation he thinks he's
And you
in.
still can't
just
have
measures flat.
you still can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball in a simulation.
Yeah, I still think he was trying to save us from our own intelligence, our own knowledge. Like, no, you guys, your knowledge is off. You need to remember you're in the simulation first. That's why it doesn't matter if it's flat or globe. So he was coming in trying to, minister to it.
Maybe the NPCs think they're in a simulation.
Takes less processing power to process a simulation using a horizontal baseline.
Yeah.
Here comes the globe proof. I saw him starting to type.
Hey, I'm muted.
Yeah, more like it.
You haven't been muted.
You can talk.
You've been able to talk this whole time, dude.
Who muted me? What the fuck? I was talking.
You got muted earlier when you were interrupting, but you've been unmuted for ages. We were asking you questions and things like that, and you weren't responding.
No, you muted yourself somewhere. You used your microphone wrong.
Maybe because I'm lagging. If I
Could have
came
been a
into
glitch
your
or something.
sentence. No. Even
So
if
you
I'm
must
now,
have
right now,
a lot to say then.
your
You must
sentence
have a lot to say.
I'm lagging.
What if instead of
Can you-
like excuses, we just got to the globe evidence?
Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah, I was
Jedi.
saying
I
that.
thought it was the other guy.
if I-
Sub Jedi.
Hey.
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
got
I
a
was saying,
simulation.
if I-
Someone that lives in a
interrupt
simulation
you guys,
in the chat. So
yeah,
here he is.
if I interrupted somebody and I got muted, I was lagging.
Okay.
I had don't know about
We forgive you.
2,000
We forgive
ms. So yeah,
You're forgiven.
no, I don't need.
You better call NASA about those
That was
satellites.
just what was happening right there. But I was saying that you guys, it's just like the religion debates. Dude, it gets to nowhere. But the fact is that you guys think that how many people are believing in flat Earths?
Yeah, let's go do the survey, bro. Let's go survey everyone in the world and ask them, and then we'll come back with the results for you. But look,
I
it's
don't
not like
think-
a religious
I don't think
debate.
you're-
So it's not a lag thing, right? Because I was still talking, I didn't stop talking. So yeah, it's not like a religion thing. right? Maybe the globe's more like a religion because it requires blind faith. But what we're showing you are practical demonstrations in the real world that you could actually go and replicate. You can go test it. You don't have to blindly believe in a book or a God or something like that. You can just go test the Earth. You already live on a flat Earth and experience it as flat every day. That's why you've never seen the curvature. So it's not anything like a religious debate.
I posted a survey for you, DJ. This was 10,996 votes with 3 hours still remaining, 3.5 hours remaining. 63% of people polled say Earth is flat.
Can you post that so I can? Can you post it so I can vote on it, please?
Oh, that's an old survey from like a few months ago or something. But I did check her channel, Miss Anthropist 2.0. She's not a flat earther. I don't know if she's a flat earther, but her channel has nothing to do with flat earth related content whatsoever. So it was just a random poll that she did, and yeah, came up with those results.
Yes, somebody probably said, "Hey, do this poll for me," and it probably wasn't a flat earther. It was probably a glober trying to prove that everybody thinks the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, probably the US. Yep. Do you think that's where all the flat earthers are from? You know, they did a poll, like an official poll in Brazil, and they worked out there were this was like 5 years ago or something as well. They worked out there were millions and millions of flat earthers in Brazil. What was it? Something like 30%? Well, I forget the exact number, but huge amount of Brazilians.
No, it was way higher than that. I thought it was 70 for Brazil, which that's why that's why
look it up again.
So much for the world.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say to the gentleman, because he asked how many people believe. I just wanted to let you know, you asked how many people believe in flat Earth. It's not a belief, it's a knowing. And so what happens is you start out believing you're on a spinning water ball, and you go looking for evidence of that, and you come out of that belief system into a knowing of where we are.
Yeah. So it's been measured, right?
I think you were already shown long distance observations and things like that.
Angle of elevation. You wanted to talk about Jupiter. You wanted to talk
formula.
About Jupiter. Do you remember one? Stop talking through me. It's not lag. Do you remember you wanted to talk about?
You talked through me. I was talking.
Jupiter and Saturn. Remember you wanted to talk about gas balls in a vacuum, and I said you can't have gas balls in a vacuum.
Man, you always talk through me. You didn't let me finish my sentence, man.
Catching you up.
Talking about, I don't know.
So you could remember what you talked about.
Picked up on my half of my sentence.
Yeah, bro. So Radwin was talking, and he was mid-sentence, and then you started talking. So if you've got some kind of like shit internet, that's a you problem. It's creating audio chaos. So maybe you should upgrade your plan or something.
Man, it's a country problem, so not everybody could fix that. You gotta cope with that.
Well, you're gonna have to deal with the mutes.
With the mutes?
Yeah, if you're talking over people, creating audio chaos, you're gonna get muted.
And I think he's just letting you know that, so you don't take it personally. If you get muted, it's just because you were interrupting.
Yeah, it's because of your internet, allegedly.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay, if you don't believe it's a lag, but okay. If you think it's a lie, I don't care, man. I'm in a third world country, so bad connection is frequent here.
So you should already know the Earth is flat. You shouldn't have any globe influence in a third world country. You guys should already know the Earth is flat.
How?
How do you know it's a globe?
Why should we know it's flat? Because we're in the third world country. What was that?
Nothing indicates that you live on a globe.
What?
If you're living in a third world country and it's hard to get Wi-Fi connection, then it's hard to get, say, common understandings about the world around us. Right? We in the West say that the Earth is a sphere because of lots of things on TV. Being as you probably don't have a good connection for your TV, you're just going to go with your base understanding of the world around you, and that it looks flat and that it appears stationary without all of the media influence.
And when you start moving closer to the first world level of whatever, then you might develop a space agency and seeing the lie.
What's your main point here? Like, because I live in the third world country, then what?
It doesn't matter, mate. If it's gone over your head, don't worry about it.
No, like, I don't know. What the fuck?
We've tried to explain
If I live in a first world country, I get the idea of the world is the globe. But if I don't, it's flat.
What do you see around you without turning the TV on? Do you see the Earth curvature and do you feel motion without turning the TV on? Or do you see a flat horizon and detect no motion yourself without turning the TV on?
What do you see when you turn the TV on?
A ball that spins in a vacuum. Now, when I don't turn the TV on and I look outside in the real world, I don't experience motion, for example. I don't see the horizon that is horizontal curving, for example. So I don't see the sphere that spins. I only do that when I turn on the TV.
So you think they don't show these in the third world countries?
You're getting really hung up on this point, dude. Right, we're just trying to use an analogy, and we understand that you get TV in fucking third world countries, right? Yeah. We get that, but we're just having the analogy.
Okay.
So do you get it yet?
Analogy.
Well, do we have to explain it to you for a fifth time?
No, because it's stupid. What kind of analogy was that?
Right, so we say this to lots of people all the time. You only see that the Earth... sorry.
Nope. Everything you've learned about the globe came from television and your phone. That's it. Nothing you see in reality has anything to do with being on a ball in a vacuum.
Okay. Am I a flat earther now?
No. Because you still believe that you're on a ball, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what a silly question to ask.
I don't know, it was the end of conversation.
Here, I got a question for you. How long have you been looking into the flat Earth topic?
Flat Earth topic, since I don't know, since I got here. Never.
So you've been here about 20 minutes, maybe max, and you're asking if you're a flat earther already.
No, it's more than that.
Whoa, brother! I'm not done speaking, brother. I researched this topic for 9 months before I made a decision and realized, you know what? It's bullshit. There's no space traveling. There's no going to the moon or Mars or any of the circles in the sky that are lights. It's such a lie. And I pulled my head out of my ass and started critically thinking. Until I did that research, I didn't really care about it. I just went about my life, you know, having fun, getting drunk, whatever, doing my thing. Now, in my elder years, I have more of a vision for the future, and I don't want to see my nephews and my niece's kids paying $3,000 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. I don't want to see them paying $20 for a liter of gas. This money is a waste. There's homeless people and problems in front of our faces right here on Earth we need to deal with. So
yeah, that's a beautiful thing.
You're not going to become a flat earther in 20 minutes, brother. You're going to have to look into it.
Hey man, if you don't like to, I don't know, do you think it's really not rational to pay $3,000 for a bedroom? I mean, in a room in a hotel or something one night. Yeah, I agree. But I don't have to be a flat earther to agree with that.
No. Okay, so remember how we were referring to the third world issue? So here, I'll give you an example. In America, over $1 million a day is taken from each state for the NASA budget, for lies, for growing lettuce on an ISS.
Okay.
That's a lot of money that's going missing, and yet they're chasing the little old lady that owes $30 in back taxes. Like, come on, man.
Guys, couldn't you just say that from the beginning?
Oh, that's what I'm explaining now. Hello? It takes more than 20 minutes, right?
No, could you just say that it cost us so much money?
They're taking the money. They're taking the money and wasting it.
Okay, if they're taking it, then okay, you can go with whatever you're saying. Yeah. If they're taking it by, I don't know, by fooling you guys or something like, because here it says that Earth is not flat, it's a globe, but they don't take money because they don't have NASA.
I don't know who's saying. Yeah, but if you were more up to date, more technically savvy, more first world, and there was more money there for them to steal from the public, they would have a space agency. You would be getting lied to, and your money would be getting stolen.
Does Russia have a same kind of tax? Because they have.
Russia has a space agency. They do. Yeah, they have cosmonauts. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like about the money part. Yeah, I don't like the money part really. I can give you guys that. You can go on with your research and stuff. Yep. It's forced money.
So that's our point. The more we look at the footage they present, it's worse than Hollywood. Hollywood fakes space better than NASA does or any other space agencies. India claimed that they landed on the moon a few years ago. It looks like a Nintendo 64 video footage. It's insanely crazy, and people eat it up like it's for real. They really went there. Give me a break.
So it's all about money, right? It starts with money. Let's say that. Right?
That's one.
It starts with money, right?
That's one aspect. I'm not going to try to claim I know why they're doing what they're doing, but part of it has to do with, bending your brain, making you believe shit that's false, keeping you in a state of fear. An asteroid's going to hit the fucking Earth and wipe us all out tomorrow. So kiss your ass goodbye. It's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Who knows, man? Anybody speaking Deutsch here?
terms of service, it's English only.
A nuking in the cooking.
Nuking in the cooking, that's Dutch. It's fucking in the kitchen.
Looking in the cooking.
Yeah. That's the only Dutch thing I know. Nuking in the cooking. No, that's German. Hätte keine Kugel. Earth is not a globe.
Do we have a global vegan in the room?
Globe and vegan?
Yeah.
I didn't say I'm vegan.
Just global?
Yeah. You think every glober is a vegan? Come on.
No, but most vegans are globers.
No, man, what the hell? I don't know about the US, but here, no.
I think worldwide.
Nope.
Even among the Hindus? Like Hindu tradition.
I don't know Hindus, man.
Yeah, but basically, well, Indian people are like the majority on the planet.
No, we have traditional food that's vegan. It's like traditional, we eat it. But we have like traditional food which is like meat.
I think it's the opposite. Most people in the world are not Indian.
Yeah, that's
Most
true.
people in
But
the world
like,
are Indian.
yeah, that's true as well. But I meant in reference of like the subcontinent with like 2 billion or something people is out of 4 or 5 humans, one is Indian. This combines the north and the south, of course.
Well, aside for Indians, the other people, what about them?
Well, you're kind of diverting from the... I think you misunderstood vegan and vegetarian, like, or vegetable food. Vegan is the person who like doesn't eat meat. Not to do with the dish. You can sometimes eat veggies, sometimes eat meat, but you're a vegan if you don't eat meat at all.
You're a vegetarian as well. There's different types of diets, dude. Vegetarians aren't necessarily vegans, but they're still people.
Yeah.
If you're a vegan and you go home and eat a lot of pussy, does that count as meat?
That's a good question.
Controversial. My question still hasn't been answered by these guys, because I once read, even as a child, that vegans are like generally fart more than regular humans because the content of the green stuff they eat has more methane production in the in the intestines and everything, so they fart more. So what kind of vegan products do they have to like reduce the farting?
What is this, the vegan room?
Do you think?
I'm starting to think it is.
I wouldn't get lost in the question. It's a genuine question, but like...
He said Globers are vegans, mostly. I'm not a vegan. I just ate kebab. It was really good.
So do you think that the cow that the beef comes from was like used to like roll on a globe or something, or just walk on a flat earth?
Everything walks on a flat earth.
Well, the globers think that the cows like run, like on a ball.
Yeah, I know. People say lots of silly things, don't they?
I think it's a way of justifying cattle rustling. Like if the cows go missing, it's been stolen by someone, they just come up with a story the next day to say the earth is like a ball, so it just like slipped off.
If Earth is flat, what's beneath it?
Ground, buddy. You can dig and literally find out.
No, like deep down.
Google the experiment they did with the Russian drill and listen to what they told you when they got like however many miles down, the deepest hole ever dug. Read their testimony.
Yeah.
I believe it's 7 or 8.
That's the furthest any human has ever been. So, and they told you at the bottom,
what was
there's
the end of it?
solid liquid that they can't drill through. No drill could drill through it. So, how do you know?
How do I know what?
What's under the earth?
I've just told you they dug down and that Russian hole, I forget the name of it, you can Google it and listen to the testimonies of the people.
Comedy.
Next question.
Can you say it? I just want the answer. What do you guys think about
we don't know.
It was just answered. It was just
the
answered.
Kola super deep borehole. The Kola super deep borehole in Russia, 7.8 miles deep.
So we know what's 7.8 miles deep. But yeah,
That's
so we
probably
don't know
around
what's
10
deeper than
kilometers.
that. That's right. So yeah, that's why I was saying next question. 7.8 miles. We know what's down that far. That's all.
And that depth also matches the deepest part of the ocean, the Marianas Trench.
Yeah, the pressure is so high. You can literally go there to check what's down there.
Do you have any more questions, Dutch learner? Deutsch.
Yeah, I'm just having fun here. So what is what did the scientists say about the what is it called, the limit of the first layer of Earth?
What did they say? What did they say when they did the dig?
Bugger, we can't dig anymore.
No, the
Yeah,
theory.
we should probably go home.
The globe theory. The first layer, it's like layered, right?
Yes, the lithosphere.
So, the first layer of the ground, how deep they say it is?
What, the crust of the earth? That's a few hundred miles deep.
Few hundred miles deep. Oh, okay. Then 8 miles is nothing then.
Yeah, exactly.
If you scale it down, right, to like an apple, right? Like it's like digging halfway through the skin of the apple or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nothing.
The skin. How much deep is the skin? They say.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You're the globe Earth believer. You should know all this stuff.
No, I don't do research about the globe. You guys do.
Yeah, I mean, look, all they're going to do, they're going to give you cartoons. They're going to give you some cartoons. They're going to say, look at the cartoon. This is how it works, and just trust us because you're not a scientist. We are.
But how much do they say it is? The what is it called? The
They
skin.
usually have more than one opinion, There's like 3 guys who are gonna all come up with their own different numbers. So there's usually more than one because they don't prove it. They just estimate basically, and estimates vary.
Yeah, but what's the average estimated depth?
Well, the one they like is gonna have his final word basically. It's not like it's based on anything. They just choose one. I remember in school we were taught that it was like 7, I think. 7 kilometers
7 miles?
or something. No, it was kilometers.
But
I think it was 7.
It's about 50 miles or 100 miles. That's just what I remember from the books in elementary school.
I think it has to be less because once you dig after a certain distance, the soil is different. You could get rock or other matter, but there's a significant difference. It's not oxygenated. You don't get. Even the living creatures that exist are different. Like the kind of bacteria you find down there and stuff are all different. So you can feel that difference. Like it's not something negligible. And that is pretty close. Like it's not even that much, you know. We dig our boreholes 50, 70 meters. I dug one that's 110. We still did not find water. It's just the regular gray stone that came out as a dust like cement or something. Up to 110 meters. Only the first 5 meters were soil. The rest was all.
The Earth's crust varies in thickness. It's said to vary between 3 to 5 kilometers to up to 70 kilometers and deeper, depending on when you reach magma.
So the average would be around 45 or 50 miles?
Yeah, probably.
What's the point of this question?
So the 8 miles that they dig up can't debunk the estimated theory.
No, you asked the question, what happens when you go down? I said
they don't know.
Down
It's the moral of the story. Yeah, the moral of the story is they don't know, dude.
It also depends where you dig as well. You're not going to come across the same stuff if you dig down from multiple different locations. That's why the thickness differs before you hit the magma. Sometimes the magma is quite shallow to the surface. Sometimes it's like 10, 20, 70, 100 miles deep. Depends where you dig. In Russia, where they dig, they couldn't get any further than 7 miles.
Yeah.
Don't they also claim there's like more water under the surface of the Earth than in all of the oceans combined?
Yes. Sub-aquifer water, whatever they're called, I can't remember. But yeah,
and it's super clean
huge underwater oceans.
And they claim it rains diamonds on Uranus, and there's planets made of diamonds. And it rains sideways glass rain on distant exoplanets, and there's black holes, and then there's also hairy black holes as well. They say that.
Meteors made of 100% pure gold. Yeah, all that type of shit.
Yeah.
It's all good for movies and cartoons, but come on. Once you switch off the TV, you got to get back to reality. You know, if you stay there, that's a problem. There's even like a planet with petroleum on it, like it's just crude oil. It's like seas and oceans full of crude oil.
Yeah. What isn't there in space? Fascinating.
There's everything. I mean, it's just wow.
Yeah.
So do you guys disagree with scientists as well?
What's that?
Do you guys disagree with like scientists?
Do we disagree with which scientist?
I don't know. Do you disagree with any scientist?
Yeah.
And their work?
Yeah, we disagree with some of them, for sure.
Which one? Like the famous ones?
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss, for example. Some of what, what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Some of what Michio Kaku says. Yes.
Trevor.
Stephen Hawkins. And there's quite a few, isn't there?
I suppose the real thing that we have to pay attention to is we're not going to disagree with the scientific method if it's followed and executed. However, if scientists are making stuff up and they don't have any evidence for what they're claiming, yeah, we disagree.
Yeah, so just because someone calls themselves a scientist doesn't mean they're not practicing pseudoscience and pushing their pseudoscience.
But you guys are like backing up your things with measurements, and measurements are made by scientists, right? The methods behind it.
Oh my
so you guys
incorrect.
Are scientists?
That's not correct. Measurements of what exactly?
I don't know. Any kind of measurements is made up, right? By humans, scientists.
No, we find a standard, and then we measure things against the standard.
Oh,
in this case,
flat earthers find a standard for measurements?
No, Dude, why are you putting words in my mouth? This is how all measurements are done. A standard is created. It could be a cubit, it could be a yard, it could be a meter, it could be a foot. It doesn't matter. There's a standard created, and then things are measured against that standard. Anybody can measure. If I measure a board to cut it because I'm building a house, am I a scientist all of a sudden?
No, that's a very simple example of measurement.
Right. So in the case of the Earth, we are looking for drop over distance. The standard would be feet in our case, but you could use meters. Who cares? Drop over distance is what we're looking for, and it's not measured anywhere, not even by the people who make your maps or, you know,
do you guys use any formulas? Any, I don't know.
A formula would be fine. A formula would be fine, and yes, we do use them, but we have to have values to put into the formulas. The values come from the measurements. There's no measurement of curvature.
Yeah,
you understand
values
that?
Are valid. The values, no, I didn't even mean the value. Yeah.
So what value is there for curvature? So what value is there for curvature? Where was it measured?
Yeah. And don't forget, there has to be a standard. Standard.
I'm asking you.
Yeah. Don't forget,
No,
we
I don't
need to
know.
have a standard.
I'm just
Everything
asking
agrees
you,
upon.
guys.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
no, you got it wrong because I meant that I don't care about meters, kilometers, or yards, or like imperial.
What about standards? Do you care about a standard? A standard. Do you care about that? Standards.
He wants to be wowed with a fancy looking formula. So he's like, wow, I don't know what anything in that means, but that looks intelligent to me.
No, dude, you're just putting things in my mouth. Things in my mouth.
This is the thing. We're given the radius value by the globe side, and we're told that it matches reality. So what we're doing is going and testing to see if the formula's right, see if the variables in the formulas match up with reality, and they do not. Right? That's where we're coming from. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth. Flat is not a shape. Right? We're going out and testing to see if the curvature that must be there for the Earth to be a globe is actually present. And it's not present.
So you're saying that Earth is not flat? You don't know what Earth's shape is?
Oh my God! What is flat? What do you think flat? Okay, so I'm going to tell you what flat means, right? In this context. Okay, so flat is the description of a surface area. Okay, so if there's no curvature over the surface area, therefore the surface area is flat. Now, if it's to be a globe, there must be a certain amount of curvature over that surface area, and we can calculate how much that should be, and then we're going and testing to see if it's there. And yeah, flat's not a shape. Need to remember that.
Can you draw us a flat?
It's like a 2D surface, right? Without any curves.
In this context, we're talking about there's no drop over distance. There's no curvature. You can use the word flat in many different situations, right? You could have a flat tire, a flat joke, whatever. There's tons of ways to use the word flat, right? In this context, we're saying that large bodies of water over the surface area would have to have a certain amount of curvature, but they don't, right? But they would have to if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, you can even have a flat
flat. You mean, the drop of the curvature over distance doesn't exist, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, that's more rational way to say it than flat.
No. If something's not curving, then clearly it's flat, isn't it? And level. Flat and level. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a description of the surface. It's accurate. It's concise. Everybody knows. Flat table. I'm going to have a picnic. Let's find a flat surface in the park to have a picnic. You don't pick a place that's bumpy and that, because you can't lay your stuff down flat, can you? So flat.
The guy here just said that we don't know that it's flat. We just
we don't know the shape. Listen, we don't know the shape. We know it's not an oblate spheroid, and we know that the surface is level. But as for the shape of the Earth, nobody knows. Blimey, don't you understand now? Okay, nobody knows the shape.
Nobody knows the shape.
Nobody knows
Yeah,
the
I know the
shape.
shape.
Yeah.
What's the shape?
Is it?
The surface of the Earth is roughly an oblate spheroid.
Okay, you got your best proof for that, please.
Oh, I don't have any proofs for it. It's just
Well, then you don't have anything, then, do you? If you don't have any proof, you cannot know. How can you know and not have proof? Come on.
Because it's the best explanation for the observation.
No, that's not it at all. I can give you a song and dance explanation that could be more exciting than the globe, but it's not true until you prove it. Got to prove it, haven't you?
Yeah, song and dance explanation is not very good, but I'm saying this is a
but
good
you've got to prove it, though, haven't you? You've got to prove it, though, haven't you? Have you proven?
This in here just wasting time yesterday. I wouldn't even engage.
Yeah.
Very much for the heads up, yeah.
No point talking to Matthew. We already know that.
Oh,
we just use him every now and then to like as a hostile witness. It's about the only purpose he serves here.
Oh, right. Okay. I see.
Got it.
We
In that case, I will take my leave and say goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So it's just there to sharpen the tools. Well, I was trying to sharpen mine. Thanks for the heads up.
He was just being rude yesterday. He was just talking over everyone, not really listening to what they were saying, and giving absolutely zero proof of anything he claimed.
Yeah. I did like your meat analogy, by the way. That was good.
How can you claim to be a vegan if you're going home and eating the meat?
Wait, it just came out smoothly. I went, wow, look what he just said there.
So, Deutsch learner, do you understand what we mean now by flat?
Yeah, some guys said it's about the drop of the curvature over distance, right? The rate of it.
No,
and the other guys said
it's about the surface of large bodies of water not having any drop over distance, not having any curvature. So if you have
now you say water, you didn't say water.
Yeah, I said water earlier, but you don't listen very much. I noticed that.
You didn't say water.
Yeah, it's large bodies of water at rest.
Okay.
Right? Or any large body of water over distance doesn't have curvature, right? It would have to have the curvature that goes along with a 39, 59 mile radius value. So if you have a 10-mile lake, for example, right, it would have to have 66 foot of curvature. Or if you have a 20-mile lake, it would have to have 270 foot of curvature, roughly. But when we go to those bodies of water and conduct different tests, there's zero curvature. We can, for example, set a camera up just off the surface of the water and zoom in over 20 miles and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That would have to be hidden by hundreds of feet of curvature, right? This can't work on a globe.
Even though I don't believe in flat Earth, but I can still believe that you can see 20 miles away on a still water.
Well, then it can't be a globe. Well, how? How can you see? Can you see over mountains and see things on the other side of the mountain?
No. On the still water. No. Because
right. So if there should be 270 foot, right, which is like a 27-story building, like a skyscraper, blocking your view of water, then you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side if the Earth is a globe of the size that they're telling us.
Yeah, and no one's asking you to believe anything. Yeah, no one's asking you to believe anything. What we're telling you is that the numbers they've given us for the globe, and we've gone to check it, we cannot measure up to that. It's not working. We're finding flat Earth. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, the numbers don't match what we're finding. Okay, now you can go and check. Like I said earlier on, you still haven't checked. You're asking all these questions, you're making all these statements. I don't want to believe. No one's asking you to believe the flat Earth. Go and check your globe that you believe in. You believe in the globe, go and check and prove that the Earth is a globe. Measure the curvature. And then you know, you see. It's just that simple. And then you're going to come back and say, I'm a flat earther, and I'm going to give you a slap around here and say, you're welcome. And the slap was for being so bloody obnoxious. And not testing soon enough. Go and test. Go and test your belief. You believe it's a globe? Go and check it. I'll go on mute now.
So Deutsch, have a look
I won't
in the
check
side
it.
chat.
I don't care really.
Yeah, I
But,
know. That's you're not going to check
yeah.
it. You don't care, but you do care enough to come in here, right? So have a look in the side chat at this observation that I just posted. Okay,
Yeah,
this is a 21
it's
mile.
interesting. I care enough. I like to talk about it.
Yeah. So this is a 21 mile lake in Utah. Okay, and he's setting the camera up 5 foot high on a tripod, and he's zooming in across the 21 miles, and he's able to see the shoreline on the other side. And then we have landmarks on the other side, like a big giant white tower. And when you look at it from the side of the lake that he's trying to zoom into, you can see the tower, right? And then when he's 21 miles away, he can zoom in across and you can see the same amount of the tower. You can see the shoreline. There's zero curvature over the entire 21 miles. On a globe, you have to have 293 foot of curvature over that distance. It has to be there. But it's not. There's zero curvature. This is repeated over and over and over again. In different places, different distances, different weather conditions, all sorts of different things. It's been done countless times. And then when we go looking for evidence of the actual Earth curvature in the real world, from these so-called scientists and people throughout all of history that claim it, we don't find anything like this. We're not finding curvature measurements or observations that show the horizon where it's supposed to be. You know, when I was at school, they taught me, you're 6 foot tall, the horizon's 3 miles away, right? If you're standing at the beach, it's 6 foot, at 6 foot height, it's 3 miles away. Okay, this is 5 foot height in this observation. There's no horizon at 3 miles. There's no horizon over the entire 21 miles. On a globe, there has to be a horizon at that 3 mile mark, if the Earth's a globe. Anything that goes past that horizon should start to become obscured behind the horizon. So, Fatty, I have no idea what you're talking about. Up a hill? This is a lake, right? There's no hills. It's just a lake. He says because it's uphill and you can only see the top of the buildings.
Yeah, those hilly lakes. They're a bastard.
Yeah, it's Fatty, it's a lake, bro.
Who's Fatty? What the fuck?
Body.
Oh,
He's
Fatty.
been in here for like weeks listening. The observer height for that over fences is 5 foot.
Welcome, Ches. You got any questions? No questions, Ches? Just want to leave your mic open. How about you, Dr. Dragon? You new here?
I'm was in the politics one. I've got no questions.
Okay.
Although the question I get the most when I talk to people is, why do the stars circle differently at different places? And I was like trying to show them an experiment is like the ceiling fans can go in different directions, but they never seem to understand.
Yeah, so that question begs the question already, but what they're describing to us is that the celestials move in different patterns, and no one here is claiming to know why they do what they do. But objectively, everybody agrees the sky is moving and the Earth is not, because there's no way to determine that the Earth is actually spinning or moving. So there's about 4 different accelerations that the Earth is supposed to be experiencing. Number 1, there's the axial rotation. That's an acceleration. Then there's the orbital path around the sun. That's another acceleration. Then there's the hurling through the galaxy. That's another one. And then we have the galaxy itself hurling through the universe. So that's 4 different vectors that would need to be measured of the Earth and its movement. And none of that is detected. We only ever see the stars moving in a pattern, resetting every year like clockwork. So I would probably be asking, why don't we see different stars all the time, since we're hurling through a galaxy or the universe?
I don't know, you sound like you're from America. I'm from England, and I've lived in Australia and New Zealand. And to me, the stars look a bit different, but they're not moving in different directions. Nothing's happening. It just almost seems like you're closer to the edge. That's of the whatever's above us. It doesn't see. And then people are like, well, why can't you see the North Star from Australia? I'm like, well, use your fucking brain, mate. I can't explain the simple logic that it's too far away.
Right. Some things just won't be getting through to some of the people that are asking these questions because they won't remove, not that they can't, but they won't remove the paradigm that they've decided to adopt. So if they can't just go, let me think about this a different way, it's futile to speak to them. And I hate that, but people don't really want their minds changed. They just want to be incredulous about things. There's no way it could be this. Okay, well, if you think so, on your merry way.
It's just people assuming just because we think the Earth's not what they think it is, we know what the sun is, we know what the moon is, we know what all the planets are, we know how the stars work, we have a model. It's like, no, come on, we've got no budget here. We just used our brain.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not hard to figure out, at least the surface nature of the Earth. The questions come when we actually start to speak about the celestials. And there's plenty of questions that they don't have answers for either. That's my favorite part. It's like, you don't have any answers for this, you just have stories. I don't need your stories.
But I was just saying in the Flat Earth Discord this morning, I do think this movement is growing rapidly.
It's hard to tell. I don't keep my ear to the street that much.
So, guys,
I would
is
say
it not worth it to study?
Pandemic, people started asking a hell of a lot more questions.
So what's your question, Tush?
Tush.
I know.
What was I saying? Oh, is it not worth it to study some fields of physics then, in your opinion? For example,
You're
astrophysics.
assuming that no flat earthers have been in that type of field. I mean, I can give you a series if you want to watch it right now by a high-level engineer named Brian Mullen, who goes over all of the physics and how it doesn't work on a globe. If you want to look into that kind of thing, you're more than welcome to. We have quite a lot of very well-educated people in Flat Earth, but anyone can learn these arguments. I mean, many of us have been looking into these particular arguments for 5-10 years. Okay, you can become a professional in certain fields by doing your own research. But yeah, there's tons of people that have many degrees, varying degrees, over different industries. So there you go.
So Deutsch, the question that you're asking about physics, and you mentioned astrophysics. Astrophysics is not a science. And the clue is in the word physics. Physical, right? So somebody would have to have physical access to the celestials to say that they were an astrophysicist. And they don't. What they're doing is making up things about the sky. In fact, Michio Kaku, who is one of the more prominent astrophysicists out there, that he says nobody in my field, as far as he knows, uses the so-called scientific method. It's by leaps of logic, by the seat of your pants. It's guesswork. There's no science or the scientific method being applied in astrophysics at all.
Yeah. Okay. So you believe in classical mechanics, right? Because that's
I don't, well, yeah, you have to have physical access to things. That's why it's physics.
What about electromagnetics?
Yeah, electromagnetics. You can touch that.
Yeah, you can touch that because light is a electromagnetic wave. But
no, light is not electric or magnetic.
But it says it's a Maxwell and Faraday proved it.
Okay, how'd they prove it?
Faraday came up with the idea, and Maxwell proved it with mathematical. He didn't came up with it. He gathered it from Ampere and what is it called? There are 4 formulas. One is from Ampere. Okay. The other one is from Faraday, and the other one is from. So he gathered 4 formulas and proved them mathematically. I don't remember the scientist's name. And
yeah, you can't prove things mathematically. You understand that? That's not physics. That's concepts.
Yeah, you can.
So electromagnetism is just bollocks right now, right? Because it's all from Maxwell's equations.
What do I care about the equations? I want to have the actual evidence that light is both physical, or excuse me, magnetic, right, and electric.
Because it said that it's something about the fact that the speed of light is matching the speed of whatever that I forgot, really, in electromagnetic waves.
Nobody has any such knowledge of the speed of light. The best thing that we have is an average of a two-way speed. So the one-way speed of light is not known.
The speed of light is not known.
Correct.
It is known. It is known.
Okay, so how do they derive the speed of light, the one-way speed of light? I'll wait.
The guy who said it's known. Oh, man. I don't know.
I'm asking him. He's just saying things and not supporting it.
Yeah, you're just saying.
Yeah, the one-way speed. The one-way speed. I want you to. Yeah. Point A to point B.
There's no directly known or measurable way. No, not the one-way speed, but I'm saying the speed of light.
Yeah, so it's not known. They have an average. They split the two-way speed in half multiple times, and they gave it an average. That's not the one-way speed of light that is known.
Yeah, so how else are you going to calculate it, though?
That's what I'm asking you. You said it's known. Now we have an average of a two-way speed.
This is approximate enough for our practical purposes, right?
Okay, and how would you know?
Yeah,
because it works.
Because we
use it. We use it for many things.
Okay, so what do you use it for?
Many technologies. What are you talking about?
Great. You're being very vague and ambiguous, and you're not actually giving me the answer.
Look it up, right? Like,
oh, this is your proof. So just tell me, how do we use this?
How do we use this?
Yeah, I love when I ask the question and they repeat it. Like, why would he ask me such a question? Or how do I answer this? Because I don't know the answer.
I don't study photonics, but they are making what is it called? Circuits, like photonic circuits.
Okay.
with lights. Yeah.
Elaborate. Go ahead.
I don't know. They work. They're studying in universities, and it's a big thing.
Yeah, no,
Bro, you're not giving me any details. You're just saying.
I just looked it up. So GPS is right.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's.
Yeah, GPS
what about it?
Use signals. Yeah, they use signals that they can, and those signals can be measured at the speed of light, right? And
Yeah, that's
still
two-way.
practical purposes. Yeah, still practical.
That's two-way. I can't listen to you right now, Oates. We heard you all day yesterday. I'm talking to somebody new. You're going to shut up for a minute. Anyway, Deutsch.
Yep.
You've been given claims about things. Now, have you ever bothered to look into the details of what they're telling you?
Detail what? How to
the details of the claims you're making.
Speed of light.
Yeah, we have a two-way speed of light. We have an average. They basically shined a light, bounced it off a reflector, and then timed it when they turned the switch on and when it reached the receiver back at the other end. Okay? So it's two-way speed.
Yep.
It's a reflection. That's not going to tell us the whole story because now we have light bouncing off of things, and we don't even know how much it would slow the light down.
Yeah, exactly. That's where calculus comes in and limits. They calculate this with limits. For example, the speed of the velocity of a car, which is the displacement over time.
Shit!
Right?
You're gonna rate this the car speed.
Yeah, because when a car starts, the speed is not the same as the middle of the way, right? So they came up with the idea. Yeah, they came up with an idea of calculation, which is limits. And
yeah, you would need a value to see how much the reflector slows the light down. How would they measure that?
I don't know, man.
That's my point.
They should look
into it.
They should use limits.
Okay, you trust that they did. You should look into it and see.
And
I'm not sure what the speed of light has to do with the cosmos, though. The stars in the sky. What does that have to do with anything?
No, that's astrophysics, but this is electromagnetics.
Okay, astrophysics. What about that has to do with the
physics? Is another thing, really, but electromagnetics is really small. Astrophysics is
we can.
big. It's yeah.
We can fool around with electromagnetism, sure, right? So those are two different fields. One is one that you can have access to. The other one is not. We don't know anything about the celestials. We know nothing. They're light. We can measure, the light bands or whatever, the frequency of light from these things.
Exactly.
However, there's a ton of variables that we don't know about. Like, what's in between us and the celestial? How far away is the celestial? Right? There's problems that we can't solve because we don't have access to that stuff. So even our measurements, even the spectra, there's problems with that.
Math really understands this, and from somewhere in math, like past algebra and pre-calculus, the things become close to a what is it called? A result, not the result. That's where limits come in.
Right. So they put values in that are obscure since they don't know the actual environment that they're dealing with, and they just put arbitrary values.
Yeah.
I don't trust arbitrary values for things. You might, but I don't.
No. I said, like, for example, let me say that in mathematics, when you wanna let me give you a good example about. Okay, so the circumference of a circle, for example, right? It won't ever, you won't ever get the actual circumference because it's the result is really near the actual circumference, right?
Yeah, in pi we have a repeating decimal 15151515. It seems to go on forever. Yeah,
it's really close to it. Yeah, it's really close to it. So that does the job. science, like from a point, depends on the amounts of output that actually does the job. It's close enough. It's not the thing, but it's close enough. Yeah.
All right. Now, so we're going to apply this back to the topic. Are you talking about astrophysics and the values that they have?
No, I don't know anything about astrophysics, but I'm trying to study electromagnetic fields and electromagnetism, and it deals with light. It deals with waves, and the thing that the thing that Faraday said, it was a theory. He didn't even have the mathematical proof. He said that light is an electromagnetic wave. And Maxwell proved it with mathematics. It said, with an experiment, he said only if light would be at the, or the wave, I don't know really, it should be around a set speed. And that set speed is the speed of, I don't know what, because I really forgot it, but it's, for that reason, it's an electromagnetic wave. It matches the waves or something. I don't know really, because I actually forgot it. But it's the experiment is out there. You can read about it. It's Maxwell's experiment about the light.
Oh no, I'm fully aware. I think you should probably look up the double slit experiment. I think you should look up the quantum eraser delayed choice experiment. I think you should look into a lot of different things where they have already sort of determined that light is not a wave. Now they mathematically describe it as a wave, but that's more of a probability, distribution probability type of situation. So the word wave and the way they show it on like a graph where it's that wavy line, that's not what light does. To be honest with you, the best way to describe what light is like this, I think the word is corpuscle, or like this packet of energy. It's almost like a shotgun blast, but at the same time, it's not. So there's a whole lot of weird things about light. We don't know most what we should about light. It's still kind of a mystery. Now, can we use it? Can we use certain principles about it? Sure, right? But it's not definitely not anything settled. It's still kind of a mystery, light in and of itself.
Yeah. No one said it's settled.
Right.
Well,
I didn't say that you did.
Yeah, nobody says in science even that, like, some things in the past, which is like the old physics laws are classical mechanics, right? These are the oldest laws. Those are
settled. Those have been superseded. No, some of those have been superseded.
Yeah. Even they say it. Yeah. If you they can be superseded, but for example, those are mostly settled because they work, right? But
sometimes that's why they're not laws anymore, because sometimes they're totally not right. So we use some of it and we also discard some of it. So it's like there's no universal laws for some of this stuff out there, but people think that there is, you know?
Yeah, that's completely true, because like classical mechanics laws don't work in electromagnetic laws. They don't work. They don't apply there. Or in astrophysics laws. Or astrophysics laws don't work in electromagnetic laws. They all have their own laws. And that's true. Even the scientist says that. And in the in the scale of our normal life, classical mechanics do really work well for us. But if it gets really bigger, no. It gets disrupted. So that's that. And what I was saying about electromagnetic waves? Yeah, I don't know. I forgot that part.
No worries.
Oh, you talked about like light is a packet of energy, which Einstein said it's like photons, right? Which contain heat and energy.
Yeah, there's a description that we can apply, although there's still a lot left to be explored. We can describe certain things about light, but it's an enigma.
Yeah. For example, quantum mechanics is
scientists, even the scientists and physicians themselves, don't really depend on it that well, because some part of it are really not settled. It's a mystery.
Right.
The whole science is a mystery. The whole science of quantum mechanics is a mystery.
Yeah, well, I think we might be shooting ourselves in the foot if we're going to decide that we can quantify everything, that everything is essentially particles. But that's the way that we use that field right now. You know, everything is quanta or quantized. So,
well,
there could be more to it than that.
Yeah, there could be. They're working on that. But what's the problem with getting somewhere in that topic? They got to this point. What's the problem with that? And they're not like selling it to us, right? They say that if you like this subject, you can come and take a PhD and research on it. The research, you can, I don't know, you can debunk it in the research. If you really like the subject.
I don't have a problem with anybody applying the scientific method when they can. I actually don't even have a problem with people speculating about things, although if they're going to treat their speculations as dogma or as law, then I think that's pretty harmful. And that's kind of where we're at in science today, where people will speculate and everybody accepts it as just the truth.
But let's just say that it worked so well that the foundation structure of many things became of those laws. Those
give me an example.
Experiments.
Give me an example.
For example, I don't know, in let's say in making a what's it called? Architecture? No. Architecture designs it. Who builds it? That engineer.
Yep.
Civil engineer.
That's engineering. Yeah, that's engineering. So they apply certain principles, but this is not the scientific method. It's not physics. It's not any of that stuff.
But isn't engineering applied physics?
Well, you can not know how something does what it does, but since it still does it, you can use it. Does that make sense?
What's the problem with that? Like, we can get better at the knowledge later, but when it works, shouldn't we use it? Shouldn't be using it?
Practical use is still not finding causes of effects. You know what I mean? Like, things can work, but it doesn't mean we know how they work or why they work, but it does. So we use it.
So, but isn't that the job of the researchers? Like, engineers use what works, right? But researchers, this is the job of the researcher, like a PhD student who's like in a really, I don't know, in a university, and his job is researching the specific subject of his major, right? That's
sure.
his whole role there, isn't it?
Right.
Like, isn't this that his role or her role? And it takes time, really, doesn't it?
Sure it does. And oftentimes they'll spend lots of money and lots of time and still not come up with an answer as to why things do what they do.
But lots of time they come up with something that.
Sometimes they do, yeah. Sometimes. So, it's not about whether or not it works. It's whether or not they know the cause of the effect. My favorite one of these is gravity. They give a name to something that actually is not exclusive, and they say it's a law, but they actually don't know what gravity is, or even how it works, or even if it exists or not.
Yeah.
But we do know that on average in the air, things descend at 9.8 meters per second until the other part of physics that takes over, which is like friction or fluid dynamics, stuff like that, takes over. And that acceleration is halted, okay? So we can use that. But then all of a sudden you go, well, oh crap, not everything falls. Actually, some things go up. So there's not a causal mechanism as to why things fall. We notice that things go up and down in all directions. So gravity doesn't even really exist.
What do you mean some things go up? Like for example, a fur go
Like
up
gas.
in the air?
Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
But they say it's because its weight is really not, doesn't have any weight.
Yeah, well, there's a problem with that. There's actually no such thing as weight.
But they came up with weight because they came up with gravity, right? Because it worked.
No, it's not because it works. Here's what they did. I'll show you. I'm just going to use an example. So let's say you have a piece of wood, all right? And you have that wood in air and you drop it, okay? And the air doesn't support it, so it falls at essentially 9.8 meters per second, and then you have to add in all the variables, the density of the wood, the fluid dynamics of the air, but we give it an average 9.8 meters per second. All of a sudden, we're going to change the medium. We're going to put that wood, and we're going to weigh it in the air. So in the air, it has a certain weight. In this case, we'll just be nice and easy. It's going to be 1 kilogram. Okay, 1 kilogram in the air, that's how much it weighs. That's the downward pressure on the scale. Now we're going to change the environment. We're going to move it into a different medium, different fluid dynamics, such as water. Now all of a sudden, the wood does not accelerate downwards at all. In fact, if you were to force it downwards, it would accelerate upwards. And if you put a scale at the bottom of a pool, you're not going to be getting a weight of that wood. So now that 2 kilograms doesn't exist at all. It doesn't weigh anything. So if you change the medium, now weight doesn't exist. So weight doesn't exist. It's always dependent on the medium of the object, the medium and the object in the medium. So in air, we have things that weigh a certain amount in the air. Now we have a problem. What does air weigh? How do you weigh air?
But your example has a really big problem. Like the density of water should be like the things float on water and drown on water because of their density compared to water, right?
Correct. So there's no gravity then.
Well, when you say like wood floats on water, before you dropped it, right? Before you dropped it on the water, exactly.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And it was dropping. It was because of they say weight, right, and gravity. And
well, more the density, because the wood is more dense than the air, so the air cannot support it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
And it gets to water.
So now we put it in water.
Yeah, it gets to water. Yeah, exactly. And
it doesn't sink.
No. If we put it in the water goes below it, and because it's denser, so the wood goes higher.
Right. So it accelerates upward.
Yeah, because every water, like any water, at some set level, comes below the wood until the wood gets higher and higher and higher until it gets to the surface of the water.
And it finds its equilibrium. Yep. And it stops.
Yeah, and it gets on the surface of the water. Yeah.
Right. So in all of this description of what happens with the block of wood, we didn't include gravity in this in any way, shape, or form.
No, the water gets under the wood. In the that's the gravity.
Right. Well, I could make the same argument and say the air is getting on top of the wood and pushing it down.
The air is pushing it down.
Yeah, you're saying that the water's going under the wood. I'm going to just claim the opposite and say that the air on top of the wood in the air is pushing it down. I could say that. That's not actually what's happening.
Well, the air can do that. It's how airplanes fly, right? The lift of the air.
Yeah, the lift effect.
Yeah, the lift effect. Yeah, it can do that, but I don't know if it applies there.
Well, you're describing one thing. You're saying that the water is forcing itself underneath the block of wood. I could say the opposite and say that the air is forcing itself above the piece of wood and pushing it down. We could describe things in a lot of different ways. It doesn't mean that there's any gravity, none of that stuff.
Well, I think the wood is forcing itself to get down. Everything is forcing itself to get down, but
like the gas that's moving freely and randomly in all directions, the air is moving everywhere.
yeah, exactly, because it's really weightless, but it wants to get down, doesn't it?
I don't think the air wants to get down. I don't think it's sentient.
No, like I don't mean that the air has the purpose. Like they say, like I'm saying things based on scientists' beliefs, right? They say because it has weight, it can have weight, then it should want to get down, right?
Well, how would they know the weight of a gas?
I think it's measurable.
Okay, how do they do that?
Well, thing is, we have some denser gases, right? We do.
Okay, so we have certain gases, if they're pure and not homogenized with another one, have a tendency to be more dense than other gases. Helium is extremely not so dense gas, but now we're getting into something that's really high level stuff, because why does helium decide, right? Why is helium less dense than, let's say, oxygen or nitrogen?
It's because the atomic number, right?
Well, that's just a description of the gas molecule itself. So we count isotopes and protons and blah, 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 and we give it a number. It doesn't mean it weighs that much. It's sort of just an arbitrary number based on how many isotopes and stuff are in that gas.
Well, the atomic number relates to the electrons around the nucleus.
Right.
Yeah.
That doesn't give it a weight, though. It's a number.
And what? Okay, so I think there should be a way to measure gas. You think that there is an existing measure to measure gas, measuring method to measure gas?
I'll tell you what they do. They fill containers with that particular gas and then they put it on a scale. That's what they do.
Yeah. Okay, so what's wrong with that? That's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure really. I wasn't sure what saying because I didn't know.
Well, they're measuring a gas inside a container in another gas to get the weight. Now, sometimes they'll try to do this in a vacuum chamber, but it gets really dicey because now all of a sudden the second law of thermodynamics takes effect. And if you put a container within a vacuum, well, the gas that's inside that container is going to want to fill the available volume, and a lot of times that canister or whatever they have it in will rupture, and so they can't get an accurate weight. The other thing that they, kind of ruins the whole mess is that if they try to do this in a fluid, well, then they have no weight, like a water, let's take for instance, or a liquid. So when they do it in water, now they have no weight. The best they can do is actually measure the relative density. How much does it float? And that's just density. It's not weight.
But the method that they fill up containers, it works, right?
The method that they fill the containers up? I mean, yeah, they're putting gas inside a container. I assume it works. I do barbecue with propane, so I think it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a way to measure gas. What's wrong with it?
Well, yeah, the best, well, because it's not weight. Like I said, weight doesn't exist. It's arbitrary. It's typically an average of a downward acceleration in air. That's what it is.
Yeah, but what's wrong with the method, actually?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. You can describe that number, you can describe that downward acceleration on average in air and call it weight if you want to. We can all agree that things weigh a certain amount in air. But as soon as you change the medium, everything changes. And so it's going to be an arbitrary value. It's based on in air only.
Yeah, in air only, just like with what I said, with classical mechanics rules doesn't apply in electromagnetic rules. in air. It's okay. Isn't it okay?
Okay.
It works.
I mean, it's okay. We use it. I mean, if people feel like they're getting too fat, they weigh a certain amount, right, on their bathroom scale. So they're going to get skinnier. No problem. We use it. No problem. I'm just telling you that weight essentially really doesn't exist. We just agree that we're going to weigh things, quote unquote, in air for our practical purposes.
Yeah, I know. Like, this is all of. I think everything's arbitrary. Okay, but when it works, it becomes a thing. Okay.
It's a thing that we use, yeah. Now, what we're going to have to go ahead and go back to is, where's the gravity in all this? Because there is actually no force that makes things accelerate downward. Because if you change the medium, no more acceleration for most things, save for things that are denser than water. Well, then if you change the medium again, let's say mercury, well, a cast iron anvil or a steel anvil, very dense object, will float in mercury. So we've just got relative densities of things. That's how we experience the world. There's no downward acceleration for anything exclusively. Things will go up and down depending on the medium that they're in. So gravity is never even considered in any of this.
But what is the substance the collection of substances? What type of matter are they that we are exposed to like 99% of times? Isn't it like gas, the air, combination of gas?
Yeah.
So we make rules based off that because we are in there.
So if in the air, certain things go downward.
Before you say this, can I say another thing? If like we were fishes, we were in the water, we would have came up with like many crazy things in the water, but not so much explanation in the air, right?
Right.
It's like relative to what we like do.
Right. So the environment, the environment that you're in, you're going to be describing things in the environment that you're in. No problem. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. The problem that I do have is that why did we all of a sudden invoke this idea of gravity when it's never applied in any of these scenarios?
Gravity.
Yeah.
Well, it's just I think it's just a name that normal people could use.
Okay, what is that name supposed to be ascribed to? What are we naming gravity?
What are we naming gravity? Like, for example, it's our what is it called? Our force of. So based on believing in gravity, right? How much force is applied from the Earth to us?
Zero.
Relative to our mass, right? That's gravity, right? That's a weight, right?
No, mass is sort of ambiguous. It's undefined. People use the term all the time, but it actually really doesn't have much of a meaning. You'll get two definitions for it. One of them is resistance to acceleration. That just so happens to be the same definition for inertia. And then the other one is the amount of matter within a given volume. But then we also find out that that doesn't actually describe anything. It's kind of just this ambiguous description of nothing, the amount of. So you give a value of the amount of, even if they could count all the molecules within a given area, it still would not equal mass. So mass is a description, the amount of matter. It doesn't really have any mechanical or physical ability to do anything. Usually, mass is described in terms where they use like weight. Usually, mass is like kilograms. Well, that's another description. So the descriptions don't do things. They don't have any force to them.
So you seem to have like problem with many fundamental stuff of the physics, right? Like what is mass? What is the weight? What is gravity, right? So what should we do about this, in your opinion? Like, what should we change?
Well, just stop using the terms. I mean, you don't have to use gravity as an excuse for anything when it doesn't exist. I don't know. I mean, gravity has been like this catch-all ambiguous term that does a lot of different things, it turns out. It forms gas into balls in vacuums, except nobody ever sees that happen.
okay, but what should we call it, in your opinion?
I don't think we have to use it at all. We don't use it for anything anyways.
Really? In physics, we use it.
Okay, so in physics, when do you use big G?
When they want to weight something in another planet, okay, for example, the moon, they estimate that it's like 4.5.
Yeah, there's no planet called the moon. We see a moon up in the sky. It was full last night. Yeah, but in physics, see, once again, this is, when you say physics, nobody has done anything on the moon physically ever.
But they estimate it, right?
Well, you can estimate something, but when your estimation is based on the idea that the moon is this ball rock that is 250,000 miles away from the ball Earth in the solar system, right? All these ideas, these are all assumptions. So how do you estimate a bunch of things based on assumptions of a bunch of things?
Well, that's just a part of physics. That's not touchable, right? They're estimating stuff.
When we talk about physics, so it's not physical. This physics is actually not physical. So it's just guesswork. Just like Michio Kaku said, it's guesswork. You're just guessing.
Yeah, but they want to curious, like what's in there. They're estimating the most realistic thing. It's a physical thing, a ball right there in the sky, in the Earth's orbit, right?
Okay, well, let's see how physical this is. So in physical reality, what we should experience is a drop over distance on the Earth so that it's a ball. But there's no drop over distance that indicates that we live on a ball. So all of a sudden, the baseline for all of these guesses that we have, these assumptions, these calculations, these estimations, there's no foundation for it because the Earth isn't a ball of a certain size, and there's no mass, quote unquote, of that ball. So the whole thing is BS from the beginning.
But for example, the thing that I came up with in this part couldn't be the numbers that you're measuring with. Couldn't those be wrong? And the what is it called? The measurement methods be right, but the numbers, the values that you give them, they could be.
We don't give them any values. They give us the value. The Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles in radius. Now, if you're saying that's wrong, then the entire cosmology is wrong.
No, it might be I don't know, a wrong calculation. Couldn't it be?
No, not calculation, measurement. We need to measure the Earth. We don't calculate the size of the Earth, especially if we don't have drop over distance in reality.
What is it called? The circumference of the Earth, right?
Yeah, that's a value. Now, where is that drop over distance in reality? That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, so even the values for that are given by, you call them. You mean, I don't know, NASA or something. But do they give the values for that as well?
Yeah, they give the values for the size of a ball Earth. What I'm trying to tell you is those values, when we check those values, when we go out into the actual reality that we live on, the Earth that we're standing on, and we measure over the water and we look for that curvature anywhere, there is none, zero.
So
what's also curious is that people who measure the Earth, let's say the surveyors, well, they measure it flat as well. All of their baselines for their measurements, altitudes from sea level. Sea level is a horizontal flat datum. So they're even using the Earth as flat to get their measurements, because otherwise I would see a datum that shows the curvature and then somehow the relation of the terrain to that curvature. Although I think it would be quite difficult to get any kind of elevation profiles against a curve already, But it could be done. But they'd have to change their datum constantly.
Okay. I think it's reasonable to consider whatever you are flat. It is reasonable, isn't it?
It's reasonable to consider the Earth as flat?
No,
I would say
wherever
so.
you are. No, like for example, because it seems flat, isn't it? It seems flat.
Well, not only does it seem that way, it's measured that way too. You understand? It's not a matter of whether or not it seems that way. It's measured that way.
It's measured. The whole Earth is measured that way, or
Yes.
only on
the whole Earth? Yes.
Is measured flat.
Yes.
And how much is it?
How flat is it? Well, sea level is 0. So there's 0 curvature, 0 drop over distance across the entire sea level. That doesn't work very well for a ball, because 70% of the Earth's surface is water.
So they measured the whole. What is it called? I can't say this in like the middle circle of the Earth. Like we should have that measurement to study the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah. So the entire what you would call the northern hemisphere, which is actually just one big giant elevation angle to Polaris, the distance between the equator and the GP of Polaris is an entirely flat plane.
Do you mean from the north? What's it called? North Pole to this South Pole?
Well, yeah, then they double it. I'm just talking about the equator. From the equator, which is 90 degrees to the GP of Polaris, that 90 degrees has a flat baseline all the way. That's one giant circle that is flat.
I don't know about that. I really don't know about that.
Well, that's how they measure it. I'm just giving the information.
So, one sec. The diameter of Earth through its center is 7,926 miles.
Yeah, okay, so that's a value. If we split that in half as a radius, it'd be, nearly 4,000 miles, 3,959 miles. That would dictate that every distance to horizon would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We have tested this claim. The horizon, depending on the day, is well beyond that geometrical limit.
Okay, so how much beyond?
Well, I'll give you an example. So if you're looking in the side chat, this is an observation that has a video with it. So if you want to see the video, I'll provide that for you. Let me just post it real quick. Okay, so I just posted an image. It's 2 minutes after the hour. There's 2 oil rigs in that. The observer's height is 1 foot. It makes everything really easy. In fact, it's less than that. It's 8 inches, but we're going to round up because it makes it easy. So at 1 foot observer height, the distance to horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. In this case, the square root of 1 is 1 times 1.22 makes the horizon distance, or the distance to the horizon, which would be the tangent point on a curving Earth, 1.22 miles. Those 2 oil rigs are distance demarcations. These are off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. They're still there. I think they're planning on decommissioning them, or they're probably decommissioned now. They don't pump oil because it makes a really big old mess. But where's the horizon in relation to those distance demarcations? Is it in front of them, in the middle of them, or behind them?
It's behind them.
Right.
Clearly.
So we can just assume or guess, since we have one oil platform at 9.41 miles, let's just make it a really easy number. Let's say it's 10 miles. So if the horizon is the tangent point of the Earth, it could be 20. Doesn't matter. It's well beyond 1.22, but let's just say 10. If it's 10 miles, that would make the radius of the Earth 262,000 miles in radius. That's further than the Earth is supposedly from the moon. So that's how far off the math is, the values are. When you go from 4,000 mile radius to 260,000 mile radius, that's a lot.
Okay, maybe the mathematics is offset, right?
What do you mean?
Like the math, the values are like offset.
Well, then there's a bigger problem. If the values that they give us are incorrect, then the entire heliocentric model, as you know it, is totally debunked.
But for example, didn't they say like it's 4,959?
3,959 miles. Yeah.
Almost 4,000, right?
Almost 4,000.
They're about 50 times wrong, right?
On this day, yeah, they're 50 times wrong on this day.
So they may be 50 times wrong on everything, but if you multiply it by 50, it might be right, right?
So what you're telling me is the value that they use to give you the distance to the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets,
it's
everything.
4,000 times X. Yeah.
It could be off by 50 times. Like I said, the entire model is debunked. Then the moon isn't the size they say it is. Then the sun isn't the size that they say it is. Then the distance to the stars is not the distance correct. Okay, so then they're wrong about everything. So then they're also wrong, by the way, about the Earth being a ball.
But also the distances across the Earth.
That might be wrong.
Hold on.
I was talking, man.
Except in the case of the... So am I, bro. Like, it's a full room. I didn't interrupt.
I was answering.
Please don't start crying. Like, I just want to say one thing. Damn. Is that all right? Like, before people start crying today? Oh, okay. Like, also, the distances, the spatial relationships, and the coordinate system that we use would also be different, which it can't be because we already travel and validate distances being what they already are. So it can't be something else. It can't be a different value. They're screwed. It's just not what it is. It's like, well, maybe they didn't lie to me because this. Maybe they didn't. No, we're just showing you what we're showing you, bro. Like, hey, you want to reason it away. I don't know why people try to do that.
That's basically whatever he said, man. Didn't add anything.
So then everything's wrong. The distances on the Earth, the distances to the celestials, everything is incorrect.
It might be incorrect. Everything might be incorrect by a
large magnitude.
50 times wrong. Yeah, large magnitude, 50 times wrong.
So
might be.
So you didn't care what I said?
Huh?
If you do that, and if you do that, then the distance between your city and another city can't be the case. You can't just upscale everything. Can't do that.
It might be
You have to accept it just has to be wrong because that's not.
No, I just said it's 50 times wrong. It might be bigger, really bigger.
Yeah, but that would
What you
also
said, what is, you said it's really smaller.
between your address and my address. You don't? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
No, the thing, what I'm saying is that we use some, we might use some values that basically works, right? Which has no problems, because for example, we drive to another city with some information of how much distance is between those cities, and it feels like right, isn't it?
Bro, we're talking about 50 times. Do you buy 50 times more fuel to get from one place to another? Yeah. So you fill up your gas tank 50 times more than you ordinarily do to get to one place to another?
No, I just said this might be true. And
what might be true?
What does that? For example, the radius that you said, 4,000, right? They say it's 4,000, but here it says that it might be 200,000, right?
262,000, yeah.
62,000, even bigger. So we are about 50 times wrong about that. Might be.
Okay. Might be. The problem is that we're not even dealing with the ball yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, this observation debunks the idea that the curvature or the size of the Earth is incorrect. The other problem that you have is that there's no drop over distance anywhere.
Well, how much did they measure without a drop of curvature?
Well, like I told you, from the equator to the GP of Polaris.
Like the whole Earth's diameter.
Pretty much. Yeah. That's nearly 4,000 miles. So a 4,000, you have a circle with a radius of nearly 4,000 miles. That is a giant flat spot. Pi r square that. See how many, I think, millions of square miles of flat that is.
See.
Yo, Flat Earthers. ¿Qué pasa, bro?
Welcome.
So I have a huge question. So is the Earth flat or round?
Well, I'm going to be that guy and say those two descriptions are not mutually exclusive. It can be flat and round at the same time, like a quarter. So you're asking, is the surface of the Earth flat, or is it curving over distance like a sphere, right? Hello? So anyway, the Earth is not a ball, which means calculating or estimating what kind of gravitational acceleration would occur on the moon is entirely irrelevant.
So, amigos, may we discuss more things other than flat Earth or anything less earthy?
Well, there's a lot of different channels in here. This is a flat Earth channel, so we talk about that.
How about speak some about summer and some Latinas?
No, you're going to have to find a different server for that.
All right.
Or at least a different channel.
I was joking, bro, obviously.
All right. So
for real, it's good perspective. I got each word you said. Thank you for explaining.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we don't have any drop over distance. So in reality, the Earth is flat.
Okay, bro.
Well, if I hear you laughing, so do you know who measured the curvature of the Earth?
It depends. Like, I don't think even if it's accurate, bro. But yeah, like whole countries participate.
Okay, how do they do it? How do they do it?
They participated, bro. Maybe airlines they measured it depending on their flying altitude.
Well, altitude is a description of height above a flat surface. So altitude is a flat Earth claim. So the planes fly across the flat Earth? I agree.
We will agree, but there's more profound, more than.
Well, so if you're going to talk about the distance that the plane flies over the horizontal surface, that would be a linear distance. That would also be a flat Earth.
I mean, yeah, but you can't measure it like that, bro. Since like, I don't know.
Well, I'm just using your example. This is your example. I'm using your example. It's flat Earth.
So, in your opinion, it's flat.
No, not my opinion. That's how everybody uses it and measures it, even the people who fly in the planes, as you pointed out.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you in advance, bro.
No problem.
Let me go get some Latinas now. It's time. Too much knowledge.
All right. Enjoy yourself.
Thanks, buddy.
Be respectful.
All right, guys, I'm off to go. Mr. Says who?
Yeah, Deutsch, nice talking to you, man. Come back anytime. We're here 24/7.
Yeah, catch you next time.
Catch you next time. Is it really 24/7? Damn.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. All right.
Peace out, homie.
Thank you for the info. And see ya.
Bye.
I just don't understand why he didn't get what Elijah said. It's very simple because if you scale up everything, then you will have to scale up the distances between the cities and the continents. Yep. And we know that these numbers are solid because we traveled and validated. A similar thing I said maybe a week ago. It cannot be a much bigger ball because we know the distance to Australia, and then Australia wouldn't be in the southern hemisphere. But it must be, otherwise, we will not have the opposite seasons in Europe and Canada, and then the opposite season in Australia. Would be the opposite season to the United States and Canada and Europe and Asia, and then doesn't work. But he didn't get that.
What's up, everybody? You got any globe Earth believers in here?
We know they don't exist. They can't prove the globe, so they just become anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, even though everybody's a flat earther, because, it's just objective reality.
Well, people like to deny reality.
Like, imagine thinking you could go against object reality. It's just objective truth, and it's just wild because we see it all the time, day in and day out. We're like, here's this thing that you can absolutely demonstrate, here's this thing you can't demonstrate. Which one do you think is real? And they'll always go with the one that they can't demonstrate. It's crazy.
Yeah, trying to prove the globe exists is like trying to prove Santa Claus exists.
It's so funny because what is it, NORAD? NORAD tracks Santa. Like, NASA's going to tell you where Santa is. It's just, let's combine fairy tales. Make a fairy tale sandwich.
Guys, good afternoon.
Yeah, you got any flat Earth questions? Do you have any questions?
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, not much as question. More like, I don't know if you guys can hear me well. It's more like, you know, I like to try to convince you that the Earth is a globe by presenting you factual evidence.
Yeah, but you can disprove everybody, all the flat earthers, yeah, by proving the globe. That means
exactly.
You have to provide curvature measurements and drop over distance. You have to prove that water is curving.
Can you see the curving in the sky, like the horizon?
So those are nice points, and we can prove that the Earth is curving just by looking at it. So first of all, we have space exploration, which I know you guys don't believe because of the government, but you can send balloons to the atmosphere, atmospheric balloons, and you can see the Earth curvature. And even today, there are people alive still that they flew to Concorde and they saw the Earth curvature. You know?
Yeah, they're liars.
Everyone is a liar.
Because the Perland 2 glider flies higher than the Concorde, but it doesn't need Mach 2 windows. So there's no curvature at 66,000 feet, higher than the Concorde.
Can you prove that? What you're saying?
Yeah. The videos are available on YouTube.
Well, I have also videos available on YouTube that proves that the Concorde is, you know, you can see the Earth curvature. So I guess it's my word against yours.
It's physically impossible to see curvature from that height. Our eyes are not designed to see that far.
But there are people that have flown the Concorde that have seen the curvature, and there are videos on the internet that show the
human eyes are not designed to see that far.
You guys believe in gravitation? Is my audio clear? Am I audible to you all?
Yes, you are, my man.
So you guys believe in gravitation?
Gravitation?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Mass attracting
Gravity.
mass?
Yeah.
Mass attracting mass? Well, there's no evidence for that. So,
So if you jump, why you come down?
because you're heavier than the air.
And how that works without gravity?
It does. If you're heavier than the air, you will fall down. If you're
And,
lighter than the air, you will go up.
And that concept involves gravity. The concept of density involves gravity. If you were in a gravity-free space and there was some air, if you jump, you won't come down.
Yeah, no, there's no gravity in buoyancy when you're talking about
You are talking
buoyancy
about
and density.
the buoyancy involves gravitation. The mass of displaced you experience equal force to the weight of air that you displace, and the weight involves gravity, like mass into gravity.
Yes, but you have no evidence of that. Do you have an experiment?
The evidence is you simply coming down. Okay, how will you explain me coming down with help of air?
That can be explained by you being heavier than the air. So you fall through it.
But how?
Why does the helium balloon go up?
Because the force applied by the buoyancy force applied by air is greater than gravitational force on the helium balloon. Or you can say
that's right, yeah.
So that concept involves gravity.
Yeah, so you say it's too strong.
To calculate the buoyancy force, you take the mass of displaced air and multiply it with g, that is gravitational constant on Earth, like 9.8, while doing the problems. So you can't explain me jumping up and falling down with the help of air being heavier without gravity.
Yeah, that's little g. That's your weight. You are more dense than the air around you.
Okay, and how does that make me come down?
Why do you fall?
Yeah.
What causes you to fall down? I don't know.
Yeah.
Just your matter, your density.
Gravity.
You have no proof of gravity. It's just a word you're throwing out there without any evidence.
And
gravity
is real. And it's real. How you explain me falling down with my mass?
Can you explain that why these tall structures are still standing?
What's that? Sorry?
These tall structures, these are great monuments on the planet. Why we have that? How they are still standing?
monuments on planets? What?
I think you're going a bit off topic, mate. You need to be more direct to try to persuade them. You need to be more direct, arguments more precise, scientific arguments.
What arguments? What such scientific arguments you are talking about?
You shouldn't be talking about monuments. You need to go straight to the point, otherwise they'll just, say that you are gaslighting.
Let's say that the Wall of China is a great monument, and it's one of the wonders of the earth, and how it is still standing. I said that.
Why don't you tell us? What does that have to do with the topic?
Yeah, I am also saying that what's the density of air have to do with this topic? You guys don't believe in gravity. You said that.
So, may I intervene to say something? So I know I'm not going to talk about gravity, and I'm not, because you guys say it doesn't exist. I'm not even to talk about it, and I'm not talking about the Earth's curvature either, because you guys say it's not real, even though we can see it from space. In which you guys say it's not real either. So I'm going to talk about things that we can actually see for ourselves, everyone. So we can get. All right, is that fair enough?
Yeah, but you didn't answer my initial question that how these structures are still standing.
Honestly, I don't even know what you're on about, so I'm just going to present arguments in which things that we can see, okay, that the Earth is a globe.
After all these...
So, I'm just going to, if you guys, if you could mute yourself so I can just finish what I'm saying.
How do you have a horizon on a globe? Please explain. You're saying that the horizon is Earth curvature. How is it Earth curvature? Please explain how do we have a horizon on a globe?
If you stand on the surface, if you stand in any surface, you're gonna see limits. But the limit is not physical; it's an illusion. So that's far as the surface of the globe that you can see. But if you go further, the horizon keeps going further and further and further as well. That's why you can travel anywhere, and your horizon is going to be at the same distance. It doesn't come any closer. To be always there, like a rainbow, you cannot not go to the to the finish line. You know what I mean? That's why you can go anywhere in the planet, and your horizon will just be there. You cannot really go physically to the horizon.
My eyes are working fine. I only see the horizon, which is a straight flat line, not curved line.
Yeah,
but the horizon should be curved.
It's not
curving. Where is the horizon curving?
If you compare the human body with that,
my eyes are working just fine. Do you understand?
Yeah. My eyes, I see the same thing as you, right? We all see the same thing, but if you stand in any surface, right? If you stand in a really large surface, which might happen to be a globe, and if you are in there, right, you can actually do the experience. If you place a small camera in a really...
Sounds like you don't have any idea how your eyes work. Why don't you do some research here and go and make lots of observations? Go outside in the real world and make lots of observations, yeah?
So you interrupted me and you insulted me. So what I'm trying to say is, if you have a big globe, not a scale globe, but if you build yourself a globe which is about 5 meters in diameter, right, and if you place a small camera on top of the globe that you just built, you'll see that you see an horizon, you see a fake horizon in the small camera. You'll see that a flat surface, even though there is a globe. That's what you will see if you place a small camera on top of a 5 meter, 10 meter globe that you build yourself. You'll see on a fake horizon. In your camera perspective, it will appear flat, but it's not flat. It's a globe. It's a sphere. So that's a physical experiment that you can actually do for yourself. You build a large globe and you place a camera on top. You see the globe as flat, and you see an horizon, but it's not a physical horizon. It's a fake horizon. It's an illusion.
Yeah, you're completely ignoring the size that they gave us.
And literally answered your question.
And how much?
He literally answered your question.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Yeah, you are in.
No, I'm not. I'm answering.
He's actually saying.
I just answered you.
Yeah, and you are interrupting him before.
No, I'm not. I'm answering. He is completely ignoring
if
No.
you compare,
That they gave us the size, and that requires a certain amount of drop over distance. You're ignoring that part.
Who is that keeps interrupting? Someone got him as Chobar. All right, yeah. You're gonna stop that one way or the other.
Sinbi.
I don't care about you, bro.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna care when you don't have your mic, I guess. Continue.
Yeah. So they gave us the size of the Earth. That requires a certain amount of drop over distance. Very easy to figure out. At 5 miles, it's supposed to be 16 feet, 10 miles, 66 feet. At 30 miles, like my Catalina observation, there should be 469 feet of curvature.
Right, I get that. And I already explained it to you that I'm not going to talk about curvature, I'm not going to talk about space because you don't believe it, I'm not going to talk about gravity. So I'm going to talk about, actually things that we see that can prove empirically that the Earth is a globe. I'm going to give you that evidence. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So the first evidence is in Antarctica. And Antarctica is a place, and people go there. I mean, even flat earthers go there. And they relatively not long ago, and they did three famous flat earthers, and what they realized is there was a 24-hour sun, right? So 24-hour sun, the sun was already always in the sky, floating around the sky, always present for 24 hours. That can only be explained in a globe model, not in the flat earth model.
Yeah, what model? What model?
In the model.
Yeah, what is your flat earth model? Present your flat earth model, put it in the chat.
Are you saying that a model is proof of what Earth is?
No, but the fact that...
Okay, then it doesn't matter. Then next.
The fact is...
Bro, you are the one who is interrupting now. You can't let him. You can't let him finish. You're embarrassed.
Who's going to moderate here? Who's that?
The fact that we see a 24
Is that Chobar again, Kate? Yeah. Bye-bye, Chobar. You're not talking in here anymore.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
Yeah, anyway, that's good globe proof. Ruga Peso, you're breaking up, so you're fading off and we can't hear you. So I don't know what's happening with your internet, but you're having a problem there. We do, well, now he's deaf muted. Maybe he's trying to. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So yeah, the fact that we see 24 hours and...
So you mentioned a model. So we want to see the model. Can you put it in the side chat, please?
No, what I'm saying is model in terms of a scientific perspective. That's the paradigm. That's what justifies it. So we have a globe, and it can be justified in the poles, for example, in Antarctica and in Greenland, and in Norway, in Sweden, in the north part of the globe, and in the southmost part of the globe, we can experience 24-hour sun. And we can only see that on the poles, which is why the Earth is a globe empirically, because only in the globes we are close to the rotation of the planet, in which it can be further apart or more closely to the sun. So that's why empirically, just by the presence of a 24-hour sun locations in our planet, we know for a fact that the Earth is a globe. So that's the first evidence.
No, so you're looking up at the sky. So that's not the Earth. So anyway, let's talk about the sun that you mentioned. So was the sun above the horizon for 24 hours? Is that what you're claiming?
Yes, above the horizon.
Okay, and so it's an elevation angle.
I don't even know what you're on about. What do you mean elevation
it's an angle from the horizon to the sun, above the horizon. So the sun is above the horizon. So that's a flat Earth proof.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. But anyway,
it's not a flat Earth.
Can you explain how that proves the Earth is flat?
Yeah, because they're measuring an elevation angle above the horizon to the sun.
And how does that prove the Earth is flat?
Because a horizon is a flat line, a straight line the line of the horizon. So when they rotated, so when they had a camera, it's on a tripod that rotates 360 degrees on a flat plane. So that they're following the sun with a camera that swivels around on a flat horizontal plane for 360 degrees. So the camera is rotating around, and you see the horizon is completely flat all the way around 360 degrees. Yeah, flat Earth. Yeah.
May I answer to that argument?
If you zoom a circle enough, will it look flat or curved?
A circle is flat.
What?
Yeah. I can take a piece of paper. I can take a piece of paper on the flat table, flat piece of paper, and draw a circle. Circles are flat.
I gave you example of circle instead of sphere because it will hard for you to emulate it. I'm just asking, does circle have curvature? Does circle have some radius of curvature or not?
You can put a coin on a piece of paper and draw a circle around the coin. It's flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. A frisbee, flat. Dinner plate, flat. Circles.
It is 2D, but does circle have a curvature?
Yeah, around the circle, flat plane. Yes, the circle has curvature around the circle. Flat plane. Yeah, along a
the
flat
circle
plane.
have. Yeah, and if you zoom the circle enough, will you see the curvature?
Say that again.
If you zoom the circle enough, like zoom into the circle, will you see the curvature?
If you're on the same plane as the circle, is that what you're asking?
No, like suppose you have drawn a circle digitally or on Desmos, and you zoom the circle enough, like zoom into the picture or the graph, will you see the curvature of the circle in the flat plane of your screen?
If you're on the same plane, no, you won't see curvature of the circle. But if you're using a camera that's on a tripod, that circles 360 degrees horizontally around, the horizon is flat all the way 360 degrees around, and the sun is above the horizon. Flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. Yeah.
Can you guys turn on the screen share so that I can show you the demonstration?
You already your buddy it was your buddy that demonstrated it already. He said in the South they experienced 24-hour sun.
My point is different from him. My point is about the curvature that relates to your horizon planes. If you give me the permission of screen share, I can demonstrate with visuals, which you can cross-verify
by yourself too. We don't screen share or put cameras now because it limits the number that can be allowed in the room when you do that.
I was like talking about something, and I finished my argument, and you said something really interesting. I'd like to answer to it. So you said that the sun revolves around the observer, and it's true. The sun does revolve around the observer, always above the horizon line in the Antarctica. And so, just as an observer in Antarctica, we are standing there, and we see the sun revolving around us, going 360 around the observer. But when you go up to the equator, we don't see the same movement. So if you look
inside the circle.
No, we don't see the sun going around.
Because you're not inside the circle.
Exactly. But we see the sun.
Why would you? When you're inside the circle, you have a radius to the edge of the circle. When you're not inside the circle, you have more than a diameter to the other side. So how would you expect to see it revolve around you? You're not in that position. If you're on the equator, if you're talking about summer, then the sun's going to be on the Tropic of Cancer.
So you're going to be outside that circle. Of course, you're not going to see it revolve around you.
Of course, yeah. But we still see the sun and going past many places, around many other places in our planet. We don't see the sun standing still around 360 around the same observer. We don't see that.
It moves, doesn't it? You've just pointed out the sun moves.
Yeah, it does move, but it does move differently because according to
What do you mean it's moved differently? It's moving the same way. It's dependent on where you stand and how you see it.
Exactly. And that's
what do you mean exactly? It's dependent on you, how you see the sun move.
And depending on that, of how I see the sun move, there needs to be a difference in latitude, needs to be different in position relative to the observer. And so, if the Earth was flat, that position will be on the same plane. We will see the sun revolving around those observers in Antarctica, and we wouldn't see different things. What we would see would be the same thing they would see. We'd see the sun going 360 around them, and that's exactly not what we see, as you said. So there we go.
We do see the sun. Sorry, hold on. Your microphone's terrible. Sounds like you got a bumblebee caught in it. I missed most of what you said. So slow down, stop spitting into your microphone, and say it again.
I just said it, and I think I was understood.
Sounded like a bumblebee. You seem to have some misunderstandings and miscomprehensions about what you think is going on.
No, I just proved you again.
So, first of all, do we see the sun move around the observer? For example, right, I'm not going to bother talking to you. If you're going to talk through me, I'll let you speak.
No, you can speak.
Can you guys see the chat?
Yeah, this guy already gave up the ghost when he admitted that model doesn't prove what the world is. So there's no point really in continuing.
Plus, he also admitted that the sun is moving across the sky. So there you go. Yeah, the sun is in motion. Thank you.
Yeah, Earth stationary, sun moves. Thanks for that observation.
That's exactly what is shown in the 24-hour sun. Yep. The rotating, pivoting camera is in motion 360 degrees. The ground underneath the tripod is not in motion. The sun.
Then you're measuring its position, utilizing the Earth as a horizontal baseline or horizontal reference.
No, that's not what I said at all. You're twisting my words.
Well, that's what we're letting you know. So all the things that you've brought up, they don't prove a globe, and if anything, they support a flat.
No, they do, because if the Earth was flat, we'd be on the same plane in space, and we would see the sun 360 them in Antarctica.
In space. See, you seem to be arguing. See, every time I talk, you talk through me. You seem to be arguing about a straw man in your head. In space, no flat earther says the Earth is in space.
No, I'm talking about spatial, spatial orientation. I'm not talking about space. You should listen.
You should be more clear.
Well, I'm talking about spatial orientation, and if you were
okay, so you should be more clear.
You just interrupted me.
You should be more clear.
Are you going to say that again? It should be more clear.
Yes, please be more clear. Speak slower.
Okay.
Enunciate your words better, please. Thank you.
Okay, you said it 4 times. Can you say it a 5th time?
Yeah, can you enunciate your words, slow down a little bit, and speak more clearer, please? Thank you.
There you go. Can you say it the 6th time now?
No.
Okay, then. Okay, good job.
Stop being an idiot. I'm offering you the opportunity to clearly explain yourself, yet you're not taking it.
Okay, so,
Prick.
Can you say it the 7th time? I've heard it enough times.
Shall I just mute you?
Yeah, we're just going to move on.
The conversation now.
I'm trying to present arguments.
No, you're not. You're trying to derail. You're being a dickhead. You're not trying to present an argument at all.
You're just interrupting me.
That's right. I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to turn your microphone off. We're going to talk to the next person because you're being a dickhead.
Well, I have more arguments. You just don't want to listen.
Okay, then you get one more chance to get to them and to stop being a fool.
Okay, so the Antarctic argument. So, us being on the same space orientation. You'd be on the same plane. If the Earth was flat, as you say, we would see the sun. First of all, we would see the sun going further and coming towards us, and we don't see that. Us standing, for example, in Europe, we'd see the sun all the way down in Antarctica, going around circles around them, 360, for the observer in Antarctica. So that's not what we see. We see the sun in many places. We see the sun going around many places in different orbits, right? And I mean, the sun is not orbiting the planet, but I'm doing these. I'm saying these as
slow down.
I'm saying this. I'm taking that as a norm, so you guys can understand that even if the sun was orbiting the planet, the trajectory wouldn't have made sense in a flat Earth, because if the Earth was flat, we see the sun furthering apart from us and coming towards us in a circular movement around the observer in Antarctica, and that's not what we see.
Prove that.
Well, you just need to look at the sun every day.
No, yeah, you see
what it would do.
the sun
Go ahead, Jay.
in motion around the observer if you're lucky enough to be in the Arctic Circle in the summer. Yeah, it moves around you. And what? At the moment, you're expressing a stationary plane with the sun moving. Also, if you're going to want to take measurements of the sun, there will be solar elevation angles and azimuthal bearing angles. Those are vertical angles taken from a horizontal plane and horizontal angles taken on a horizontal plane to give you direction. So everything that you're talking about requires a stationary flat Earth to describe a measure.
That's the convention. You get it? That's the convention we use because it's easier. It's mathematically accurate. The model works.
Yeah, do you understand what I'm talking about, though?
I do.
The convention. Do you understand the convention is an angle?
Because it works for the observer.
Excuse me? Do you understand the convention is an angle measurement?
Yeah, I understand that.
Good. Do you understand what an angle is?
Yeah, I do.
Good. So you'll understand that we won't be taking elevation angles or azimuthal bearing angles from a curved surface.
Yeah, but for us, the observer, that's the convention.
No, it's a measurement. It's a measurement, 1, to give you distance along the horizontal, and 2, to give your bearing direction across a horizontal.
There you go. Jenna, thanks for the convention. That's exactly why you use angles, because it works for us in our small scale. So you can use
the scale is up to, including and beyond 5,000 miles of a horizontal baseline for distance and azimuthal bearing angles. 5,000 miles for practical use for a navigator at sea.
Yeah, but that's the convention.
Yes, to give you distance when you're looking at things like the sun, to give you the time of day and your longitude.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
that's all horizontal angle measurements, dude. You keep saying convention like it's going to get you out of it.
Because when we are in a small scale, as an observer standing on a planet...
5,000 miles a small scale.
You just interrupted.
Because you're ignoring my point. Is 5,000 miles a small scale?
I'm answering to your point. For us, as an observer...
5,000 miles a small scale?
You interrupted my point with a question.
It's 5,000 miles a small scale because you said it's a small scale, which means you weren't listening to what I said. So I have to ask the question again. Is 5,000 miles small scale?
It depends on...
I'm not talking
what
to you.
you're talking about.
I'm talking to you.
So, as an observer, standing on the planet, the mathematics using just angles works. But if you went, for example...
It doesn't, because it's a curved surface. No angle's going to be measured from a curved line. Why are you not understanding this?
Actually, you measure angle with curved.
This guy needs to be quiet in the background, or we can just move on to you and shut this guy up. But I'm not going to deal with both of you.
I'm trying
One at a time.
I'm going to answer.
If he doesn't, if he's not able to defend with scientific evidence, I can.
You're not talking about scientific evidence at the moment, Sunshine.
You can measure angles in 3 dimensions.
That's nice.
if you are not aware about steradian unit, you can search about it. It is defined for measuring angle.
What's an angle? No, okay.
Uh-oh.
So as I was saying, so as I was saying, in our small scale as a human standing on a planet, we use the angles to determine, for example, position of stars. But if you want to do something at a larger scale, we don't use angles and simple mathematics. We use differential equations, for example, right?
Is 5,000 miles a small distance?
Yes, it is. It is a small distance.
That's almost the distance from the North Pole to the equator. That's almost a quarter of a way around your sphere. Is that small scale?
So that's miles. It's 8,000 kilometers.
Is that small scale?
So if you're talking about
quarter of a way around the Earth.
If you're talking about 5,000 miles, is 8,000 kilometers, right? 8,000.
Yes, so for like the 20,000th time before I get really frustrated and annoyed and mute you because the conversation is worthless.
So
this small scale?
No, it's not a small scale. No, 8,000. No, that's not a small scale.
So this is practical use of a distance measurement using an elevation angle. It's not the local scale just down the road. It's across the Earth. Straight line, horizontal measurement between you, the observer, and the geographical position of the thing you're observing. In Antarctica or the Arctic, that's the sun. Same process to find out how far it is away from you at the North Pole when it's circling around the Tropic of Cancer around the 21st of June.
Because when you are there, you take the horizontal as a you take the horizontal line as a complete plane line. That's what you're saying. You take it as a plane line. It's completely flat, and that works. You don't need to measure the Earth's curvature to know that
Exactly. That's literally flat from the North Pole to the equator.
I'm trying to answer, and you don't need to consider the Earth curvature to just monitor the position of the sun or the position of the stars itself.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You don't need to consider the Earth curvature.
Hello, you're not listening.
You're not listening.
Excuse me, ignorant person. Is the Earth curved between the North Pole and the equator?
Yes, it is. But you don't need to consider
Why don't we measure that then with the elevation angle that gives us the distance?
You're gaslipping. You're not even listening.
You're just a prick. Maybe you should just go.
I'm trying to answer your argument. You keep interrupting.
Maybe you should just go.
As an observer standing in a place in the planet, we don't need to consider the Earth's curvature to make simple observations about celestial objects. As an observer.
It's not about celestial objects. It's about the geographical position on the Earth. This is how we navigate the surface of the Earth. The distances that we measure as straight line distances along the adjacent of the right angle triangle we're forming. Have you not paid attention?
We don't need to take the Earth's curvature.
Sorry, have you celestially navigated before, have you?
Yes. And if I talk about astronomy, and astronomy proves that Earth is a globe again.
What process did you use?
But I'm not talking about that. I'm saying
what process did you use? You're going to run away from your claim that you've done celestial navigation. I'm going to hold you to that claim and going to ask you what process you used.
You just keep
run away. Run away.
You're jumping from point to point.
You've celestially navigated before, yeah?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
Because I asked you if you celestially navigated before. You said yes. I'll ask you again.
No.
Have you celestially navigated before?
No, I never said that.
So what the fuck are you talking about then?
I mean, this is being live streamed. You can check it after.
Yeah, I know. I'm the moderator of the room. I'm well aware it's live streamed. It has been for 8 years. Thank you. We've live streamed this conversation so everybody in the world knows what happens in the conversations when people like you make claims and then run away from them, or make claims and have no understanding of them.
Well, for an observer standing on a planet, we don't need to consider
planet,
the curvature
planet?
of the planet.
You haven't proven it yet. You're just begging the question. What planet?
You don't need to consider the Earth's curvature to measure.
You don't need to consider the Earth's curvature when it's a planet and it's
objects because it works for an observer. But
You're an idiot.
But if you want to do space exploration, you don't use small angles. You don't use simple mathematics. Use differential equations.
You are just talking shit. We use steradian to measure angle in 3D, and it is used by satellites too.
Oh my god! Why are you jumping in, dude?
Because you were
talking about satellites.
No, nobody's talking about satellites. What are you talking about?
No, we're talking about being on the Earth and observing things in the sky that go round and round, and how we will measure them.
Because the normal guy, Bob, doesn't need to learn differential equations to predict the movement of stars. He just needs to learn basic geometry.
Sort it out.
He just needs to learn basic geometry because that's the condition.
Your microphone is shit. Sort it out. Leave and rejoin.
The normal guy, Bob, that's your neighbor. He doesn't need to learn differential equations to predict the movement of stars because he can just use normal geometrics.
Yeah, thank you. The normal geometry is a right-angle triangle. I suggest you listen more instead of talking, dude.
Yeah, but that works in a small scale. It doesn't work in a large scale.
No, we've been through this. Half the way around. No, a quarter of the way around your sphere. 5,000 miles, 8,000 kilometers. That's one measurement. If I turn around and make another measurement, double the distance.
You'd have to use differential equations for larger scale objects.
You wouldn't even understand what they were if they jumped up and bit you in the face.
I'm just telling you. I just answered to you. I don't know what else to say, honestly. If you want someone else
differential equations. You just said differential equations a lot.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what are you going to do? Convert a curved line into a straight one for me?
So if you want to, observe large objects in a larger scale, the simple geometry that you were taught in the primary school doesn't work. So you need something much complex that can.
Oh, sorry. No, we don't use differential equations when we do celestial navigation. That's why I asked you.
Exactly. That's why you do simple geometry, because for a normal person, they don't need to learn differential equations.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about normal people. You need to slow down. I'm talking about the practical application of making observations and measuring them.
Normal people don't need to learn a differential equations.
You might find out you sound like a bumblebee, dude.
So normal people don't need to learn differential equations to navigate the stars. They can. They don't need to learn.
What are they called?
What do you mean? Which ones?
No, you need to sort your microphone out. You sound like a bumblebee. It's like the 5th time I've told you.
See, how are you an expert in this? You've never done it. You've never heard about it till today. And suddenly now you're telling people who have done it how to do it and what they need to do. Dude, like, what the heck, man?
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
So I don't know if you guys can hear myself better now.
Yeah, dude, that's way better. That's like tons better. Now, as good as you sound talking, get that good listening now. both things.
So you don't need to learn differential equations to just go across a sea. That's why simple geometry works, because you're in a small scale, in a human scale. You see the horizon line as flat. You consider the Earth as flat, right? You don't need to learn differential equations to do that. But if you want to, for example, consider space exploration, or consider modeling and predicting the motion of spacecraft and celestial bodies, you need differential equations.
Yeah, that's not relevant to what we're talking about, dude. If you're saying when we navigate across the Earth because of our scale, then the simple geometry is fine. Now, I've given you a curved surface from, in your model, the North Pole to the equator, 8,000 kilometers or more. Now, when we make a measurement to one star that's 15 degrees above the horizon, for argument's sake, then we can figure out our distance along a straight line to that geographical position, utilizing a simple mathematical formula. Now, this is all taking place on a horizontal plane.
Exactly.
And the distances can be double the one that I just told you. 16,000 kilometers if I'm to measure one star in front of me at 15 degrees. Then one star 180 degrees behind me at 15 degrees. Now, you have to understand the process that is involved here. It's just a right-angled triangle, an elevation up to talk about, let's say you're in Antarctica and you can see the sun above the horizon. Let's say it's 23.4 degrees above the horizon. And over time, it changes its location. That location is going to be an azimuthal bearing angle, which is also an angle measurement. So the cop-out, which it is, of the geometry of the Earth being too small, is that a cop-out. You don't understand the process that's involved. You started talking about differential equations like it meant something. You have to understand the process. The process
what I'm saying
requires a horizontal Earth.
It doesn't. That's where is your problem. Because you think
Sorry,
it
do
does
you know what the
require...
celestial sphere is?
I know what celestial sphere. It's what.
Okay, define the celestial sphere for me, please.
It's where all the constellations and all the movement of our celestial bodies. That's where they are. That's what they are.
What's in the celestial hemisphere?
Excuse me?
I'll ask the question again. To utilize the celestial sphere, where do we take our measurements from?
Of course, from the horizon. The horizon is a flat line. That's where you only...
from the horizontal plane of the Earth.
I know, you've repeated that. May I answer? Because I know that. And if you consider... Of course, I know that. Yes, and it's flat, but that doesn't make the planet flat.
Thank you. It does make your planet flat because that's how you get your coordinate system, longitude and latitude. That's how you get distances from point A to point B, so you can navigate.
But you're not listening.
Goodness.
But let me answer. Let me answer. The point is, even though we consider it flat, in our small scale... Again. In our small scale, it works, but if you want to do larger things in larger scale, for example,
larger scale will like go to space.
Exactly. You
not
need
relevant to our conversation.
You cannot consider
on the Earth. Flat. Are you saying that the measurements of the surface of the Earth are not relevant to the surface of the Earth?
It depends on the scale again.
Answer the question.
Depends on the scale.
All scales.
Yes, that's what I've been saying. It depends on the scale. If it's on a small scale...
the scale of the Earth, distance is 5,000 miles. Yep, I've given you the scale.
Miles. If you are not if you are on a boat, if you're lost in the ocean, you don't need to consider it as a globe. You just need to, orient yourself with simple mathematics.
Stationary plane.
Exactly.
Yes. When your life matters,
you can do that.
Dude, of course. Shush.
I'm trying to answer.
But you're being an idiot. You're telling me that when it matters, when your life depends on it, you're going to treat the Earth as flat and stationary when your life depends on it.
Well, that's not even though.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Your life depends on it.
No, it's not like as my life depends on it. It just works in a small scale for an observer.
Small scale, yep. Small scale, the entire Earth. You keep saying small scale. How big is a small scale?
You can do it anywhere in the planet because you are small.
So everywhere on Earth is a small scale. So we don't measure the curvature on the Earth on the Earth scale.
No, our scale is small compared to the scale of the planet. It's a different proportion.
We're not talking about how big you are. We're talking about how much of can measure.
Exactly, but if you're small,
we can measure in one go a straight line of over 8,000 kilometers.
If you're small, if you're standing on something really big, the scale, the simple mathematics.
Your geographical position of the thing you're measuring to is out in space somewhere. Are you an idiot? You don't know how geometry works, do you?
Okay. So I know, but you just keep, your argument is okay.
You know what a tangent is?
I'm gonna say so. Your argument is since we use this convention as the tool for local navigation and for us to orientate ourselves through the stars, that means that the Earth is flat, and that one thing doesn't necessarily mean the other. That's what I'm trying to say. We don't just because we use and you consider the Earth as flat for celestial navigation, because our scale is small compared to the whole scale of the planet.
He's just going to say because our scale is small. Like that's an argument.
It works locally with simple mathematics.
Locally, according to you, is everywhere on the Earth. So locally, the Earth is measured flat. Right,
locally, locally in a human size
on the Earth,
standing on the soil, it works.
Are you comparing yourself to an ant on a basketball or something? Wait, idiot! Are you comparing yourself to an ant on a basketball?
I don't even know what you're talking about basketball.
Are you thinking because we're so small, it's like we're an ant on a basketball?
No, that's way larger than that. Way larger than that.
So that's the argument you are making. That because we're so small, we can't measure the curvature of the Earth because we're so small.
We are probably be an ant standing in a planet of the size of Europe.
You're not listening. Can we not measure the curvature of the Earth because we're so small?
No, we can measure the curvature of the planet.
I'll have that, please. Give me the measurements that we can.
Okay, so I answered your argument about celestial navigation. Do you have an answer?
You just made a load of fucking bullshit up.
No,
so we can move on to your measurements of Earth curvature.
But I would like to have an answer.
What? It was bullshit. You don't understand what you're talking about. You just said scale a lot.
But I explained
completely
it to you
bloody irrelevant, my man.
So I explained it to you why we don't use it.
Your positive claim
you say it's bullshit
the curvature of the Earth is measured.
Explanations are not evidence, Ruga Peso. Can you please provide evidence?
Yeah. I mean, I send it.
Let's see evidence at scale. All right, at scale, I want evidence of distance measurements on a ball.
Oh, gosh, man, it's always the same thing.
No, it's not, because otherwise you wouldn't have made a different differentiation between scales.
Yep.
So tell me what you want. Tell me what you want.
What you said. Measurements of the curvature of the Earth. You said we measure it. So show me the methodology by which we measure the curvature of the Earth.
But you were saying a different thing. You wanted evidence for the thing that I said. That's a fact.
You just claimed we measure curvature of the Earth, so we want you to back up your claim. This is getting tiresome.
Or you can say you don't have the evidence and we can move on. Have a happy day.
But that is evidence, and I just presented you evidence.
So you provided an explanation without evidence. We want the evidence. We want to see
data.
An
explanation is a fact.
I want to see data. Data, D-A-T-A, data.
That's what I said in the beginning. I said I was going to give practical, empirical examples that everyone can see.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
Measure.
Yeah, show me data.
Measure.
So one is asking for data, one is asking for measure. So I don't know what kind of data.
Measurement.
Measurement data.
About what? The surface of the planet.
Oh. Yeah, the curvature measure, dude. You're about to earn yourself a one-way trip out of here for being stupid.
So you want the radius?
No. The curvature, the drop over distance. You're not going to be able to give me a measured radius, because to measure the radius, you'd have to dig to the center of the earth to physically measure it. We don't want calculations. We want the method.
The Earth's curvature is 8 inches per mile.
And how is that measured? That's your scale, by the way.
I guess that's it. I mean, listen, we've been asking for evidence of the measurement for the past 10 years as a community. Nobody's been able to provide it. Maybe you can.
He's just going to Google it. That's why he's gone quiet.
But I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it, because so you asked for evidence of the curvature. You asked for evidence of the curvature, and I just gave it to you. It's 8 inches per mile.
No,
so that's the drop over distance.
No, that would be if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,009. And the drop over distance would be 7.98 inches per mile squared. Now, we want the physical measurement to demonstrate that's the truth of reality.
So you want the physical demonstration for this drop over distance? Yeah,
could you? Because you said the Earth has been measured to have curvature. So yes, we're sticking upon what you said. Don't be surprised when we stick upon what you said. You said it.
Okay. So if you want physical demonstration, the best thing.
Why are we putting up with this idiot? He's just lying.
If you want physical demonstration, the best thing you've got is watching boats going on over the horizon.
No, that's watching boats. No, physical measurement. Do you know how to take a physical measurement? Don't just point at things and declare.
So I don't know what you're asking. So
the evidence of your claim. We've said it 5 times. You think that telling us a story about why you think boats disappear bottom up is a physical measurement of Earth curvature? How is this confusing for you?
The thing is,
to have a survey. You know what a survey is? Do you have surveys? Do you have LiDAR? Do you have infrared measurements? And do you have anything like this?
But it has been done by flat earthers. Those experiments have been done by flat earthers.
Here we go. You said the curvature of the Earth
it's known on the internet. They tried to
you said that about 10 minutes ago.
They tried to prove that the Earth is flat, and they ended up proving that the Earth is a curvature.
Excuse me. You made the claim 10 minutes ago that the surface of the Earth had been measured to have curvature. 10 minutes later, we're still negotiating. What is this, some kind of negotiation tactic or saying? If we pay you enough money, eventually you might start bleeding the information out to us in a couple of years? You made the claim, we want evidence of the claim, physical measurements, not your stories. Do you not understand how this works?
Yeah, it's interesting that he acknowledges that flat earthers have made the measurements, but the globe believers have not. So it seems like from your attitude that you seem to have a high degree of confidence with a low degree of ability to back up your claims. You're probably one of those people who's used to chanting these stories, kind of regurgitating knowledge and getting lots of pats on the head and maybe an A+. But what we're asking here is you to go deeper than that and actually come up with some kind of evidence for your claim, because your boats over the horizon fairy tale has been debunked 7,777 times, and that's a low estimate. Doesn't demonstrate curvature. So we're asking for some objective measurements, since we have conclusively demonstrated time after time after time that no curvature is ever measured in reality. So you might need to humble yourself a tiny bit. I mean, if you're a person who's interested in stretching your mind, learning about new topics, you might have to think like, maybe I should listen to the person who's right in front of me and try to challenge myself to actually enter this discussion rather than Googling, why is the Earth a globe, and giving us the first result, which is probably the stupid myth about boats over the horizon. Because that just makes you look dumb. That's why I was calling you that, because it was like, you demonstrated that.
Yeah, that guy Rugopesso's just a waste of time. He's had everything explained to him like 100 times over the last like year and a half. He's from the PNR server. He's kind of bricked.
What's his name? Is he gone?
Rugopesso, yeah, he was gone for most of what you were saying then.
That's fine. I enjoyed saying it anyway. But that's
cool.
It's
for everyone else to hear anyway. Look, that you can never get through to that guy. It doesn't matter what you say to him. He you can explain something to him. He'll come back the next day with the exact same argument.
Yeah, he's like mentally challenged. I mean, that's what I was thinking when I listened to him. Like, if he's a full-grown man, sometimes these people have a deep voice, but they're really only like in 7th grade or something. And then, like if he's like a middle schooler, then he's doing pretty well. But if he's a full-grown man, like he might be mentally challenged, which I guess then we should take pity on them. I don't really know. But he shouldn't put himself up as if he knows what he's talking about. In that case, he should recognize his limitations, and stick with a different topic that he understands better.
Well, the best he gave us was boats over the horizon.
I know, Sporadic. That's why I'm so disappointed. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're back to your Bill Nye middle school VHS tape, Proof of the Globe. I mean, come on, do better.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Pretty good, Alice. How are you? Is it Alice?
I'm good. Where are you from?
I'm from the United States of America, land of the free, home of the brave.
Oh, that's great. I like America a lot.
What do you like best about it?
The people?
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we got some good people over here.
Yeah.
How about you? Where are you from?
I'm from India.
Nice. That seems like a cool place too. I've never been there, but
please come.
Okay, thank you. Invitation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you heard about the flat Earth before?
No.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what we talk about here.
I want to learn about it.
Yeah. So the reason we are here day after day is to demonstrate to people that the predicted curvature that you would see in the real world if you lived on the sphere, as claimed by the military-industrial educational entertainment complex, is actually not found in reality when you go out and measure it. Because there's many reasons. The horizon location, which would be fixed if you were on a sphere, and yet we routinely see the horizon further than that. Also long-distance observations where if you were on a sphere, the curvature would be approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So, like, for example, Alice, one observation that I made that would be impossible on the claimed globe is the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. So you haven't been to the USA? Have you been here?
No, but I would like to ask a question.
Oh, I thought I was talking to Alice. I'm answering Alice. Then we can take your question next. Dramatic, deep voice person. I don't know who you are. Oh, she's gone. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Oh, I really wanted to tell her about that.
Unfortunate.
Who is it? Who's the other
I am
person?
here
Yeah,
to
it's
listen
so
to you.
unfortunate.
That's me. Hello.
Okay. Hello. I'll tell you about the Chicago skyline. So, yeah, you see that picture there, Lux, at 51 minutes after the hour, where it says 52 miles away, should have over 1,800 feet of curvature hiding the tallest building completely?
Well, I'm not a scientist. I don't know the specific.
My question was, only question I asked you was, do you see the picture?
What picture? Where? Your picture?
I'll tag you in there. Yeah, it's in the chat that goes along with this channel.
You mean the side chat? All right, let me check.
Yeah, the side chat.
Tag
Yep.
me. Let me check.
Yep, that's a good name for it.
It's scrolled up the screen now, so
I'll just put it in there again. Might as well. Okay, so you said you wanted to hear about it because I was going to tell Alice about it. So I'll just give you a brief description. And you can go on to your list of questions that no flat earther can possibly answer. Yep, we can get to that as soon as I give you. I wouldn't want you to leave like Alice without hearing the basic arguments. If you're going to distract me by asking me questions about the sky, etc., I just would feel very bad, and I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if I didn't at least get the basic argument out. So yeah, 52 miles, you should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, according to the geometry of the sphere, as dictated by so-called mainstream science, which we would call pseudoscience. But really, this is a mathematical question because that curve is never demonstrated in reality. And in fact, you can see things such as the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan when in fact it should be hidden around the imaginary curve. What do you think about that, Lux?
Oh, sorry about that.
What are you sorry for?
My internet flickered on and off. Did you say something?
What's your question?
Anyway, my question for you is, it's not gonna be a cliche one. Don't worry. I know you've heard lots of questions, but my one is gonna be a little bit different. Okay.
If you ask me some unrelated to the thing I just described, I'm going to be really annoyed that you pretended you didn't hear it and are going on to your irrelevant question. But go ahead and ask it, and then I'll decide if I have to go back and repeat everything I just said.
No, I know what you told about before, and I've watched many documentaries about
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You know it all already. I got you. Yep, so go ahead, ask your question. Okay. Oh, you don't know it all. Oh, I'll make a note of that. Lux does not know it all. We might need to remember that later. Go ahead, what's your question?
I'm not God. Anyway, okay, my question anyway.
He's not God either. Nice.
My question is, during a lunar eclipse, what's casting the perfectly round shadow on the moon? And why is it always round, no matter where you are on the Earth?
That's not true.
How is that not true? Only a spherical object can cast a consistency circular shadow from every angle.
No, sorry, but you need to go learn about the waxing and waning gibbous moon phase, and you also need to go learn about the Selenilian eclipse. And I'm going to post an interesting little example here.
I got something for it already in there. There's a straight line casting a curved shadow, so you're wrong.
Yeah. This one? Yeah, there you go. Take a look.
That might be AI.
That's not an eclipse.
Let me check. It could be AI.
Right. But Earth shadow on the moon is ball Earth shadow on the moon's been debunked tenfold. And it just happened right here, right before your very eyes, so that you can see that it's been debunked, and we'll debunk it every time. Just for you.
How do I know that's not AI?
I mean, if you want to call it AI, you can go and take these same photos. You can do these same things, just like everybody else has in here. And then you can prove to yourself that it's not AI. How about you do that? Seems like a pretty reasonable way to go about it, right? Okay. So now that we debunked that, what's the next thing that might prove that the globe? You got anything else?
Got anything besides looking at the moon when we just demonstrated there's no curvature, Luke?
I'm checking.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Definitely check it. We encourage people to check it. Check the sources. Check it out. All right. Authenticate it any way you need to. Make sure it's good. That's what we do. Boy, this silence is really speaking volumes right now.
Now he's gone, Jenna. Lux.
Oftentimes, the most intelligent thing is head in silence.
You think he'll be back? I think he'll be back. He just couldn't handle the pressure in the moment.
Oh, now he's back. Yeah, maybe he was just having a connection issue. Are you there, Lux?
Yeah, I'm here. I've got connection problems, but I'm doing my research. I'm looking it up.
Okay. Oh, yeah, while Lux is researching, if anybody else has a question or just wants to say hello, feel free to open your mic and jump in there. It's an open forum. Joka, Light, Matador. Anybody? walking tree down there at the bottom. Well, I guess it's a walking bush. It's an escaping bush. That's what it says.
But what's casting the shadow then, and why is it always curved? Hang on.
Are you talking about the eclipse, lunar eclipse?
Yeah, the lunar eclipse.
Biggest question is, can a spherical object cast a curved shadow on a curved surface? So if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a curved ball casting a shadow, we wouldn't have that curve. We'd have what's called as a complex curve, because the surface that the shadow is cast on is curved. So either the moon is flat for us to observe this curving of the Earth's shadow on a flat surface, how it appears, or the Earth is flat, casting a flat shadow on a curved surface. You can't have both, though. So the observation doesn't fit demonstrable shadows on curved surfaces. You've played shadow puppets?
Yeah.
Cool. Now do a shadow puppet on a curved surface. Notice the distortion. If the surface of the moon was curved, we'd observe distortion of the curved shadow. It would be a complex curve. It would be distorted.
Yeah, but how can the moon can't be flat, obviously, right? Otherwise,
Yeah,
the
right.
Earth would spin. The Earth would be doomed.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, maybe this geometry isn't actually taking place. Maybe the Earth isn't a curved surface in between the sun and the moon in some kind of solar system.
I don't get it.
Try and cast a curved shadow on a curved surface, dude, then you'll understand.
Immense brain melt.
Hello. Yo,
Hello.
people.
Yes, who was that?
Deutschlerner.
Yes, welcome. Deutsch learner. Yep, got you. So, did you have any questions about flat Earth?
Yeah, this flat Earth has an edge that you could probably like fall off or something like that. What do you guys say about that?
That's a common misconception that flat Earth has an edge. It usually comes from a misrepresentation of our position, which you may have seen somewhere. So, have you seen a cartoon image of a flattened out disk flying through space? Is that what you've seen?
Yep.
Yep, so that's not us. That's just, even if you Google, I tried searching DuckDuckGo flat Earth because I wanted to see, like, you didn't have anything else in your search history, what would come up. I wanted to see if the, FES would still come up, which it does. Like, it's one of the first results. The standard Wikipedia disclaimer, a bunch of images of what this dude's talking about, and then the FES website, which is totally false and horrible, comes up next. So, yeah, when you look for or even just accidentally find information about flat Earth in the wider world, you usually will find something that is not what we think. We do not claim that we're a disk. We do not claim that we're in outer space. We accept that the Earth is a realm that's flat and stationary, just as it appears. So for this reason, we neither claim an edge nor do we go looking for one. It's unnecessary for our purposes, which is just to demonstrate conclusively that if there were curvature, it would be observable and measurable on the actual Earth where we live, and it's not there. So we just explain, the calculations and observations that show that this is a planar surface. We make no claims as to the outer limits of it, but those images that you've seen are definitely wrong.
So you said it's a circle, but it's like a plain circle?
Gosh, I didn't say circle. I probably made the only thing I could think of I said that you might have heard as circle was surface. Yeah, I think I said I might have said planar surface.
Yeah. I think I heard circle.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I mean, you could rewind if you wish, but I know.
So, Mary Mom,
I did not say
you're
that.
You're going to have fun with Dutch, Mary Mom. You'll have fun with Dutch Learner because he came in before and reset like 5 times. So, good luck.
Okay. Oh, so we're on a reset. All right. Yeah, Dutch. So, anyway, we don't claim the disc. We don't claim the edge. It is a false claim that we would debunk in the same way we debunk the globe. What's your next question? Oh, I guess I'm going to have to address this. I didn't really want to talk about the Flat Earth Society because they're so annoying, but since Deficit is bringing them up and I mentioned them about the search engine I used, because Deficit Doomsday, who I don't even think is in here, we should try to get him in here. So much easier to talk in the voice here. I'll just say come to BC. But anyway, he says LMAO, even Flat Earth Society doesn't say space is fake. Crying face, you trolling. Okay, so we are not the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society, and Over Fences has told you this. Hopefully you're reading that. Over Fences has said it's a parody site made by Globers, totally. You could call it controlled opposition if you want. Yeah, calling it controlled opposition, maybe that's like giving them too much credit. Like, I kind of like that parody site. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's just a joke. Yeah, like they're not serious. They put out straw man models of the flat earth that are easily debunked. They have a ridiculous saying that motto that they have members from around the globe. I mean, they're just a joke. They're just out there to give people misinformation so that they don't find their way to places like this where people are going to give them the objective information about how the earth measures flat and how you yourself can go out and make a long distance observation for yourself. If you're not living in a place where that's currently convenient for you, if you're in a landlocked area, for example, and you aren't able to easily travel or can't find a large lake, you can study the multiple flat earth observations that we and many others have compiled. You could start to look at their meticulously detailed methodology for doing that and then make a plan. And one day when you're able to, you would be able to travel and make your own observations. But, that's just ideal. Really, it's kind of like once you start looking into them, you kind of realize like, yeah, these are so well documented from so many different places. And I don't see that from the globe side. I see emotional arguments and fallacies. So, yeah, this flat earth thing's looking more and more real. Does anybody else have another question if Deutsch Learner's all tapped out?
And if I can just add in real quick, Mary Mom, just to kind of further drive the point home about the Flat Earth Society is there's a bunch of different people that all pretend to be the one and only true Flat Earth Society. So you can find any kind of straw man, any kind of parody, any kind of joke, any kind of whatever. And so just for the gentleman who said that, what he needs to do is he needs to actually go find whichever one of those he likes and ask them and not try to make us answer for what he's seen somewhere else. because we take no responsibility for what anybody else says or does.
You know, it's interesting, and good afternoon, guys.
Hello.
And ladies.
Is that Elijah? What's up, Eli?
If I can just interrupt and say, for those familiar, that a true hero has just came in here. Mr. Elijah, good to see you, sir.
Oh, come on. Thank you. The like what Mary Mom was saying with like all they have is a bunch of fallacies. Like that's so true. Like the flat earthers will come out and laser test, long distance observations. I've looked at the globe lore, and what I realized is the only thing a glober has is to go from either affirming the consequent to asking us, well, what do you think is the cause of that then? Because they can either say, well, the earth is a sphere because we see star rotation do this in the north versus in the south, or they can ask, well, why do we see this in the north and the south? So it goes from them affirming the consequent to them asking us why the stars are doing what it's doing, or why the horizon. Oh, if the horizon isn't Earth curved, then why do boats go over the horizon, or why does the sun set? So it only goes from either them making the claim, which we can go, well, that's affirming the consequence, to them just asking us, well, I'm not going to affirm the consequence, so I'm just going to ask you, what causes that then? If you don't know the Earth isn't flat. That's ridiculous. That's literally all we've been dealing with for the last 10 years or whatever.
Yep, for sure. Yep, their sky argument's getting old. I don't know if Cucumber's trying to ask a question. I don't know. You're lighting up there, Cucumber. Did you have a question? I guess they're just lighting up for no reason.
I was muted. Some mods unmuted me now.
Oh, okay, Cucumber. Yeah, hello.
Okay,
Did you have a question?
What you guys were saying that you can't measure the curvature of Earth without digging a hole?
Without digging a hole? I didn't say that. I don't think anyone said that.
Okay.
I mean, we might have said something about, you might have heard someone here say that the deepest hole is 7.6 miles, so we don't know the thickness of the Earth, but we don't usually dig holes. We just make long distance observations on the surface, usually over water.
So you guys agree it is possible to measure the curvature of Earth?
Do we think it's possible to do what?
Measure the curvature of Earth, the radius of Earth. Radius of curvature.
Oh, to measure it, yeah. Do you think it's been measured?
Is it possible to measure?
I mean, I know it. Yeah, I know it's not possible to measure the radius or the curvature because I know it doesn't exist. You can't measure something that doesn't exist because I know for sure that we don't live on a sphere. So, do you think it's been measured?
Yes, I think it has been measured by using simple geometry.
Tell us all about it. Let's see. If you could put your information in the side chat also, that would help. We need to see this evidence that you're claiming.
I already sent them the maps and they muted me after that.
Who did you send it to?
In the chat. I will send it again.
Okay, we'll send it again. Yeah, I wasn't here, so I'd like to see it.
Do you think the max is right for a circle?
I'll take a look at it. He's got an image there at 15 minutes after the hour.
Did he say by use of simple geometry? Because by use of simple geometry, just keeps measuring flat.
You can simplify the solid angle to 2D geometry. while doing the questions or while doing the calculations. It has nothing to do with what kind of geometry I'm using. I'm simply demonstrating the maths that allows us to measure the radius of something without actually knowing the radius. So you don't need.
Yeah, but one of your I'm not digging a hole. One of your angles is out there floating in space. How are you getting that one? Your angle. I mean, your main theta angle, your sine theta. Your theta's out there floating in space.
If you think I know the angle, do you think the math will work out? Like the math is correct if I know the angle. I will let you know how can I know the angle.
Oh, I'll look at that. I mean, it's usually when I am looking at a math thing and like somebody makes a mistake in the first step, I don't really bother. I mean, you want me to look at the rest of it, even though you've claimed this angle out of outer space and it's in your imagination. Okay, I mean, if you really want me to,
you can assume something in maths. Let's say I don't know anything.
If you're assuming stuff, then you're assuming that something that you can't use. Yeah, you can't make an assumption that can't be backed up. No, you cannot.
Okay, I will back it up later. Is the equation correct? Have I done any mistake in it? Is there any part you disagree with?
Cucumber, can you what's the timestamp for this post?
1 a.m. I will reply to that.
Would you mind reposting it? I don't know what 1 a.m. your time is.
Okay, so I replied to it. I will repost it for you.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
If you guys don't believe in trigonometry, I can do it from the Pythagoras theorem that you are talking about.
There's no problem with your mathematics.
There is no
problem with the math.
Okay.
The math is fine. Question: why is it a sphere, a circle?
So if you project a sphere into a flat surface, it will make a circle. I am simplifying down the mathematics. If you wanna do it in 3D, you can use the concept of solid angle. I didn't use that because maybe most of the people here don't know that.
Yeah, no, Cucumber. If I may, sorry, Jedi. I just want to point out that this math here, right? So this is from the looks of it, it's reminiscent of the calculations or the equations used to derive the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet calculation. Okay, so the problem here, sir, is you do have to assume we're on a circle or a sphere in the first place in order to backwards engineer what R would be. Okay, number one, and number two, theta in this case, right, would be effectively the angle that your head would bend down, right? So the angle that your head would bend down to get a line of sight straight to the horizon.
Yeah.
Effectively, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Number one, that angle would have to be measured as opposed to inferred. As otherwise, you have two unknowns. You have theta, which is unknown, and R, which is unknown, and for all we know, not even applicable. Correct. So this is a good formula to have. Hang on. So this is a good formula to describe the relationship between all these things in a purely abstract sense, but it says nothing about actually proving anything.
Okay. So you think we know the X, we can know the X, right?
Yeah, so X is your height. Great job.
We can know that. Okay, what if we point a laser towards the tangent? and measure it using some instrument. Can we do that?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. But then the issue is you actually have to assume that you're on a curved surface to begin with, and not that the horizon that you see is indeed a giant sort of like hump of water if you're doing this over a body of water or whatever that you will intersect at one point. So there's implied assumptions here.
Okay.
It's not a measurement, it's a calculation.
You guys believe in satellites?
What? Sorry.
Hold on. No, you're going to have to concede this point. I mean, are you trying to say satellites are coming up with this stuff that you don't have to? You got two unknowns there that can't be known. That's what they're trying to tell you very politely here. Are you claiming satellites has something to do with this math argument, or are you moving on to another topic?
Yes.
All right, let's hear your claim then. Let's hear your claim.
Yeah. So, do you guys believe in satellites or not?
But before you do, sir, I just want to point out that
actual horizon topic.
Yeah, I just want to point out that whatever you do want to invoke with satellites and stuff like that, you need R, because all the satellites have orbital mechanics and shit, and that relies on R. So you're kind of digging your hole here, getting away from this main thing, which actually would be easier. It's a base axiom.
I am saying you can measure solid angle using satellite, and you can simplify that to the 2D geometry.
That's not the point. That's not the point, sir. You have to have R in the first place. Anyway, please continue.
No, you don't. You don't need R. I literally showed how you can find R using the X. Yes, you can find R without using. You can find R using X and theta. That's the math there.
Sir, that's fine. But the problem is, in order to get the satellite up, out there, right, doing orbital business, right, you need R in the first place. If you don't believe me, go look up the first equation. You need go look up the first equation on Wikipedia or something like that for orbital mechanics, and you need R.
You are talking about the centripetal acceleration equals force due to gravitation, right? But
no,
I'm not talking about the maths. I'm talking if you guys believe the satellites exist or not, because I can use that in my argument for the theta.
This is the problem.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If we believe in satellites or not, no, that doesn't need to be answered. You just need to demonstrate your claim, whichever one that you're making. We can talk about the existence of satellites later.
Satellites are capable of measuring solid angle. This concept is used in geostationary satellite to map out the network. So if you know the solid angle, you can simplify it down to the 2D version of it. And if you guys believe in satellite, they already measure the solid angle. And they also measure the X. We have the two variables. We can know R from them. We don't need to dig down the hole to know R, actually. That's my argument.
Oh, you can prove that the satellite rotates around the sphere, can you?
No. I'm saying...
No, you can't. Sorry, I want to be clear. You can't prove the satellite rotates around the sphere. How are you getting that it's rotating around an R then?
So what do you think? Wait, I'm just literally saying if satellites rotate or not, that's not my argument.
Well, they need to rotate if the Earth's a sphere.
Can they stay at the same place?
What, geostationary? What, above the surface? Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I'm talking about them.
Okay, and what we're going to do, measure an angle. Are we going to measure an angle to it? And then over a signal, get the timing of its... All right, you carry on talking.
We're going to measure the angle and its height from the surface of the Earth.
Okay, right. That's going to be an elevation angle though, isn't it?
Geostationary is rotating with respect to the stars.
No, it rotates with respect.
No, to maintain down. It's rotating in a sidereal frame. I know what that means.
It rotates around the Earth from the frame of reference of Earth, geostationary satellites are stable.
No, they rotate as the Earth rotates, so the satellite is.
Okay, I am not saying. Okay, you guys will not believe if I claim the Earth rotates and the satellite rotates around it. I'm simply asking, do you guys believe that geostationary satellite exists or not? If
it's the word satellite. I'll give you. We can send signals to things in the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
And
they can measure the solid angle.
It's an angle, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is an angle.
Yep.
Angle exists for flat Earth too.
Say that again.
Angles exist in a flat surface too, right? You guys believe in angles. You guys believe in Pythagoras theorem. You guys believe in satellites. I'm using that in my argument. I don't see the problem here.
You've got a sphere in it.
I am assuming the Earth.
Yeah, why? It's nice to assume things and have lovely mathematical follies, right? This is lovely, but we want to get this into reality where the Earth is a sphere. Okay. That's why I asked you for the rotation of the satellite. We let you talk, dude. I'll mute myself. You carry on. We'll let you beg the question and assume things, and we'll listen to you for the next 10 minutes, not prove anything.
Okay. So, do you agree? If the Earth is spherical, if the Earth is, do you agree? If the Earth is spherical, we don't need to dig down holes to know its radius.
Yeah, you need a geometric horizon.
Yeah.
You also need to be standing on the curved surface. You also need to beg the question.
But you don't need to dig down holes.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know. And you were pointing out earlier about pointing lasers across the surface of the Earth. Right, that was really, really good. But for some reason, you started talking about satellites. Now, when we send lasers across the surface of the Earth, we don't see it being a tangent as dictated. I'm sorry. Was I talking? No, it's all right. I'll mute myself. You carry on.
I was acting with you. Go ahead. What were you saying?
If he talks, you're just going to talk as soon as he starts talking and try to say something completely different. What's the point of saying anything to you?
Satellite is not a completely different topic. I was saying you can use it to measure the angle. You can use balloon to measure the angle too. You can use a big mountain to measure the angle too. My point was angle, not specific to anything. So I asked if you guys believe in satellite or not. If not, I would have used another example.
I've been posting pictures of satellites in the chat this whole time.
Yeah, the thing is, remember, whether you have an observer height of 6 feet, or you're on the top of a building at whatever 100 feet, whatever the fuck. Okay, so you have a small X or a large X or an even larger X from from an object flying up there somewhere. However the fuck it would have gotten up there. Okay. The problem still remains mathematically that you just have X. You have to assume R. You have to assume everything is applicable, right?
If you,
so okay, you have you either have a very oblique angle if X is really small, or excuse me, obtuse angle, or a more and more acute angle as X increases. Big fucking whoop. Thank you for kind of narrowing it down ever so slightly, although you still have the issue of R. You have to assume R. You have to assume the entire thing is applicable. Big deal.
No, I'm not. Yep. I'm just saying if the
yeah, you do. You do, sir.
Yeah, I'm assuming the Earth is round to prove that it is possible to measure the radius of Earth without digging a hole if it is round.
I understand, sir. This is the problem. You're assuming R is even exists. You assume we live on a sphere at all. This does not measure. This does not measure R. This calculates R with the underlying assumption that there is one in the first place. This is not what's being asked.
It doesn't even measure curvature. No, it doesn't measure. It's like we've all pointed out. It's lovely mathematical folly.
Okay. What I was saying was relevant to what someone said about if the Earth is round, why we don't know the radius of curvature of Earth. So I was just demonstrating, if you assume the Earth is round, it is possible to find the radius of curvature of Earth without digging a hole to the pole.
Yeah, we know. If you have a height of I above a curved surface, and you measure a distance to the horizon, or you measure how much the horizon dips from eye level when you gain in altitude, all begging the question that the Earth is a sphere and the horizon's the curvature of that sphere. And we know. We just want the measurements of it actually in reality. That's what we've been trying to tell you for the last 15, 20 minutes. You decided to keep talking though.
Okay, now I will continue to why I think the Earth is round, spherical.
Oh, you have a geometric horizon, do you?
I was talking about the horizon point only. Like why you...
Sorry, excuse me, I do apologise. My friend, can you maybe speak a little bit louder? Your microphone's a little bit muffled.
Okay.
So speak a little bit louder for me personally. I'm old and I'm getting deaf.
Okay. You all were talking about horizon, right?
Let's do a real world test and check that horizon distance. How about that, Cucumber? You want to see a real world test that debunks your globe? All right. Yes, you do. I'll take that as a yes. All right. Have a look in the side chat. Okay, I'm just uploading something. This is an observation over a 21-mile body of water. The observation height is 5 foot. This means that on the globe, the horizon must be at 2.7 miles away.
And how can I be sure about you? How can I be sure about your measurement?
The measurement, it's not a measurement, it's an observation.
You are citing numbers.
Sorry? Do you disagree with the distance to the horizon from a 5 foot height?
No, I'm
Do you
just
agree?
saying I'm just saying I'm not sure about your numbers.
Okay, which numbers are you unsure about? We can clear that up now.
Every number that you claimed. I can't.
Okay, what's the rate? Hold on. What's the radius? 3959 mile? Yes?
The radius of Earth?
Yes. Is it 3,959 miles?
I think we study in kilometers. I think it's 64,000 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm talking in miles right now.
I will convert it. We study in SI units.
Okay, so it would, if you want to quickly check, just do a quick conversion and then tell me if you disagree with me, right? If we're going to have to do it the slow way, we can do that if you want.
Yay, the scenic route.
Okay, so
yeah, it's
as I go through the numbers, tell me which ones you disagree with, right? So it should take you 5 seconds to Google the radius in miles.
I did your numbers about miles for correct.
Okay, so the radius is 3,950. You can check my math afterward if you want. Okay, so the radius is claimed to be 3,959 miles. Based off that radius value and the 5 foot height of the observer, the geometric horizon on a globe should be at 2.73 miles away. Are you good at mathematics? Can you work this out? So you can just go to Google if you like, and you can type in Earth curvature calculator and just choose a calculator, and then you can put in the observation height of 5 foot, and it will tell you the distance to the horizon on a globe will be at 2.73 miles away. Are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm there.
Did you understand what I said?
Yeah.
Okay, do you agree with the numbers that I'm throwing so far?
Yeah, but your numbers are correct. Yeah, if your numbers are only correct, if the Earth is a perfect spherical shape.
Okay, so they claim that the Earth is almost a perfect sphere, that it's 0.3, that it's 0.3% different than a perfect sphere. So this distance that I'm talking about would be negligible. So we don't have to take that into consideration when we're talking about the distance to the horizon from a 5 foot observation height. Okay, because it would make the horizon still 2.73 miles away. Do you agree?
At small scale, you need to consider errors about the shape of Earth.
Yes, at sea level. All right. We're just getting down to the basic mathematics. Like DJ is ever so patiently trying to point out, we're talking about decimal places, where in these we're going to be talking about, what, an 18th of an inch? Right, it's irrelevant at the distances that we're talking about. So I like the scenic route, but we've been here for a while.
Yeah, it seems a little bit too scenic. You know, I don't know if I can be bothered going through it all, to be honest. I don't think he's really following. All right, look, I'll just be super quick with it, guy. Here's an observation. Hold on. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is an observation over 21 miles. There's no horizon over the entire 21 miles from 5 foot observation height. Okay, that's impossible if the Earth is a globe.
And
if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, globe debunked.
And where is the place?
Great Salt Lake, Utah. Okay, so I have any information that you need about the location. So here's a top view from Google Maps showing the distance marcation and the location, the yellow line, right? He's standing at where the yellow line is at the top of this image, and his target is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, which is where the yellow line is pointing.
Can you send the link to the video so that I can check the maps?
A link to what, sorry?
Link to the video.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can send you a link to the video. 1 second.
You do realise at this point, mate, DJ's trying to get you to agree with your own math. Right? The math that you pointed out, the math that you gave us earlier. Right?
I haven't done the maths. I will do it by myself and let you all know what I think about it.
I know. But at the moment, we're just trying to get you to agree to the basic mathematics of an Earth with a defined radius. That's all we're trying to do.
I will check the maths first.
Yeah, of course. Please check the math. Yes, but it's like pulling teeth trying to get you to agree to it. You were talking about it 20 minutes ago. It's like you forgot.
I was talking about something different. He's talking in very small scale. That's why I used the example.
Still got a sphere in it. Still the same mathematics apply.
No.
Yep. Circle.
I haven't checked.
This is becoming intolerable now, Cucumber Dude.
Yeah, so Cucumber, over 21 miles, there must be 293 foot of curvature over that distance, which is approximately, what's that? 3 times less than that in meters. a skyscraper, basically, would have to be sitting on the shoreline of the other side of the lake, and you would only be able to see the top of the skyscraper popping out over the horizon if the Earth were a globe. And the horizon would be at 2.73 miles away. But it's not. There's no horizon there, and there's no curvature, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
I will come back after doing the maths and let you guys know what I think about your claims.
Okay.
Sounds great, Cucumber. Yeah, enjoy your math time. Yeah, does anybody else have a question in the meantime?
I got a question.
Let's hear it, Lux.
Alright, so my question is, right, so let's say we had like a drill, right? And we go straight down, all the way down, or in your case, the flat plane. Where do we come out from? What's underneath? Is there an edge, a bottom, another world? What is underneath there?
Sorry, are we making claims to have been to this place that you've made up in your head?
Well, the Mariana Trench, don't you believe in the Mariana Trench, the deepest place in the ocean?
Dude, right, you're asking us about what happened when we dig down beyond the Arianas Trench, beyond the super deep Kola borehole, beyond these places where no man has gone before. You want us to tell you about that? The short answer is, dude, we really don't know, mate. I haven't got a clue. We also don't think the Earth is a disc, so if you drill down far enough, you pop out the other end and fall into space.
So you're saying your entire belief based on something you admit you have no clue about?
Oh, sorry. The belief you pointed out is based on the knowledge that the surface of the Earth is. That's our claim, that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, not claims that you make up in your head.
But it's a bit obvious. We can go down the road. We've got drills.
Go on then, off you go.
Drills, we can go down.
Did they have trouble with this in our last conversation about the borehole that only got so far and couldn't drill anymore? Yeah, off you go, mate. Go and get a boring machine and drill your life away.
James Cameron went down there. He went down there. He did. James Cameron went down there, the Mariana Trench.
Yeah, and did they go beyond that?
Well, he couldn't because there's molten lava down there. He's going to burn himself up.
Brilliant. So, something that we can't practically even do. What?
He can't. He's going to go down there. He's going to burn himself up. It's hot down there. There's molten lava in the middle.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the center of the Earth.
Molten lava?
Yeah, and there's that core thing. There's that hot thing in the middle.
That's a molten iron core. That's not lava.
But what's in the middle then?
Middle?
Yeah,
You've got a sphere type the middle of. We're not claiming the middle of anything. We live on the surface, dude. Right? We're not moles. We don't know what's underground. We're not making claims about what's underground. We're making claims about the surface. So forgive me and us if we get annoyed when you start asking questions that are not our claim.
All right, you can't answer it then. All right, thanks.
Yeah, it's not our claim.
So the question would really be, how come you haven't been to this region? How come you can't prove it?
We're going to burn if we go down there. That's why it's too hot.
Okay, so you presuppose that there's this molten iron or molten rock that will hit and we won't go any further.
Yeah. But if we drill through that as well, we'll go through the opposite part of the Earth.
And your evidence for this is what? Wouldn't the Earth have to be a ball first?
Well, it's a sphere, so if you go down it, let's say if you drill from China, you go down the Bolton thing, and then you go through the States.
Well, friend, the problem is that there's no evidence that the Earth is a sphere. That's the first problem.
All right, but my question is, what's down there? Like when we drill down, what's down there? There's got to be something down there. We've got the technology.
Hold on, friend. The super deep borehole is 8 miles. and then they couldn't drill any farther. So they found dirt, water, mud, clay, probably all kinds of stuff, ice. So that's what they found. That's what's down there. You can go ahead and research the Kona super deep borehole. That's what you want to know.
So we haven't gone down more than 8 miles. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm telling you. Nobody has drilled beyond 8 miles. Nobody.
Oh, come on, man. It's common sense.
Go look it up. You tell me how far they've drilled.
It's common sense. I don't think you even know what common sense means. What?
Is it common knowledge that someone's drilled before lower than 8 miles? Right now, you sound surprised that far.
And what about the Mariana Trench? Isn't that real?
Yeah, of course. It's about 8 miles deep, interestingly enough.
What about the Titanic then? Why did the submarine go boom? Why did the Ocean Gate go boom? Because of the pressure.
Pressure of the water.
Holy cow.
What? How do you fucking survive, mate?
Oh, really?
The more deeper you go, the more pressure, bruv. What you on about?
Yeah, that's what I just
And your point being?
Pressure. So I said that, yeah, you didn't listen, and then repeated what I said, thinking that you were the first person ever to come up with it.
The Titanic has gone way more down than 8 miles, bruv.
No, it hasn't.
Look it up.
It's like a cursory Google search will point this out to you. We got taught this stuff at school, dude.
Yeah, we learned this in school. This is basic geology, bruv. We learned this in the 6th grade.
So the Titanic didn't go further down than the deepest place on the bed. Simple logic will tell you that.
But Mariana Trench, you could fit an Everest in there, and you could put about
seabed. How did the Titanic go further? That's what you said.
My friend, the Titanic is...
Let's check. How deep is the Titanic? How deep is the Titanic gone down?
2.4 miles. The Mariana Trench is much deeper than that.
Exactly. So the Mariana Trench is more than 8 miles, isn't it, then?
No, it's 8,000-ish.
What's he saying exactly for? Right. We're helping you.
So what's more down than that? If we go more down than that, what is there?
We don't know. We've not been there. This is what we said first. Yeah,
but NASA's been out as well. You know everything about NASA, about the solar system and everything.
Sorry,
You're putting evidence on NASA.
I'm losing my patience. Sorry.
Bro, what are you so obsessed with this depth thing for? How is this supposed to help your claim that the Earth is not a ball, or that the Earth is a ball? Because these depths, they're measured from a horizontal. Yeah, your questions are nonsensical. They're incoherent. What about the depth has anything to do with whether or not it's flat or a sphere?
Yeah, because when you go down it, you go down, you're going to come across the molten lava. If you go more down in
there's no
opposite side of the Earth.
That's only in your imagination. I'm sorry. Your imagination is jacked. I don't know what to do for you.
I'll find evidence. Hang on.
Okay. I can't wait to see the cartoon.
Yeah.
It's going to be hilarious. Like molten magnetic iron core. It's such an oxymoron. It's so contradictory. You can't have iron being magnetic at 9,000 degrees, but it stops being magnetic at like 1,400 degrees. So what the hell are you talking about? A molten core.
Still wondering what this has to do with whether or not the Earth is a sphere or not.
That was a good question, says who. I don't think we got a good answer for that one. Well, while Lux is researching, if anybody else has a question, feel free to speak up. We have Mercy, Light, Joka. Junior's bald with a nice little bald profile there. Daz is here. We got a bunch of flat earthers in here. Great to see everybody. Oh, says who? We have the answer. Did you see it in the text chat? He said he's kind of high.
Okay, let me have a look at this. Is it a cartoon?
Oh, no, I'm just saying that. I think that's his explanation for asking nonsensical questions. He said, I'm kind of high. Yeah, I don't think he hasn't finished his researching. Yeah, he hasn't finished his researching yet. He said he's still searching as of 50 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, because I'm sure the questions would be much better if he wasn't high.
Oh yeah, he'd approved the curvature by then, right? Yeah.
Don't be in Discord, just FYI. Okay, cartoon. Great.
Yeah, that's a fancy
okay, so Lux.
little cartoon there.
Hello. So what about the cartoon has been proven to you? Which part about that is part of your claim or question? What's going on?
All right, we can see here it's about 6 minutes it is, and it's showing us like an ocean underneath the ocean. So if you dig deep enough down to the Mariana Trench, there's like another ocean down there because there's gravity, like there's a lot of gravity down there.
Friend, do you think that they're drilling through the Mariana Trench to get to something deeper?
You know Steven Spielberg, the director of Titanic, he went down there. There's a video of him going down there. Did you watch that one?
Who cares? What does that have to do with anything?
Because look, when he went down there, there was no light, all right? And there was no sunlight there because it went all the way down. The sun wasn't hitting there. So it's gone all the way down there. And there was all them weird fishes and stuff like that.
Fantastic. What does this have to do with anything?
And it's way further than 8 miles. It is. It's a lot deeper. You can put a Mount Everest in there. How big is Mount Everest? 21,000 feet, right?
Friend, I'm telling you right now, I went ahead and Googled, which you didn't, and the Mariana Trench is something like 7 miles deep. Okay? What's your point?
How big is Mount Everest? How tall is Mount Everest?
Who cares? What does this have to do with whether or not the Earth is a ball or not?
But I'm saying you can fit it in there, in the ocean, and you still got space.
So what? So what?
When you go more down there, you're going to cross the round thing, the lava.
Hold on a second. Right, so Mount Everest is like 5.5 miles. Mariana Trench is 7 miles deep, so what's your point here?
All right, what's more down there? Let's go even more down. We can go down because NASA stopped doing it, and they went to space instead.
Lux, what does this have to do with whether or not the Earth is a ball or if it's flat? What does this have to do with that?
It's about the gravity.
What gravity?
The gravity, because if it's flat, then the gravity is not making sense. It's not making sense. But if it's a curve, if it's a sphere, gravity makes sense. Like, how can you explain time zones? Do you believe in time zones? Like here in London, it's 9 o'clock. Somewhere else, it's about 3 p.m. How do you explain time zones? Go on then.
Yeah, you really got us there, bro. We never thought about time zones before.
Exactly, I told you.
He's teasing you, Lux. People ask that approximately 47 times a day. People are just bored with it. It's so ridiculous. I mean, people are just... Yeah, the sun moves. It goes to a different place. Then it's morning there. Then it moves some more, and it's morning in another place. What's your point? Works perfectly well on a flat Earth. Not proof for your globe. Next.
All right, but now in Australia it's sunrise and down here is sunset. Look at the sunrises and the sunsets.
It's because the sun's there right now, and not here in Europe. The sun will be here in Europe again tomorrow. Right now it's in Australia area.
But in Australia it's not sunset, it's sunrise at the moment. They're like 12 hours ahead of us. So they've got they're different places on the earth, obviously, right? I mean, if it was flat, where are you going to put Australia? Where are you going to put UK? You know what I mean? How?
Okay, so if you have like a big lake, for example, and you have islands in the lake, you could give those islands names, and then you could go from one place to the other place. Scale that up.
Yeah, all right. But how? We're going from one place to the other place, right? I understand that, but hang on a minute.
And then the water on the lake would be flat and not curved over distance, just like we all experience in reality.
Scaling only changes visuals. It doesn't change physical behavior. If it was flat, we'd have different time zones, different flight paths, and satellite behavior. The physics doesn't match the claim here. So even if you scale like a flat plane, you still can't answer what's below. A scaled up flat Earth still needs a bottom, an edge, or an explanation for gravity. Scaling doesn't solve the hole in the theory.
Well, actually, what we're doing is when we go out and test the actual mathematics that we're given from the globe side, it doesn't match up with reality. Like, they say that over 20 miles you would have to have about 300 feet of curvature over that distance. But when we go test over 20 miles, there's zero curvature consistently, so it can't possibly be a globe.
But if gravity doesn't work, then what's keeping everything from flying away? If we're on a flat plane, there's no reason objects would fall downwards constantly across every continent, every second for thousands of years. That would mean we're in a simulated environment.
Yeah, so that's a globe problem, right? You don't have that problem in reality. Like, if you were on a spinning ball flying through space, you know, you're going to need, like, some magical force to keep the ocean stuck to the outside of the spinning space rock, right? You know, to keep you from flying off into space. That's a globe problem. That's why they need to come up with things like that, right? To explain all of the ludicrous claims that the globe side makes. In reality, why do you think a helium balloon goes upward, right? Because it's less dense than the air. If it was more dense than the air, it would sink through the air. It's very simple. In reality, you only need gravity to have a globe because it makes no logical sense.
No, it makes sense in the third dimension, but if you're a two-dimensional being living on a flat surface, how would you ever prove or experience a third dimension? So how you can't stop making sense that you believe we live in a two-dimensional space, right?
When they make a video game like Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption or something like that, right? They plot it all out on a flat map, right? It's all 3D and you traverse over a flat surface, just like we do in reality. The video game has come to life. Same thing.
Right. Yeah, the video game come to life. I understand that. But when you make a video game, you create a map, a coded environment, and the game comes to life inside that program reality. The game,
but you'll start with a plane,
flat.
right? And
it's
then
made
you start
of pixels on a screen, running on code with no true shape except the one the system renders to.
Okay, bro. Well, in reality, when we go out and test the Earth for curvature, there isn't any curvature, and obviously, water needs a container, right? And then the surface of the water is flat, right? This is common sense. This is what we all experience every single day. If the Earth was a globe, when we went out to test over 10-mile distances, 20-mile distances, 30-mile distances, and so on, right, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature, which we can calculate exactly how much there would have to be but it's not there. It's not there when we go and test in reality. So
common sense also says the sun moves around the earth. But that's an illusion. Force doesn't need a physical container. It needs a force. Gravity is the container. Gravity holds oceans to the sphere the same way it holds your feet to the ground. You don't fall off the earth because gravity curves space itself, not because of some magical invisible wall, isn't it?
No one said anything about a wall, right? You're more dense than the medium that's air, right? Air's a very light medium. If you were a helium balloon, you wouldn't be stuck to the ground. You'd be floating off into the sky, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, but look, go back to the video game, right? Water looks flat too, but that's just how the engine renders it. In higher reality, the coding ruler shapes the world behind the scenes. So when you say the water looks flat...
Yeah, but if you have a pool, right? If you have a pool or a pond or a lake, right? It's, obviously it needs a container. Like a lake is the low spot in the land, and then the water gathers in the low spot of the land, and then the surface of the lake is perfectly flat when there's no wind, right? There's no curvature over a lake. Now we can scale that up to a giant lake or a sea or an ocean, and it's the same principle, right? It needs a container, and then there's no curvature. It's just flat on the surface. And we've tested it and confirmed that there's no curvature. Just like you experience every day, right? What we're claiming is everything we actually experience, right? So we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? And when we see the sun moving across the sky, we say the sun's moving across the sky. Whereas the globe's telling you, the globe side, right, they're telling you everything's the opposite of what you're experiencing. They say it looks flat, but really it's curved. It feels like it's still, but really it's spinning. Okay, it looks like the sun's moving across the sky, but really you're on a ball spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound, and it just makes it look like the sun's moving across the sky. These, they're replacing your common sense with nonsense.
All right, look. All right, let's say you got an ant, right? Put the ant on a football, all right?
Yep.
Now, if you put it on the football, it can't see the ant can't see the curve. It looks flat because the curve I got you. That small scales, right?
Yeah, I get your argument, bro, right? But if another ant, say he's got a little ant buddy, right? And then his ant walks away from him, at a certain point, his little ant buddy's going to disappear over the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so if you take a small section between ant 1 and ant 2, right, you should be able to measure a certain amount of curvature. So the little ants could get out a camera, right, or a telescope, and try to zoom in and see over this distance. And if they're on a basketball, they shouldn't be able to see something that's beyond the curvature of the basketball, right? So just scale this back up to the Earth. We can go to a 10-mile lake, for example, okay? And then we can set up a camera just off the surface of the water, okay? Now, if the Earth's a globe, then it would have to have 66 feet of curvature, like 20 meters, 22 meters of curvature over that 10-mile lake. But what actually happens is when we do that, we can zoom in and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. There's zero curvature, where there must be curvature if the Earth's a globe. Make sense?
You're using low resolution perception to argue against high resolution reality. Just because two ants can't perceive the curve on a basketball or a football doesn't mean the ball is flat. It means their scale of consciousness can't detect the bigger picture. If you apply that to Earth, the lake looks flat because you're still standing inside the system and not above it. You're not scaling it, you're scaling your ignorance here. I'm sorry.
What do you think the horizon is?
The horizon is when you look out in the vast and you see the sun go down, that's the horizon, isn't it?
Yeah. So have you heard about the argument ships going over the horizon proves the Earth's a globe? Have you heard that argument?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I heard about that one.
So just say you're standing at the beach and there's a big giant ship and it's sailing away from you. Okay, what does it go behind? The horizon?
It goes down. It goes from the curve, depending where it goes. Look, look, the ship disappears bottom first.
Behind what?
It doesn't
behind the horizon.
If the Earth was flat, the entire ship from top to bottom would just get smaller but stay fully visible. Right?
Focus on the boat argument.
Focus on your contradiction.
Yo, Mercy, what's up?
It disappears. The more longer it goes, it's going to disappear because it's going to go down. It's going down the curve. It's going to disappear.
Oh, there we go. So behind the curve. But moments ago, you said that we were too small to perceive the curvature of the Earth. Now that you agree that you are able to see the curvature of the Earth obstruct things at distance, you understand your contradiction, right? Can see it, you can't see it.
Depends on the weather.
Depends on the weather. But I thought perceptually, because, we're like ants, we can perceive the curvature of the Earth. But now you're claiming...
Well, yeah, hang on, it's a long way, it is. Like, you're going to see the ship far away.
Let's just say we have some awesome weather for this thought experiment that we're going through right now. Okay, so so according to the globe, right, if you're standing at the shoreline, the horizon should be at 3 miles away, and then the ship should start to go behind the horizon once it goes beyond 3 miles, right? That's according to the mathematics from the globe side.
I'm not sure about the dimensions, right? But let's go through common sense.
No, I get your argument, right? So you're saying that the ship, as the ship goes away, it would disappear over the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can calculate how much curvature there should be. So we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Okay, and there's zero curvature. Because what we can do is we can zoom back in on the boat and bring it back to view. Or we can go test over a body of water where we know the distance to something, right? Let's say we have an oil rig that's 10 miles out into the ocean. Okay, if the horizon should be at 3 miles, that means that we can calculate the oil rig should be hidden by a certain amount behind the horizon. Do you agree with that?
If we know how big it is, the distance of it, then it's possible to calculate that, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. So let me show you an observation using an oil platform. Okay, so I'll just post it in the side chat. 1 second. All right, here.
It doesn't explain why the horizon always rises up to eye level, no matter how high you go.
That's incorrect. Have you ever heard of a dip correction angle? Again, stop talking about things that you don't know. Just seriously.
DC.
Right, what is this? Hang on a minute. What is this video? Now you're calling me ignorant for no reason. They're being mean now. What is this?
Okay, so this is 2 oil platforms. Okay, so the first oil platform's 6 miles away, and the second oil platform's 10 miles away. Okay, the height of the observer is 8 feet. Okay, so we can calculate that on a globe, the horizon has to be at 3.4 miles away. Just over that, 3.46 miles. But because we have the oil platforms there as distance markers, we can tell that the horizon is actually beyond the 10-mile oil platform.
And are you considering...
You're showing me a cartoon pretending that ancient navigators, right? Ancient navigators, modern snipers, pilots, and GPS engines.
Can you see what I posted? I didn't post a cartoon, bro. I posted a video. Underneath the cartoon.
Are you considering refraction?
Yeah.
In your calculations?
Yeah. Sure.
What's further down there? What's further down there? If he keeps going down there, what's down there? If he keeps going with the ship, what's going to happen? You're going to fall off the edge.
What's he on about?
No. What are you talking about? What edge?
Look how far it is, right? Look, that seems like a little cartoon.
The horizon,
I'm not sure it's
the
AI.
Horizon should be, bro. The horizon should be at 3.5 miles. If the Earth's a globe.
No way a camera can see that far away. Look how far that is.
Not on a globe.
It depends on the size of the object, the angle and resolution.
Look how far it is. What you're on about.
The weather conditions.
But where's the horizon? Is it that orange thing, the horizon, isn't it?
The horizon's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Okay, so the horizon's where the water meets the sky.
So is that the edge?
No, that's the horizon.
Oh, we're gonna have to talk to someone else. We've already broken this one.
Yeah.
Right, let's say someone goes on there. Let's say we're going there, right? Hang on. We're going there, right?
No.
We're going that thing, right? The old rig.
No.
How far can it? It's not making sense, bro. But all right.
What? That
Yeah,
you
because your
can
IQ
see,
is 10.
that you can see as far as the optical conditions of the day. That doesn't make sense. What perspective, the angular resolution, or a camera doesn't make sense to you.
Look, this is a geographic horizon while ignoring atmospheric refraction. Yeah.
Is it?
They're ignoring the sun doesn't set because you forgot about the atmosphere.
Sorry.
The globe model predicts this perfectly. It's your flat map that breaks it. You're not exposing the globe. You're exposing your own blind spot.
What map? Our own flat map. What map's that? You make it the map.
This one here.
This one here.
Look at it. I mean, look. How?
It's a video.
But I'm not sure about the exact dimensions. I'm not that very scientific on that. I mean, I'm not a scientist or something, but...
You think dimensions are a science question, do you? Oh, man.
It looks fake. Like, look at the water underneath the oil rig.
It's a video. It's a still shot from...
Yeah, because it's fake.
Yeah, so
what the
it's a full-length, high-definition video, bro. I'll post the full video for you.
Another robot.
Yeah, man. Look, man, I'm going to post the full video for you so you can tell it's not fake. Firstly, it doesn't look fake in any way. Secondly, here's the full video.
Look at the water underneath the oil rig. Look how fake that water is, but alright. Send me the video, I'll watch it all.
Thirdly, you could go and do it yourself. You could go and do it yourself if you had the camera, right? Couldn't you? If you had a camera, you could go to the beach and you can make an observation. Because you said boats disappear, don't you? Like you've seen it before.
Right. But you didn't. I'm watching it now, right? But you didn't answer my question. Let's say we go on the oil rig, right?
Yeah, the oil rig should be behind the horizon. The oil rig should be behind the horizon, not the horizon.
If I go on that oil rig, and if I get a jet ski, if I keep going down there, what am I going to find?
What the fuck is he talking about?
You can't answer. That's why you said what I'm talking about.
Because it's a stupid question. What happens when I get in a jet ski and go further than the oil rig? I don't know. Where are the oil rigs? What's the location? Are these ones in the Pacific? You're probably going to find lots of... Depending on which way you go, you're probably going to find another landmass at some point. What do you think's going to happen, dude?
We're going to fall off the earth, according to you, innit?
No, just pointed out that you're probably going to go across the Pacific to another landmass. But probably not in your jet ski, right? You'd probably be fish food by dinner time.
Well, yeah, I mean, how many oceans are there? Hang on. This is in the Pacific, isn't it?
How many oceans are there?
This is in the Pacific, isn't it, Rob? Hang on a minute, 1 minute. This is in the Pacific, isn't it?
Wow. Why are you off into the weeds, dude? Is your brain that broken you now don't know how many... What the fuck?
I'm a little bit high, but I know what I'm doing.
Dude, no, you don't. It's embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing. You can't even answer my questions. How is that embarrassing if you can't even answer my questions, bro?
We have answered your questions several times. You're still sitting and go, you had a question. It's like you're ignorant of what's been happening the last hour. It's like DJ's been taking his time out of his day to explain to you, and I guarantee you don't understand it. He explained it very simply.
I understand everything perfectly, I do, but I just don't understand the dimensions. But I know what's going on.
Where should the horizon be if you're standing on a sphere? Should it be in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or beyond the two oil rigs? Out of those three choices,
it depends on the time of the day.
Oh shit! Well, welcome to Flat Earth. If the horizon moves around.
Oh my lord.
Sorry, is your Earth getting bigger or smaller? Because what? Depends what the atmospheric conditions are like. There's all, dude. We'd never see the curvature of the Earth. It's all, you're going to say refraction because of the weather conditions. Yeah, it's optical. It's meteorological. It's welcome to flat Earth. We don't see your curvature though, do we? You're making up excuses as to why we don't. Aren't you?
You're making up excuses. No, sorry, here, but all right.
Sorry,
I'll give it a break. Let's give it a break.
No excuses.
I'm going to go drink some water.
Dude.
I'm going to take a break.
Yeah, run away.
To be fair, he did say he was higher than bat balls.
That was quite funny.
I think his brain was taking a break.
All right. Is there anyone that's not a wildling in the chat that would like to defend the globe?
So what you are claiming was different.
Bro, seriously, come on, man. You gotta like turn your volume up or speak louder, and I can't deal with this.
You simply claimed that.
No, it's the same. It's the same. It's still the same.
No, he used laser for the measurement.
Bro,
not the picture.
You've got to fix up your microphone volume. We can't hear you properly, especially with your thick Indian accent. It makes it very difficult.
He used.
Do you know how to turn up your volume? Go to settings, go to volume, turn it up.
The volume is already full. It is the issue with the Linux driver.
Going to be a struggle, but what's your question?
Okay, so the video you sent, he used laser for the measurements to prove his claims, right?
No, it's an observation using a camera.
No. He used lasers. Watch the full video.
Oh, you're talking about the other video. Yeah. So I wasn't talking about the laser segment of the test. I was talking about the observation that was done earlier in the video.
So the observation doesn't explain anything. What explains your claim is the laser measurement.
Incorrect. Incorrect. Let me explain why you're incorrect. No, let me explain why you're incorrect. Okay, how much curvature is there over 21 miles if the Earth's a globe? The answer is 293 feet. Do you agree? Answer the question.
It depends.
What does it depend on? What does it depend on?
It depends on the refractive index of the air at that time.
No, I'm not. Okay, hypothetically, right? We're going to remove the atmosphere. We're in a vacuum. Okay, so there's physically 293 foot of drop over that distance if the Earth's a globe. Okay, now we can add the air back into this situation, right? We don't see any miraging effects, so we know there's not a crazy differential in the refractive index. Okay, so in that case, it can only be a very small amount that we would have to account for. Okay, so where's the geometric horizon in the observation? Where is it?
What you are claiming that...
No. Did you hear my question? No. Where is the geometric horizon in the observation?
Because we haven't reached the point.
Where is the geometric horizon in the observation? Is it there? Or is it not there?
It is simply too small to see from the eyes.
Okay, no. The horizon should be at 2.73 miles. We're looking over 21 miles. Horizons are not small. Horizons are not small. They cover your entire field of view. Okay, so the horizon has to be at 2.73 miles due to the physicality and size of the globe Earth. Right?
What numbers you are claiming might be correct if we were living in a vacuum.
Okay, so you agree that in a vacuum, the horizon is at 2.73 miles.
I will have to exactly check the number, but you might be correct, yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay, so if you add the air back in, it doesn't make the horizon disappear over the entire distance.
No, refraction affects the viewing distance a lot. You can see it in experiment with simple slabs too. And what he was
show me any experiment where or any citation that says the horizon can just disappear entirely over that magnitude of over that distance.
Okay, for that I will need to search.
Okay, good luck with that.
I know what the physics is. Like, I want to know what the assessed cause is once he does find it.
Fatty's here. Welcome. I know we've talked to you before. I think I'm saying it wrong. He taught me how to say it before. Say your name again.
Fadi.
Fadi. Yep, got it. Good to see you.
Thank you.
So Fatty's another one.
Go ahead, DJ.
Fatty's another one that's very confused over this 21-mile observation. Right, Fatty?
Yep.
Okay, so you understand the observation, right? It's just from one shoreline of the lake to the other shoreline of the lake. The buildings that are in the Great Salt Lake City, in Salt Lake City in Utah, aren't part of this observation, so you don't need to keep bringing those up and the height of them. Do you understand?
Yep. I still need to think about it.
Okay.
I'm curious, what is it that you're thinking about? Thinking about ways where the Earth could still be a ball in this scenario?
Nope. I'm thinking about every possibilities.
I think that's what I asked. Possibilities where this could happen on a ball, or possibilities what?
The question, guys, how old is this video? If you know, like.
I guess I didn't understand any of that. Question was, what about the video?
I said, how old is he?
How old is it?
Yeah, like when was it made?
Why does that matter?
Just curious.
Can I ask a question? What the point of flat Earth, discussion? What the point of it?
Oh, we're just pointing out that there's no Earth curve and that the Earth isn't a ball that you think it is.
But why don't planes not go straight then?
The goal is that we're trying to give people information. Maybe they're curious.
Like if plane flies long distance, then why then they just don't go straight?
It It does go straight. We have the black box data from the airplanes. No, they do.
Yep.
They fly horizontal.
From other coast, from America to Russia, they don't go straight.
Yeah, they do.
No.
Well, we have the black box data that shows them maintaining an altitude and that they're maintaining their pitch above horizontal. Okay, straight in what sense? Are you talking about
like
the directionality? Yeah, flat, horizontal, straight line. Yes, they do.
They curve the path.
Okay, can you give me some black box data? Just friend, listen, get me the black box data from the airplanes that you have, and we'll compare them with mine. And you can show me on the axis, the vertical axis, where they're taking an arc path.
Okay, it's a hard thing to do because I'm driving now.
Okay, no worries.
What about the constellations in the sky? Like, why if the world will be flat, why we don't like see all the constellations in the sky?
Why would you think that we would see all the constellations in the sky from our position?
The world is flat.
Yeah, but you're assuming that all the stars can be seen from location on the flat Earth. Why are you assuming that?
Yeah, because the world is flat.
No, you have a picture in your mind of what you think it should be. No, I mean a plate. No, whatever. Okay, so a plane. Yeah, a large plane. How high do you think the stars are?
Like far.
How far?
Far over. A lot. You want like a number?
Yeah, I want the number.
Far from the Earth to the space.
No, I just want you to tell me how far they are from the Earth. How far you think they are?
Like a lot.
Okay, that's not a number. I need a value, bro.
A lot's not a good enough value for you.
Today, no, it is not. A lot is not really a quantity.
This is good shit. I'm dying over here.
Anyone else?
How long you need to look to see the curvature, a little bit curvature of the Earth?
Well, apparently only 1 mile. I mean, if you could differentiate 8 inches.
Why 1 mile? It's not enough.
Okay, how far do you think we should have to look to find it?
I think 12,000.
12,000 miles? Why do you think that?
Because then we will see the curvature.
Do you know the approximation of the drop over distance on the Earth? It's 8 inches per mile square, approximately. That means that a 6-foot tall man will see the horizon, the tangent point, where things start to disappear at about 3 miles. And then it becomes exponential after that. Someone's told you you live on a really flat ball, and you believed them, when in reality, the values that they give us are very perceptible and easily measured. But guess what? We went looking for those, and they're not there. It's not as big as you think it is. The best part of the trick is they said the Earth's so big it's imperceptible to see if it's a ball. And you thought, yeah, that makes sense. So when you go out and you see that the place is flat, you go, yeah, that's what I would expect on a ball, is for it to be flat, which is asinine.
You can make tests with high altitude balloon to see curvature. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Do you try?
And that's gonna. A lot of people have tried it. And sometimes the horizon is convex, and sometimes it's concave, and sometimes it's flat. So it's inconclusive. Have you not seen the footage?
What footage?
The footage of the balloons with the cameras on them.
Then why they say that you can prove with the balloon, high altitude balloon, that the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't know why they would say that. It's kind of stupid since they have in certain situations the Earth is convex, or excuse me, concave. Is the Earth concave now because of the videos that we saw?
Can you explain what that word that you said?
Concave, like a bowl?
Yeah.
Like it, yeah, like a bowl. So is the Earth a bowl now? Should we just cherry pick the evidence and go, sometimes it's a bowl, so now I'm a concave earther. Sometimes it's convex, so I'm a ball earther. Sometimes it's flat, so I'm a flat earther.
Sorry, Cesar, I just want to remind him that people are posting stuff in the side chat to complement what you're saying.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of examples there of the different things people see when they use the high altitude balloon. So we don't need to do that. I mean, people do it. It's cool. But we already know it's flat because it measures that way due to the missing curvature measurements and the missing drop over distance. So that's what he's telling you. You can't use any of that footage because it's all so contradictory.
Then what to believe in? Like, if one group of scientists says that Earth is like round, and other group of scientists said it's flat, and
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
doesn't matter. Hold on, it doesn't matter what people say. What are the measurements?
The measurements you all were talking.
If we don't possess enough knowledge to explain everything.
What?
That's not the other thing. If we don't have the knowledge enough to explain why it's happening like that.
Okay, so you think that scientists are saying that the Earth is curved, but when they measure it, it's flat. And since that's inconvenient, you say maybe we don't have enough knowledge to really know. So they've been telling you something that they don't know for how many years now? A century? 500 years? So they've been lying to you for 500 years.
Yeah, because proof or debunk something in the future, I think it will eventually will happen. That other sciences that will live in the future will debunk all the sciences that lived in the past.
No, this is not about science, friend. I think you're in a category here. This is plain old geometry, and you measure the Earth, and the Earth measures to be flat. It's kind of the end of the story. It's not that complicated. All we need is drop over distance to be a ball. We go check. No drop over distance.
But you said that there is on the other side there is a drop of distance.
Where?
And
can you show it to me? No, the other side doesn't have any measurements.
Some balloons you said that some balloons have a drop of distance and other balloons will not have, like don't have.
Yeah, you understand that just throwing a balloon up in the air is not a measurement of the Earth's surface. That's just whatever the camera captures, depending on how good a lens it is, and blah blah blah. So it's not conclusive. What you should do is measure the Earth. I don't know why you guys avoid this part. Why can't you just go ahead and say, yeah, we should measure the Earth? That would be the best idea, just to measure it. Then we don't have to worry about lenses and all this other BS. Just measure it. So I go with the surveyors. So the surveyors, they're measuring the Earth flat. Are you disagreeing with the people that survey the Earth?
No.
Okay, well, they measure it flat. Don't shoot the messenger. I think, to me, it sounds like a bias. Like, I really want the Earth to be a ball, so I'm only going to select the situations where it appears like there might be some curvature, and that's what I'm going to adopt as my reality.
On the distance in the space, Earth is a ball, and then when you're like living on the Earth, it feels like flat.
No, no one's going to space, my friend. You can't combine cosmology. Been to the space and then turned around and snapped a photo of the Earth. That hasn't happened. The only time that they claimed to do that was apparently from one of the first moon missions. They have one photograph, but that's no problem, because if you take that photograph and you go, okay, well, the Earth is a sphere, so then you actually measure the Earth, and the Earth doesn't have any curvature, so then you can conclude that that photograph is baloney, right? It's BS. It's false.
But you can do the picture by yourself if you will launch the balloon into the space.
I already told you.
Examples for you. We posted examples for you in the side chat where it looks flat.
Are you driving? Are you not looking in the side chat?
Yeah, I don't have like too many. Yeah, I will look.
Yeah, check the footage. Still avoiding the whole measurement problem. Well, sometimes it looks like it's round, so I want it round. Dude, that's a bias.
And then there's people on your own side that tell you, right, that even if it is a ball, right, from that height, you wouldn't perceive curvature. It'd still look flat. From 120,000 feet up. Like experts, the so-called experts are saying this, like astrophysicists.
What you are talking? Are you guys still talking about? We can see curvature of Earth from at a 3 or 4 mile distance.
Well, the point that Says Who keeps raising is that nobody measures the Earth to be curving.
The numbers you all were claiming is for precise instruments and not human eyes. Human eyes is not capable of differentiating that curve.
Okay, so then you're telling me that the optics, what about the optics that we're using? We're not using human eyes. It's an optic. It's a camera. It's a scope.
The camera has limitations too.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that through no optical device can we actually measure any curvature of the Earth. I agree. There's no way to measure curvature using an optical device. You're right.
You can use lasers.
Okay, and do we have any lasers that are showing the drop over distance that you require, that 200 and some feet that DJ was talking about?
The claim that his video was making I can disprove that using a completely irrelevant video and show you what will happen if the laser was directly pointing to the camera.
What?
If the laser,
I didn't catch all that. Anybody else hear that?
If the laser was directly pointing at camera, the camera will have the camera will feel like it is blinded like this. I will show you a sample how it will look if the laser was directly pointing at camera.
Oh, so you just want to, so you're thinking that this would be the consequence of the laser pointing directly at the camera would be, then the camera didn't see the laser, how many, 20 some miles away with no earth curve in the middle of it?
I'm saying that the laser beam was not directly pointing at the camera.
Okay, and what's your point?
So his claims about the measurement was wrong.
Why?
The image. See the image.
Okay.
That's how the laser look if it is directly pointing at camera.
Okay, so how far away is this laser from the camera in this example?
In this example, it is very near, but
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't matter if it's much farther away? Can you get me one? Can you compare apples to apples? Can you give me an example of how it would look at, what was it, DJ, 24 miles away?
I will have to
21 miles.
21 miles. Can you give me an example of how it would look at 21 miles so we have an apples to apples comparison?
So do you think if we point a laser at an aeroplane?
Don't ask me any questions. What I want from you is an example of a laser pointing at a camera 21 miles away so we have a fair comparison. Don't ask me any questions.
You are literally asking for something which I am not aware if it is even available on the internet or not.
Okay, well then why are you making false comparisons?
It's not false comparison.
So a camera that is close to the laser versus a camera that is 21 miles away from the camera is not a false comparison?
It wouldn't lose much of the energy.
You're going to have to quantify and prove all the claims that you're making right now, and I want you to get busy doing it. Your problem is that you come in here and say, nuh-uh, and we say, okay, prove your nuh-uh, then you go away for a few minutes, then you come back with a false comparison. It sounds to me like you have a bias as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of beam divergence over that distance, you know, and the inverse square law and the air that it's traveling through. It's going to include some of it, right? So listen, bro. Listen, there shouldn't even be a line of sight to the laser if the Earth is a globe with said dimensions. There shouldn't be a line of sight. You shouldn't see it.
The calculation which you showed doesn't prove that.
Really? There shouldn't be a 200-mile or 200-foot hump of Earth blocking the laser? You don't think so, huh?
No, there is concepts like diffraction and refraction.
Right, so what all I need from you is to demonstrate the things that you're claiming. If you're going to say nuh-uh, I want you to prove it in real world.
I can find the math for you about how much energy the light loses.
Sorry, friend, I want a real world demonstration. I don't need you to go on the internet, crank out your math machine, and then say, see, the math machine says this is not possible. What I want from you is practical demonstration. We have given you practical demonstration. You have given us nuh-uh and false comparisons.
Which practical demonstration? I'm literally saying the demonstration is wrong mathematically. You are not following the science. You are not following the science of the site itself that you are using for your claims.
This is, I promise you, this is not science. I don't know why you keep conflating geometry with science.
I'm talking. So geometry is not part of science?
No.
And why you think so?
because it's geometry. See how the words are different? Science is different than geometry. One is math. One deals with cause and effect relationships. They're in two entirely different fields of study.
Yes, science!
So you are literally saying math is not science.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Shock horror.
Why would you say it is?
Why wouldn't I?
Because mathematics, I'll tell you why. Because mathematics doesn't follow the scientific method. Within the scientific method, there is no mathematical step.
You use mathematics in every.
Is mathematics science, dude? You just said you do science without math. You can abstract mathematics, but mathematics is not the scientific method. Science is not mathematics. Geometry, shapes, definitely not scientific.
Geometry is not scientific.
No, but give me a hypothesis for a triangle.
What did you say?
A hypothesis for a triangle.
Yeah.
What do you mean by giving hypothesis for triangle?
A hypothesis. A hypothesis. I'll tell you. A hypothesis is a special type of prediction that predicts how the independent variable will change the dependent variable. It's basically a prediction of what causes other things to happen. So give me a hypothesis, a prediction of cause and effect for a triangle.
I can give you how the size of sides affect the angles of a triangle. That's trigonometry.
Yeah, that's math, not science. Thank you. You didn't give me science. I'm asking you to give me science. That's math you gave me.
That agrees with your definition of hypothesis.
No, the definition. Do you require citation? Definition. Step. Did you like that piece of embarrassment, dude?
What?
Jedi, all we're trying to do at the moment is point out to you that mathematics and science are not the same thing. So when we're trying to figure out the geometry of, we won't be employing the scientific method. We're just going to be employing observation and measurement.
All you are doing is pointing out a word which is not technically wrong either, because I haven't studied scientific theories without mathematics. That's the basic part of science.
No, the basic part.
Maths is the language of science.
The basic part of science is hypothesis construction and experiment. Make your prediction of the cause and effect, and then test the prediction in an experiment. That is basic science. What you abstract later from the scientific method, the hypothesis and experiment, your theory, you can add your math in there if it helps your theory. That's fine, but it's not science. Mathematics does not take part in the empirical demonstration of cause and effect through experimentation. That's all we're trying to point out. Please don't try and die on this hill, like you have every other one.
I will just say, without mathematics, there is no point of experimentation. You can't.
Excuse me, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. I can make a hypothesis right now about something that happens in physical, and I will not need mathematics to complete the experiment.
And that will not be accepted in a scientific community. You need mathematics.
Excuse me, would you like to go through it and be the judge? Let's say I make the observation after it rains, the water that was on the floor isn't anymore. I'm going to predict that the cause of the water not being there anymore is a change in the temperature, the heat. So I'm going to say that heat causes water to evaporate. I'm then going to test that hypothesis and manipulate the independent variable of heat to see if it causes water to evaporate. Now, if you've got a problem with that, I suggest you go back to school.
And it will not be accepted without you explaining the thermodynamics of what's happening, and you need maths for that. Your claim is simply
I just
wrong.
need to change the temperature.
No, you need thermodynamics to define what's happening.
Yeah, but I just need to change the temperature, don't I?
You need maths for that. You need You need enthalpy of condensation.
Cucumber.
You need
Cucumber.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a very simple question. When your stove is turned off, your oven is turned off, you can put your hand on it and tell that it's cold. When you turn it on, you can put your hand near it and tell that it's hot. You don't need mathematics to work out heat.
And it gets hot and cold immediately.
Excuse me. This is where I have the contention. You're talking about your scientific theory that's going to come later. You're not going to have your scientific theory with the hypothesis I just constructed before your very eyes and the experiment everybody can do when they boil a fucking kettle. Now, you can do whatever you want later. Now you've done this.
Your paper will not be accepted just based on experimentation.
Excuse me, I've just done a scientific experiment. This is a hypothesis test. We were taught this. I've observed something happening, my dependent variable. I've made a prediction of cause of that happening, my independent variable. I've gone forward in the experiment, kept everything else the same, known as control variables, and only varied and manipulated the independent variable, the temperature, the heat, to see if it causes the water to do something.
And how will you define relation in variables without mathematics?
Later, we can go on to our theory, but it's going to be based on the scientific method that we just completed. Again.
And your paper will not be accepted without mathematics.
Excuse me, if you talk to me one more goddamn time.
Cucumber.
Dude.
Anyways, this was not the point. And
Cucumber, stop for a second.
Yeah.
Cucumber. Mathematics is a tool, a language used within science. You can follow the scientific method without mathematics. That's what Jedi was just proving to you. Yes, we all agree that mathematics is out there. Mathematics is a tool. Mathematics can be used in science. We are not disagreeing with that. But you said earlier mathematics was science, and that's what we're showing you that it is not. That is all.
I literally said that the science doesn't agree with you, and you all started pointing that it's not science, it's mathematics. And what I meant from that is you all are using scientific theories and mathematics in it. So I was not focusing on a particular.
No, you're not. No. Hey, let me ask you something, bro. When people made a prediction that due to the investigation of the diets of people with scurvy, when they made the prediction that if they give them citrus fruit, it might help them, right? And they tested that hypothesis. Did they use any math?
We were not talking about.
Did they use any math? Because they employed the scientific method. Hey, bro. Did they use any math? Did they use any math? Yes, it is. They employed the scientific method.
We are talking about physics.
Hey, are you telling me that they did not employ the scientific method in order to cure scurvy?
We are talking about physics.
Did they employ the scientific method? Hey, did they employ the scientific method to cure scurvy? Yes or no?
Bio is not my field of expertise.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Bio is not my field of expertise, nor it is relevant.
So the answer is yes, they did. The answer is yes, they did. Did they use any math? Did they use any math?
We are talking about physics.
Did they use any math?
We are not talking about bio.
Did they use any math?
Science, you intolerable little man. This is becoming frustrating. You don't answer direct questions, man.
They didn't use any math. They just made a prediction. If we give these people some citrus fruit, we'll see what happens. We predicted that they will get better. Guess what? They got better.
So you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Yeah, good day, sir. They didn't use any math. but they employed the scientific method.
You all are just pointing out the word which I use, and the example that you gave is not relevant. We were talking about the physics and the
It is very relevant.
Incorrect.
We're talking about science. We're talking about science, right? Natural science.
And the science word I used is for the physics that we are talking. We were not.
They were not. Stop, Cucumber. Stop.
Oh,
they were not talking directly about physics. You, my friend, I don't believe are qualified to have this conversation with these gentlemen. Seriously. They were talking about the scientific method, which you keep adamantly trying to tell us that mathematics is required. And these two gentlemen now, both Jedi and T-Dub, have explained to you in a very clear manner that mathematics is not directly required to do or follow the scientific method. I don't know how you cannot understand this.
And the scientific method that I was talking about was related to Earth reflection, refraction, and the solid angles related to it, right? Not about biology. I simply meant...
So now you want to drag it back off to a previous conversation. So you're about half an hour behind.
It is where he started.
Why don't you put yourself on mute? Go calculate the refractive index for the 21-mile observation DJ explained to you, and we'll go on to somebody else because you said you could calculate that. So go for it. Yep, we need you to calculate the refractive index for that observation. Does anybody else have a question?
Yeah, one last thing, Cucumber. Remember, of course, as we kind of touched on a bit earlier, is that you do have to have R in your models for refractive index. Don't forget that.
It's new. The physics.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mike. Yeah, because that would be mean. That would be mean for us to make him go do it and then come back and we say you presupposed R. You're so kind to him. Well, give him a different job then. Give him a different job.
I mean, he seemed to have forgotten that 7/6R is like the standard basic model, right?
What
R's in there, and there's others. But if you dig into the math, because you like math, you'll find R again and again and again.
What do you mean by R in the 7/6 part of refractive index?
R, the letter R, accounting for the radius.
Yep, your radius of the Earth.
Yeah, so you need your radius. You need your radius to calculate.
Refractive index doesn't include radius.
For terrestrial refraction, it does.
Yeah, normally it wouldn't, right? If you're using Snell's law, that's fine. But that, you have two mediums, right? Adjacent to each other, and then you calculate based off the angle of incidence and all that shit. No problem. But if you're going to employ, this notion of refraction in the context that we're speaking, you're dealing with objects over large distances, and most models don't account for or don't even bother with dealing with the temperature, humidity, and all that. They just backwards engineer a number, right? And for simplistic reasons, they just use R and all this shit. So don't forget that. Unless, of course, you can find another model that doesn't have a R, and of course does account for simply humidity, temperature, pressure, etc., then that could be interesting. But good luck with that.
And that is only relevant if you are talking about precise instruments and not human eyes. Human eyes are not capable of differentiating that curvature.
Thank you so much. Right. So thank you so much. So if you find one that doesn't use R, go ahead and work it through, and we'd be very interested.
I wonder if we use lasers to target things at distance as well, because that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so am I allowed to debunk the laser proof? Do you all agree that
the military use lasers to target things at distance? You want to disprove that?
No, I'm not disproving laser. I'm disproving his claims that we can differentiate it using just human eyes.
We're not using just human eyes. We're actually measuring this.
Yeah.
See, this is where you're creating a straw man. You're trying to debunk something that's not claimed.
So
how about Cucumber? How about you've made the claim that refraction is what the problem is here? So how about you take a back seat, go and do your calculations, and you come back when you've got them done, and you explain to everyone how their laser tests are inaccurate due to refraction.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he's just going to need measurements of the Earth's surface to start with.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I literally showed why the laser is not a good test and how the camera should.
No, bro.
I showed how the camera should behave.
No, you didn't.
No,
you didn't. Now listen, bro. Start with the measurements of the Earth's surface, and then we can talk about how light might behave over the top of it if it's a ball. But it's got to be a ball first. You've got to measure it to be a ball first, and then you can use the excuse of refraction, terrestrial refraction.
Wait.
Not until then. Not until then. Not until then. No, I'm sorry. Not until then. Go and get those measurements of the Earth's surface, please.
Ooh, I like T-Dub's assignment for way higher expectations.
I know.
Nice.
That was good. That was really good. I was sitting patiently listening to all of that. And that's really good. Yeah. Go and measure the surface of the Earth, and then you can talk about lasers later. We don't let you beg the question here. Nice, T-Dub.
Does anybody else have a question? We got a lot of new people in here that I haven't seen recently. Buck, CP's here. Welcome. Eluhard. Gaga. Hussein. Look at all these people. Somebody's got to have a question about flat Earth. Joka has lots of questions. Doesn't seem to want to talk to us. Cat with weird mask. Oh.
What are you talking about?
Gaga.
Sorry.
Go for it, Jedi. Tell Gaga.
The surface of the Earth. Is it or is it not a sphere?
It is a sphere.
Have you got those measurements of curvature yet, dude?
Stop the cap.
I can show you the measurements I can show you the curvature from satellites.
No. You seem to misunderstand this, and I don't want you to misunderstand this. T-Dub was very specific in the question that he asked you. He asked you for the measurements, physical measurements of the curvature of the Earth. Something that hopefully we can all verify for ourselves. Don't give us satellite images, dude, please. That wasn't your task. So curvature measurements, drop over distance, deviation from horizontal. Yep, all that good stuff.
Yeah, get back to Gaga. He needs more time. Your assignment is to take at least 20 minutes researching this, please, by all means. So, Gaga, did you have any questions about what Jedi said? Hello, are you still there? Come on, Gaga, save us from Cucumber. Well, she probably got a phone call. If there's anybody else, Close LA, Mercy, Oates, we've seen you before. Welcome back. Tifu, Yug, lots of people in here. Hi, Yug. How's it going?
What do they mean by pictures from space? Can anyone duplicate those pictures?
I could duplicate the pale blue dot in about 3 minutes, I reckon.
Yeah, that's the thing they don't understand. If you can't duplicate a photograph, it's not really evidence.
Hey, bro. The earth is flat and I am Batman.
Hello, Bruce. How are you?
Are you discussing about something about the earth?
In general, yes. At the moment, there doesn't appear to be a topic on the table. Someone's been sent off with an assignment to go and get the measurements of the curvature of the Earth. But at the moment, you can feel free to speak if you wish.
Okay.
What are your thoughts about the Earth, Christopher?
Eh?
What are your thoughts about the Earth? Do you think it's a globe?
I don't know. I didn't saw the Earth from the space, so I can't say it's flat or it's a globe.
Yeah, well, that's what we've been talking about. Yeah, that you actually can tell from the Earth. Yeah, because if you, if you wanted to measure your table, you just measure your table, right? Wouldn't be like, oh no, I gotta be suspended from the ceiling to see my table. No, you're there. We measure it. It measures flat. There's no drop over distance, so we don't need to go up there. Yeah, we understand the concept that there's a claim that they're going up there, and that's why those images are not reproducible, as was just being implied here. I think that was Rayleigh asking that. But the measurements that the Earth is flat, anyone can test those out, and we've done it multiple times.
So, what are your thoughts about the Earth? Is it flat for you, or
flat for me, you, and everybody else, Christopher? That's right. Isn't it flat for you?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, isn't that how you experience it? Flat and stationary? Have you ever seen a globe anywhere except for, a toy store, somebody's living room, or your boob tube television set? Computer screen?
I don't know. Huh? It may be something related to the gravity. No?
You wish, yeah, you wish. Yeah, that's what, Globers come in here. They're like, it's got to be gravity. That'll save me. That'll keep me on the globe, or refraction. Something's got to keep me on my fantasy spinning globe. It's so fun. No, gravity doesn't do it for you. Yeah, I know you think it does, because that is, been introduced as some way to make the illogical seem coherent with a bunch of complicated calculations and claims that can't be verified in reality. But nope, that's not going to make a globe for you. Nope, especially since water doesn't curve, water is level. We know over 70% of the Earth is water. Do you ever go to the ocean, Christopher?
No, I didn't get in the ocean.
That's
I mean, I saw the ocean, from the coast.
Good. Yeah, you just didn't get in it, but you looked at it. Looked pretty flat, didn't it?
Yes, it does. It does.
Because it is. Yeah, at no point does it curve, because that would be illogical, right? For water to curve around a ball and stick there, is that something you've experienced in reality?
Yes.
You have. Oh, you've seen water stick to a ball on all sides and just hang there. You've seen that.
Yes, I did it. I did it.
Stop the cap.
I know, please. That was the best use of that soundbite ever. I mean, now that I know what cap means, my goodness, you never saw that. No way. You never saw it? You never saw that? Water sticking to all sides of a ball?
What?
Have you never seen it in basketball?
Oh my gosh, no, we're back to Cucumber.
No.
Did you find that Earth curvature yet, Cucumber?
Yeah, I found someone who already did the maths,
Hold on. Before you get onto that, I need Christopher to concede that water cannot stick to all sides of a ball, especially while it's just being suspended in air. Christopher, maybe we're not looking at the same thing. I mean, please demonstrate that in the side chat here if you've got it.
Okay. What I have to do? What I have to do?
Show me water curving around a ball and sticking to it in the world. Yeah, you just told me you've seen it. I want to see it. Did you take a picture?
I'm not debating. I don't know. Do you want me? Do you want me to show you if the Earth is circular?
Oh, sure, if you can do that. Oh, no, they don't want that, though. But we've already got Cucumber up to bat. He claims he's got proof of curvature, but if you've got it, I mean, I promise you he's going to need some backup. Yeah, so if you want to go find your evidence of the curvature of the Earth, by all means, go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. As I said before, I don't know for 100% if the Earth is flat.
You don't know? I know 100%, Christopher. How sure are you that you live on a globe?
Yeah, I am like skeptical about both. Both sides. Yeah. I'm skeptical.
So, what's your percentage certainty that it's a globe?
I don't know. Maybe because of the gravity. I don't know much about this.
Just give me a ballpark. It's just, what number comes to mind when you think, how sure am I? Like, would I bet my life on it? Would I bet my life that I live on a globe? Like, that would be like 100% certainty, right? Or so you're like probably less than that. So, like, what percentage would you say?
50.
50. Ooh. I like that one. That's a good one.
He's on the fence.
Yep. Put you squarely on the fence.
Half and half.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can, we send you and others off on a wild goose chase when we tell you to find proof of curvature. Really, it's just a test to see your ability to evaluate evidence, because if you just search that term, you'll come up with a bunch of fallacious reasoning, which we can, go through each one and debunk it for you, if you're interested. Really just depends at this point when you're at the 50% mark, if you're going to follow the evidence where it leads, or if you're going to try to find comfortable excuses to keep you on the ball. I mean, the choice is yours, depends on how strong of a search for truth that you have. A lot of people prefer just to do what's comfortable, so we'll see what happens with you. Do any questions come up? What questions come to mind? Like, where's that 50% coming from? What's your best evidence for living on a globe?
Yes, you see it. The ancient Greeks see it 2,500 years ago. If a ship and you see the sails, and the ship goes down, but you see a sail, a ship, and the sail. You see another sail, and then you see it's around.
Yeah, that was debunked by physics 129 years ago.
Did you hear Rayleigh? Was that Rayleigh? Say it again, because I talked over you. Say it again. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, the ancient sailors believed that because they had no education in physics. But once you learn physics, you realize that you don't need curvature to make objects disappear bottom up.
Yeah, that's what I was just telling Christopher. Look, that guy did it for you. You didn't even have to do a Google search. You do a search, those two lame, heavily debunked, ridiculous, illogical arguments are the first two that will come up. Some Greek dude who was never even proven to actually exist, Eratosthenes, and Ships of the Horizon, was just a child's argument. That's Bill Nye, the fake science liar to children guy, who says that. I mean, nobody who's serious about the topic thinks the only explanation for that phenomenon is Earth curvature. In fact, that's the explanation that you can eliminate from a possible cause, since the Earth is geometrically proven to be flat and there's no evidence of curve anywhere. So therefore, once you eliminate Earth curvature, then you could look into the real reasons having to do with the way the human eye works, angular resolution, and so on. If you're interested, Alucard, we can go into that with you. Are you interested in learning about vision, or do you just like to chant the globe religion?
Hey, Dandelion. Do you think they are like this picture I...
Oh, you are the best. Yeah, like I could not have hired someone to do a better job than you're doing right now. Thank you for presenting the straw man. So that image that you have put up there is a straw man model of the flat Earth. Do you know what a straw man is?
Yeah, but you guys never give us a model, so what are we supposed to do besides straw man?
Well, we have a very hysterical objector down here. Who's that, Oates?
Yeah, I've just never seen a model by you guys. You guys have never dropped a model.
Hey, Oates, can you provide for me the globe model real quick? Just put that in the side chat real quick.
And then after that, get us the universe model. Also.
Yeah, it's not a model, but sure.
It's not a model.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not a model.
Yeah,
I want a model, not a model.
That's a globe.
Yeah, it's not a model. It's verifiable. It's not a theoretical model. It's not a theoretical model. It's not a theory anymore. It's not a theory.
Oates, are you talking about a scientific model?
No, I was talking about from a theoretical
theory. These are very scientific words,
not a theoretical model.
Are you talking about a scientific model?
Okay, sure.
I presume that's what you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so a scientific model will be based on a group of hypotheses. Can you provide the hypotheses, please, that support?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oates is going to be on mute so he doesn't throw himself into the gears. Continue, Dandelion.
Yeah, because I wanted to make sure Christopher understood, that this is not what we claim, your model there. There's so many things wrong with it. One thing is that it appears to be like floating in space. Yeah, that's one thing. Another thing, it has like defined limitations around the edge. It kind of looks like a discus type thing. Hard to see, it's so shadowy there. I guess that's what it is, right? It's like a disc. Yeah, so nobody who's serious about flat Earth makes this claim. This is straw man means it's an argument that is what you characterize or mischaracterize, I should say, your opponent's argument as some kind of simplistic. Usually it's just kind of like a joke or a parody or a meme like that, because then you can easily beat it down, right? But we'll debunk that model you showed there right alongside you. Yep, we don't think that. We don't think that's what the Earth is. So thanks for asking.
So what is the model that you believe?
Yeah, that's what your little non-buddy down there was screaming, wasn't he? Where's the model? Yeah, so why do we need to have a model of the whole Earth would be my first question. I mean, why do you think we need that, Christopher?
What do we think we need that what?
Why do we need a model of a gigantic, very complex system with many interrelated systems within it, in which we are not able, either logistically or motivationally, like I'm not going down there, and I couldn't if I wanted to go try to explore the outer regions. So like, I just accept the things that are right in front of me, and if I need to model a system on a small scale, then I do that. Other than that, don't you see the Earth as flat and stationary? Isn't that how you experience it, Christopher?
Can you repeat the sentence, the last sentence, please?
Mm-hmm.
The question.
Don't you experience the Earth as flat and stationary? Meaning not moving. Seems pretty still, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and then you see the sun moving above you, the moon moving above you, and, you can just deal with the Earth as a realm, as it presents itself to you. Like, you don't have to know everything about everything. usually when people do that, like that's how they dig themselves into holes. And sometimes they get so abstract, like was demonstrated earlier with Cucumber, that they just they play themselves, right? Because depending on what you want to do in the world, you can just do that thing and it works well on flat Earth, since that's where we are. Like the globe thing is just a total distraction. I mean, we all treat the Earth as flat and stationary in our real world, everyday experience, right?
Right.
Yeah, you don't have any reason to think about some spinning globe. I mean, that's just some story they told you. I know they keep flashing it in your brain, so you got it like really lodged in there. It takes a long time to get it out. But yeah, there's no globe. It's not real. It's just a story they told you. There's lots of evidence to show how it's actually a religious belief. That's how it started, a philosophical belief. If you don't like the word religion, it's a philosophical belief with no basis in reality. When you test it, you find it's not there.
Yeah, I don't believe in NASA, for example.
Good start. Good start.
Liar.
You know they're liars.
You don't need to believe. There's a lot of things already happen.
They're getting worried.
Like
They're preaching to you. They're preaching to you, Christopher. They're getting worried. Come back to the Globe Church. Yeah, but they're preaching to you. Don't let those flat earthers get
logic in your brain.
Every time you talk, they're like, "Ooh, we got to keep preaching
Red Bull jumper."
Don't forget about the globe. Oh, the Red Bull.
You will see that
most globe believers don't bring that up anymore because it's such a joke. Like then you're ready for like a torrent of people in the text chat explaining to you why the Red Pill jump is a joke. Like really, Red Bull jump proof of globe curve. I mean, at least he's bringing us that. It's nostalgic, right? It's nostalgic. Yeah, we can see the flat Earth through the horizon. Yeah, we can see the flat horizon through his windshield. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll put that image right up there for you, Mr. U.
Fisheye lenses make a good globe.
Okay.
Yep, there it is. 127,000 feet flat horizon. Done. Proof of flat, I guess, according to you, Umaru. So I'm not done with Christopher yet, but we can get on to your question in a minute.
It's just a picture. You need to show the video.
Okay, Umaru, I just said, put it on the bulletin board. We'll get to that next. So, yeah, Christopher, you were saying before the dude, both dudes are going to preach now, yeah, because it's really scary when someone, like, is at 50%. That's really scary. Then you really got to get the, ladies inviting him to the Globe Church cookie party, just smoosh him right back on there. Make sure you DM him about, Red Bull and how great it is. Anyway, Christopher, what were you saying before they interrupted you?
The Earth looks flat to you in the thumbnail.
Pardon?
Don't you see the curvature in the thumbnail of the video that Umaru sent?
Do I have to watch the video?
No, see the curvature in the thumbnail of the video. Like the thumbnail below the link. You can literally see the curvature.
Okay, yeah, if you're going to use pictures to prove it, then I'm going to use pictures to disprove it. 23 minutes after the hour, flat horizon, 127,000 feet, which they accidentally shot. Yeah, so they have their fisheye lens in other parts. We get it. Yep, we got it. The point is, as Says Who so eloquently explained earlier, none of these are proof of anything. They're inconclusive because they're so widely contradictory. That's why we go to the ground and we try to find the drop over distance, and we do not find it because it's not there.
Hey, what is this video you shared with me?
Who are you asking? What video are you talking about?
Me, Christopher.
I know, but what video?
I know the video that shared Amauro in the chat.
Oh, you want Amaro to bring you back to the globe. Yeah, that's fine. If that's more comfortable to you, if you're not interested in facts, if you just want more fairy tales, science fiction. I mean, if you're just into science fiction, yeah, go for it, Matrix.
How about these gentlemen go and watch this video? And as you'll notice at the start, you'll see the nice little rocket that he's inside of before it takes off, and the camera shows the surface of the ground at ground level. and it is curved exactly the same as it is in the image where he's all the way up there. So surely one of you would have stood back and went, oh my dear, they're using fisheye lenses. Fisheye lenses make things curved so they can compress more data into a smaller space. But since you guys don't want to see that and you just believe that it's curvature, go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah, so these images, allegedly from space, or just, you could just say, off the surface of the Earth, Christopher, they're not going to conclusively prove anything. So that's why we measure the drop over distance from the ground. Do you understand what we mean when we say that?
And why you all think all countries are lying about the Earth being round?
Oh, Cucumber's back with a why would they lie? I guess you didn't find that proof of curvature you were looking for?
I did, and I sent him. He missed the claim about it is just a mirage, which the person disproved. He considered refraction in his calculation, unlike your believers.
Cucumber, you were supposed to go find the Earth curve and measure it. That was your job.
I sent you. I simply can't do the experimentation right now. I sent you the link of someone who did. That's what you all are doing also.
No, stop. Why did you have to jump to another thing? The last I heard, number one, you personally were going to calculate how much refraction there was at a particular test, and I know it wasn't that one. And then second of all, you were asked to go and find the curvature measured, because in order for you to do your refraction calculation, you would need to prove curvature in the first place.
I did find the calculation, and he has considered everything. And,
he has considered everything on the particular laser test that we were talking about, or something totally different altogether.
His own laser test, and used the scientists that consider not scientists.
Where did you post this?
I posted the link. The DJ guy have seen it.
Walter Bislin?
What?
Walter Bislin.
Where is it posted? What's the timestamp? Is this Earth curvature that you're showing us? This is Earth curvature, right? This is going to be the Earth curve measurement?
Yeah.
The shadows from the sun.
No. This is...
Mm-hmm.
See the shadows from the sun. That was only a tip for you. You can measure it, and if you have one stuff and you put it in the ground, and you can see if the sun moves. And you can... Yes. Ich kann es auf Deutsch erzählen, aber das würde keiner verstehen. So I try to explain it in English. If you put stuff in the ground and next stuff, and you see if the sun shadow moves, and so you can move. So the agent Egypt and agent cultures do that. So they move around nearly, but this is 30,000 kilometers. But they was very close, nearly 32 or I don't know. I have to check it up. But if you can do it with the shadow and stuff, and you can also messen.
Are you talking about Eratosthenes?
Yes, about flat Earth.
Yeah, so he begged the question that the Earth was a sphere, and then he affirmed the consequent. Do you want me to go through it?
Yes, that's a sphere, and so you can move.
No, you don't assume sphere in the first instance. You don't assume sphere. You just take the measurement.
No one assumed that. You can
Cucumber. I looked at the measurements that you posted. They assume R with the refraction. We need the R value in the first instance.
That was for a claim of a guy that you need to.
I want you to go get me the Earth curve measurements. I don't want to hear another word out of you. You understand? And so you get the Earth curve measurements. That's when you can start talking.
I sent you the papers. The guy, the DJ guy, have looked at it.
Okay, I'm going to have to do it this way, all right? Okay. To our new player, Eratosthenes. Why did he assume that the Earth was a sphere in the first place and then affirm the consequent? Can you tell me why? Who was I speaking with? Who was the guy?
Wasn't it the guy at the top who starts with an A? Alucard? Was that Alucard? Pretty sure.
Alucard.
Yes.
Can you tell me why Eratosthenes, number one, begged the question that he was on a sphere in the first, and then after that, when he saw two different lengths of shadows, affirmed the consequent that he was on the ball that he already assumed? Can you tell me why he did that?
Yes, of course. You see, the time is changing every day. Because today it's 1845 or 1896 or whatever. The time is changing every day. And so you can check up it, and you only have the perfect time zone when oh God.
What does that have to do with me asking about Eratosthenes begging the question that he was on a sphere and then affirming the consequent with two different lengths of shadows? Why aren't you answering that question?
Please, can you repeat it?
Why did Eratosthenes beg the question of being on a sphere in the first place? Let's make it really easy. Why did he beg the question?
So it changed. The sun changes every day. And so the shadow changes every day. And so yes, you will see the pictures. There are so many pictures.
Okay, so Eratosthenes saw the sun move, and so he assumed that he was on a sphere? Well, then I can just throw out the entire quote-unquote measurement that he performed.
Yes. So everyone can prove it for yourself in the chat here, and you can prove it. So it's yes.
So everybody can affirm the consequent. Meanwhile, they're using a flat Earth to get these measurements of the lengths of the shadows, creating an angle to the sun. So everybody can measure the Earth flat, even though they're assuming it's a ball.
Yes.
Okay, so everyone can measure the Earth flat. Thanks, I appreciate it.
And looking at things in the sky helps us determine what we're standing on. Awesome.
The understanding that Eratosthenes needed a flat Earth to affirm the consequent that he was on a ball. He took an angle to the sun and treated the Earth flat. I realize English is not your first language. Maybe you're not following me. But he needed a flat Earth. It's kind of a problem.
I don't know. Oates had some kind of question earlier. Now he's gone. Never mind. Because I know I told him we'd get to it, but now I guess he's gone. So never mind.
Anybody want me to release the cucumber?
What?
Oh, wow, that wasn't very good, was it? Man, my bad.
Yeah, you can't do double entendres around T-Dub, even if you're not.
I hope this is not on live stream. Boy. Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, well, it'll be all right. Yeah, if anybody else has a question before we go
Why the stars are
now's the
moving?
time. Oh, there we go.
Why the stars are moving?
I don't know why they're moving, but they're definitely moving, and the Earth is stationary.
Because the world is spinning. Yeah.
Prove it.
Okay.
Prove it.
Disprove me then.
Okay, you can't prove it.
Can you disprove it?
That'd be a burden reversal, so obviously you don't have any proof of your claim.
Then why not disprove it?
Well, we don't have to because you made the positive claim. You can't prove it, so that's enough for us to reject it. What's asserted without
Because
evidence?
if you will stand on look in the skies, it's like with your eyes. Just use your eyes.
Oh yeah, use your eyes and see the stars moving. Okay, where's the proof that the Earth moves? I use my eyes. I don't see the Earth moving. Now what?
Because of the stars.
Yeah, the stars move. So I use my eyes.
The stars are not moving.
So the Earth moves because of the stars.
I saw the stars move. I didn't see the Earth move. What are you talking about?
I'm in my car and I see the telephone wires moving. So must be true.
Okay. Is that proof that the thing in the sky you're seeing move is actually not moving and it's you?
No, it's proof the telephone wires are moving.
Star move. All right. So what's the proof that it's the opposite in the case of the stars, that it's you moving? Because all you have is the observation of the thing moving. You see a plane fly through the sky. That means you're moving.
No, look, all I know is I'm in my car and I see the telephone wires moving.
Okay, you're just another clown show. Then you don't have proof that it's actually the Earth spinning around, do you?
I didn't claim
Do you have proof?
No, I don't have any proof that the Earth is spinning around. Same as you.
Oh, maybe I have.
Okay, what is it?
Maybe I will just Google it.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe there'll be proof of that thing that you claimed already before researching it. We'll see.
You will disprove it? What you will do with this information?
There's
if
nothing
it will prove the point.
There's no information yet. Post it.
Do you think?
Yeah, there's nothing to disprove so far. It's just a baseless assertion. You saw something move, but it actually didn't move. It was you. Prove it.
Buddy, do you know what a citation is?
Yeah, I do. Would you post one for me, please?
No, not you, bro. The Glober.
Okay.
I have a unicorn in my garage.
Yeah, it's super easy. If you want to demonstrate the globe, it's like you just go to the source, you highlight the part that says, the Earth is a globe because, and show us the measurement.
Hold on, I need to ask the gentleman who said he has a unicorn in his garage a question. What color is it? It's invisible. Those are the best kind.
Oh, that proves that he has a unicorn in his garage because it's invisible. You can't see an invisible unicorn, so that's proof that there is one because I didn't see one.
That's right.
Yeah, so when the guy was talking about like the telephone poles moving by and whatever, when you're driving down the road, yeah, you know that you got in the car and drove it and did all that stuff, so you have proof that you're moving. Who's got proof that the Earth's in motion, a moving vehicle through space?
Star move, Earth spin.
That's about as far as these guys can ever get.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
I've noticed the base just gets shorter and shorter, and it really kind of, there's never really much citation or evidence these days. At least I don't know. I feel like last year at least there was some effort.
Everything I want. Everything shiny and beautiful and bright. Not like this smelly house. Not like you. I want to go back right along. Janice. Janice, this is where you belong. That's what the house. Your mother and father's only servants there. They lived in the gardens cottage. That's where you were born. That lady Emily Devon was not your mother. She was the lady of the house. You know all this.
Who's hot miking?
Professor Triangle.
I think it sounds like Rebecca. That's my guess. Is that Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier?
Maybe. I don't know. It's Alfred Hitchcock.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. Did Alfred Hitchcock do that movie? He might have. It's a really good movie. Book's even better.
Well, there's nobody else talking. I figured you wanted to hear that. At least Alfred Hitchcock is more believable than the Globe.
Oh yeah, he did do the Rebecca movie, 1940. Very good. Yeah, nice. Don't watch the movie before you read the book, though. That's my advice. Rex like major plot twist. That's totally fun.
I was hoping to hear someone spiral out over trying to prove that the Earth moves.
Yes, T-Dub wants a spiral. I don't know. I mean, you could try antagonizing them some more. I don't know. Cucumber's still here. That would be my best bet, followed by Umaru. Umaru actually was getting closer at one point. There was a slight hysterical tone, so I'd go for Umaru. Hey, Umaru, you got any more questions about Flat Earth?
Yeah, why it's flat and why it's not circle.
Yeah, because it can't be flat in a circle.
On the long distances, it can be.
Okay, backing away from the mic. I don't want to touch that crazy. Might get infected.
Because the Earth is not like perfect circle. That because we have mountains and a lot of like other kind of stuff. Like.
Oh, okay, so it's an English learning server. So what you actually mean is sphere, not circle.
Sphere, yeah. Sphere, it's the same thing. Circle.
No, it's not. It's not the same thing. Do you have any evidence that it's a sphere?
My question is,
I can look it up.
My question is,
yes, please. I forgot to do that. Go ahead.
Y'all sound like adults, right? And I'm just wondering, did any of you even graduate? Because I learned this stuff in like 6th grade.
Yeah, I graduated from college. So what did you learn in 6th grade that I missed? Go ahead. What globe evidence were you taught?
That the world is literally round.
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds so far like you were told that. What evidence did they provide you with?
Well, let's not forget, we have a professional educator in here.
Yeah, how far is the sun?
Well, what evidence were you provided for a globe Earth? So sure, they told you that. Did they teach you any sort of logical argument for it? Did they provide you any evidence?
The Kepler said that it's round.
Some dude said so. Okay, go on.
Teacher pointed at the globe on the desk and said, "Look, that's a ball. That's Earth." And then now that was it. Then they all went out to recess and ate cookies.
And even proved it.
What was the proof? Yeah.
And your teacher said, "Oh, look, here's a map. The world is flat, right?"
No.
So if the world is so if the world's flat, then how come you can go around it? Why don't you just follow
So if
it?
the world's a globe and you learned this in school, how come there isn't any evidence for it?
Because I can walk or drive or fly all the way around. You
Okay,
can't
go ahead
just
and do
walk.
that. Yeah, you know what else I can do?
If the world is flat, then it's infinite, right? Because if I can just walk in a straight line, right?
No.
Then
so what you can do is walk in a circle, dude. I could do it right now. I could demonstrate. I could live stream myself walking in a circle around my house. Does that prove the yard's a ball?
Nope. But it also proves that you didn't go however far. Okay, so from one end of the world to the other, how far is that, Professor?
I don't know.
You don't know.
How should I know?
Because, I mean, you seem so smart, right? You know all the facts.
Yeah, that's
Mr.
right.
Know-it-all.
Yeah, I know the limits of the Earth. Yeah.
So tell me, how far is it, end to end?
I just told you, I don't know. How should I know?
Very, very far.
Very. One
Very
Earth
far.
size, yeah. One Earth length.
Wow.
Well, listen, Glober, listen, when I ask a Glober, how big is the Earth? They say it's huge. So there, I gave you the same answer.
Yeah, really far.
The radius of Earth is approximately 6,400 kilometers.
Oh, really? How was that measured?
Okay, so
That
the
can,
world
that can be measured using solid angles from satellites.
It was measured using what?
Satellites.
That can be measured using solid angles from satellites, or it can be measured using lasers too.
Heretic, he skipped the size of the Earth part and just started launching satellites. Just started putting them up there, and they measured the Earth for him.
How'd they figure out how to do that?
You just do it. You just shoot them up, and they fly around the ball.
You asked how they measured it. Satellite already exists. That's why some people are able to use the Starlink to get internet, right?
So what was the actual globe Earth? Yeah, we're kind of getting away from it. So what was the measurement? So what tool was used? You said a satellite?
There are so many tools that you can use, and satellites can also be used.
2 sticks, you said.
What?
Did you say 2 sticks?
Solid angles.
I can't understand this guy. Maybe somebody else.
So, I don't know, we're kind of going off of, like, you're trying to say the satellites are wrong. So, who launched those satellites?
What's wrong, dude? You didn't give us anything. You just said a word, satellites. What did they do?
They observe.
They can measure altitudes and solid angle to calculate the radius of Earth. It's
awesome. Isn't this already supposed to be done? Like, seriously, your Cucumber, your logic is not very good. In order for them to put a satellite up into the alleged vacuum of space, shouldn't they already know? They should already know radius, diameter, circumference of the ball that they're launching them off. They should know this. Yes or no? They should know this. Yes or no?
They don't have.
Are you saying Are you saying there?
Do they know this?
Are you saying there is no satellite?
Cucumber, listen carefully. Cucumber, you're about to say, do you think satellites don't exist? No, look. Was satellites around when Eratosthenes stuck his sticks in the ground? Yes or no?
I am saying that.
Because your claim is satellites are proof of this. Well, satellites wasn't there when Eratosthenes was allegedly trying to measure his poxy shadows.
You're right.
I said I said satellites can be used right now to measure the radius of curvature of Earth using the physics of solid angle.
This is not proof.
What is not proof? You don't believe
Your
satellites?
satellites are not proof. Your satellites are in a violation of natural law. You claim that they're in space. This is a fail. They cannot be up there.
Why can't
there is no space?
Why can't
no space? No space for you.
Why no space for me? You don't believe satellite
It does not exist.
You believe satellite doesn't exist?
Did I say satellite does not exist? No, I did not. Space not exist.
Okay, so satellite exists. Yes or no?
They hang them off the end of balloons. They're called satelloons.
Well, I mean,
and if you ask nicely, there's some gentlemen here that would probably give you some nice images of them. And
so now the tool, now the tool he's saying that was used to measure it, it's in question whether it's even there, whether it even exists.
It does exist. I'm asking if you all believe it exists or not.
Well, if it requires belief, then no.
So anyways, Cucumber,
so you
if your curvature so existed, why can't we just measure it from the ground? If you've got curvature, you would be able to, you and me could go outside with a big long laser, shoot it across a large body of water, say 30 miles, and measure the drop over distance. Why can't we do that?
Someone already did that. I sent you the paper.
Walter Bislett. And obviously, when you posted that up, you put a patch over your eye because you did not read one single response to what you posted up.
I read the response.
Do you know how I know that? Do you know how I know that, Cucumber?
I read the response.
Do you know how I know that? Stop. Don't try to sidestep it. Do you understand how I know this?
You can literally see me responding to the people who were talking about this.
So why didn't you respond to DJ?
I did respond to him. See the chat. I stopped responding when I started talking. There are only 2 messages that are being shown to me.
You can,
2 new notifications.
So you didn't see the one at 50 minutes past the hour? 50 past the hour. Yeah. You did not see that?
Our time frame is different, so it is not relevant for you to state time.
50 past the hour. 50 minutes past the hour.
I don't understand.
My question is, you guys just totally disregarded me. If the world is flat, then how come I can go around it?
When you go around, to circumnavigate, to go around in a circle, it doesn't mean you're going around a ball.
I'm not talking about going around in a circle. Anybody can go around in a circle and say that's proof that the world isn't flat.
Well, I mean, can you start off?
And anyone could go around in a circle and say it's proof that it is flat because you're going around in a circle.
Go in a straight
two-dimensional.
Can you
go and do it then? Ottawa, how about we save the bullshit? How about if you're concerned about going in a straight line, you start walking and do your best JC as you cross the oceans, and when you get north, travelling all the way south, and you get all the way back to your house, then jump on here and show us. That'd be swell.
Yeah, can you start?
And it will change your mind then.
Can you start by
it will happen?
It's never been done.
Somebody's talking. Please.
Yeah, Elbow, you're a little bit low, but yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it always happens when I'm on Bluetooth. Okay, and can you start instead of saying if the Earth was flat, can you start by the Earth is a globe because of this or that? Because you have a false model in your head, and you can't approve. You don't even know what a flat Earth is at the moment, and you're strawmanning the flat Earth. So start by showing us what the globe is, and then we could talk about it.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of evidence.
Why don't you take a picture?
I mean, there is a lot of evidence
to us that the world is flat.
Can you please show this evidence?
Yes. Where's your map? Where's your map?
Tomorrow, he's talking to Otterball, dude. Otter Wrecking Ball or whatever.
I mean, either one, because now he's asking me for a map, but I'm asking you to provide proof of your. Why are you asking me to provide for something when I'm asking you to provide the evidence for your globe?
I wish I had Alex.
You said there's a bunch. What was that?
Sorry, repeat that. You kind of cut it out for me.
I said, instead of asking me for a map, why don't you provide the evidence y'all said you have for a globe? Stop asking me for stuff and show us your evidence for this globe you said you know. There it is. Or believe it is.
I never said I have proof. Okay, but you never said you have
So then
proof.
if you don't have proof of a globe or Earth, then what are you talking then? Why are you even coming to say that or if the Earth was flat? I mean, show me what you know about your beliefs.
You're literally asking. Let's see.
Yeah,
what happened, mate? Didn't you go to school?
What you believe?
You're asking a 17-year-old, bro. I don't know all the math, but I can tell you.
So then how are you going to argue?
The
Hey,
fact that I
17-year-old, when you first dropped in here, you claimed that we were not the intelligent ones, that we must have missed school. And now, when pressed about the information, you're not so wise. How interesting.
He says he learned it in grade 6, but now 17 isn't old enough.
I know, it's pretty funny that 17-year-old is telling adults that the world is flat, and also asking them to prove with their knowledge and their intelligence from graduating from college, tell me to prove to actually convince me. I want you to convince me that the world is flat.
Dude, you dropped out half of that. We missed most of it. Sorry.
Okay. I want you to convince me that. Oh shit.
No, we can't convince you. Only you can convince yourself.
No, I want you to prove your best evidence, your best excuses.
How about you believe you live on a ball? How about you prove to yourself, instead of just listening to the cool stories you were told in school, how about you go out and try to verify any of the stories? You go out and verify for yourself any one of the stories you were told and see how you come out.
But why don't you prove? Why don't you verify your stories that the world is flat?
That sounds like a fool's errand trying to convince you because you're already convinced of a globe and you didn't need any evidence for that. So why would it be any different in this case?
Okay. So who told you that the world is flat? Did you just learn this yourself, or who taught you that?
The world did. The Earth did.
The world. Okay, so the world speaks now, right? It speaks English or Spanish.
Oh, it's self-evident, dude. It's called self-evident.
No, it's called assuming something without the actual facts. That is a theory.
So it's an assumption. It's an assumption that water finds its level.
Yes, it is.
It's not observed. It's not measured. It's not demonstrated. It's not practically used like that.
Okay.
So when you go to the beach, Otter, when you go to the beach, you look at the beach, you don't see any curvature. So why would you assume there's curvature? You only assume what you see. You only assume what you touch, feel, hear.
Okay, so you're.
So why would you assume something that none of your senses has picked up?
So you're obviously an atheist. So you can look, you can touch, you can feel, so you assume. You assume what you can see, you can feel, what you can touch is actually proof.
Okay, so you can't see it, you can't feel it, you can't touch a globe, you can't experience it at all, but you just believe in it. So why would we waste our time giving you evidence when you don't need any for your epistemology? You can just accept things without any evidence.
Okay, so
that's what you've done with the globe. So why should we shower you with evidence for reality? You don't care about it.
You don't have any. You're saying you don't need evidence. I don't need evidence to prove that the world is wrong.
So we're not saying we don't have evidence. We're saying you don't need any because
you've already accepted it
without evidence.
You've accepted it already with no evidence. So we're saying if you have already personally accepted the globe with zero evidence, why should we go out of our way? Give us a reason why we should help you when you don't even want to help yourself.
Because maybe it was something I grew up learning. So how are you going to...
You learned it or you were indoctrinated into it?
what's the difference, really? If you grew up going to a school that tells you the world is round, what is the difference between?
So they told you it was round. Did they verify it? Did they prove it to you?
They did.
One is based on knowledge.
No, they didn't. Hey, when the teacher took magnetic people and stuck it all around the ball, is that how you were convinced?
Yeah, that's funny.
See, part of learning is it has to be experiential. So, can you show us where you experienced the Earth to be a round spinning, in a round ball spinning in the vacuum of space? Tell me how you experienced that.
When somebody goes from the South Pole to the North Pole, are you?
Oh, hold on. Hold on. This is not your experience. I'm asking you about your experience, not a hypothetical. Your experience.
I don't have any experience being a 17-year-old, and I've only traveled so far.
Come on, you only need grade 6, bro. Come on, you got this.
Grade 6.
I bet you're regretting that now.
Bro, I graduated early.
Heretic has an excerpt from a textbook for like.
All that smart.
So Heretic
still can't prove you live on a ball. What happened?
Okay, so let me see. Does anybody know who was the first person to visit the North Pole?
Holy cow! What in the world are you talking about, man?
Caveman John.
I thought it was Caveman Dave.
It depends on which account you believe. One was 3 lunar cycles before the other.
Okay, so Robert Peary is credited as the first person to reach the North Pole.
Okay, so there's a fellow that's gone to the North Pole. How does that prove the shape of the ground?
So on your map, it says North Pole and South Pole.
Whoa, what map? What map are you talking about?
Your flat map, right?
We don't have one. All maps are flat. All maps are flat, kid.
That's what I'm saying.
Were you just
on your flat map,
just assuming
North
something?
Pole and South Pole.
What map are you talking about? There's about 200 different maps.
Well, then whichever flat piece is used as a map.
Well, when they're on a piece of paper, they are all flat. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Okay.
So you obviously have some kind of mental image, some kind of mental construct of a map. Which map are you talking about? Mercator? There's an example of a map.
Google Maps. Google Maps.
That's what I use. I use Google Earth. I use Google Earth Pro. That way I can draw a line across the United States and then pick elevation profile, and it'll just show you that the United States is basically flat besides for the mountains. Flat line.
So,
yeah.
All right. So that's the United States. Are you saying?
No, wait.
That's awesome.
Hold on. That's not true. I also did Africa. So Africa's flat too. So just the United States and Africa.
Have any of you ever been to Africa?
Oh my gosh, dude.
So for 20 questions, man.
So, I know I'm asking 20 questions. You're giving me
So what
about
would that prove? Congratulations, we go to Africa, dodge lions and shit. What is this going to prove?
That even though you're looking straight, it still looks flat. I can sit here on my back porch and look straight. The damn ground looks flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man. You're a Flat Earth.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
That means it's a globe. He sees it flat, so it must be a globe.
But
17-year-old young man.
Hold on, is he arguing for us or is he arguing against us?
I don't know anymore. Otter, can you do us all a favour? Next time you come in here, can you change your name to Otter Gottrex?
Breaking up. Wait.
Well, I can hear everybody, so it must be you.
Okay, so my question is,
bad about that.
I want to know.
Freaking flat, man.
I want to know how I can get on the other side.
Other side
On
of
the other
what?
side of what?
Oh, let me handle this one.
The Earth, the other side of the Earth.
So guess what? So you think Earth is a disc in space?
No, I think the Earth's flat. So how do I get
okay.
to the other side?
You don't need another side.
Why
what other
not?
side? Other side of what? It would have to be floating in space, right?
Yeah, but also to be able to
You
get
just
on the
said
other
no, you don't
side-
believe in space. So which is it? You got to pick one.
Okay. I never said I don't believe in space. I mean, I can look up and see the stars. Obviously, what's holding them up, right? Not me. I'm not holding them up. You're not
So
holding
you,
them up.
so
are
you
you?
think vacuum, the out of space vacuum, holds them in place?
No. I said there's something up there holding them up, and it's not me. But
why would something be up there holding them up?
Because Earth's not a vacuum, or whatever, space is not a vacuum.
Okay.
But I want to know.
So the globe's outer space cosmology is all false then, you agree?
Yeah, basically. But
Okay, cool.
okay, but I just want to know, how do I get from one side to the other?
Oh, well, there's plenty of modes of
an end?
transport. You can fly across, you can walk across, you can swim. Probably advise that if you get to the water. Yeah, there's plenty of modes of transport. You choose how you want to get from point A to point B.
Oh, it sounds like a plan, but what if I want to keep going?
See what
Well,
happens.
if you're on land and then you get to water, maybe you should like hire a boat or something. Maybe fly.
Okay, what happens after I get off the water? Like, what if I go to
I don't
land
know.
and then water and then land?
Do you know why I don't know? Because I've never been that far. I can tell you I've been as far south as Melbourne, and I've been as far north as a lovely trip around Lake Superior into Ontario when I went to the United States and into bottom edge of Canada. So outside of that, I've never run into a wall. I've never fallen off an edge. So all these maybe I should get stopped ideas. Well, the only thing that stopped me was the nice Border Patrol guy asked me for my passport. He stamped it. I said, have a nice day, and I went through. That's the closest to a border or an edge that I'd ever come to.
So theoretically, I could just keep going, right? As long as no borders stop me, because I'm like, Mexican or whatever.
Sure.
Take me back to Mexico.
Sure. Theoretically, you can do whatever you want, but in reality, you'll just die eventually because you don't know how to take care of yourself.
Oh, well, I'm pretty good at that right now. Obviously, I'm talking to you.
So go out. You're talking to me. Go out in the woods and make a fire and live out there for 3 months, and let's see how you do.
I haven't done it for 3 months, but 1 month, yes. Me and my brother.
So yes. So when you go and just want to go off in nowhere land in boats and planes, when they run out of fuel, you're done. The animals are going to eat you, and it's the end of you.
So you're saying I can keep going for infinity and never get back home? If I walk out my front door...
No, I didn't say that.
keep
No.
walking.
No, you can't. You can't walk in a straight line.
How can I not walk in a straight line? Am I drunk?
Because you don't have any reference to go by that proves that you're walking in a straight line.
Have you ever heard of a compass? It has north,
No, that makes you
south,
walk in a
west.
circle. Yeah, that points north.
Yes, so if I go out my front door, which is pointing north, and I keep walking, is it just going to suddenly turn around and say south? Oh, now
And then
I'm
you
going
hit the
wrong
north?
way.
Then what? Which way is it going to point after you hit north?
North.
Okay, so
That's
there you go.
north.
You're not walking in a straight line anymore, are you?
Yes, I am, but what if I want to keep going? And north turns around.
Well, then you're not walking in a straight line, are you? You turned around.
No, that makes no sense. I said north is to my back. Now I'm going south.
So what are you going to follow? North? Since it points
Whatever
north?
Yes, I go north until I get to north, and then I keep going. It should turn around, right, and say south. I'm going south now. If I keep going straight, it should turn around and say north is behind me.
So now that
south
you're
is
going
behind me.
south and you decide to turn 45 degrees one direction to get around
I'm
the
not
tree,
turning around.
your compass is still going to be pointing north at from your back.
It's not, bro. It's not 45. It's 180 degree. Maybe learn maths before talking shit.
Holy crap.
So I go around a little tree, right? Okay, I go around this real puny 1-inch tree. So what? I go around it, I keep going. It's still gonna say I'm going
Never lived
south.
in the woods before.
Actually, I live in one right now. Okay,
Uh-huh. So you can walk in a straight line through the woods?
Yes, I can if I go around something.
Oh, that's
pretty
not a
easy.
straight line then. So once you start
Yes, it is.
deviating off your straight line, you're going to lose your line of being going straight. So you'll eventually walk in a circle with or without a compass.
And wait, who was it that said I can go on Google Maps and say from here to here, the world, I can go in a straight line from here to here on the United States? Who said that?
Oh, I didn't say you can go in a straight line. I said I can pick 2 points and get the elevation profile of it.
2 points, okay. So what? You pick 2 points, I can get the elevation of my house. We're going on top of it, saying, oh, it's this high. What's that prove?
Proves that
the world's flat.
The same, same height above sea level is probably mine.
Same height above sea level.
Mm-hmm.
So you all never gone on a mountain? Okay, I see how.
Yeah, those are measured above sea level. That's right.
Yes, they are. Indeed.
Okay, then how did being above sea level say, well, you've never been in a mountain? You're starting to not make sense.
You said this point and this point are all the same above sea level.
I said it's basically flat all the way across except for mountains and shit. Remember when I said the mountains and shit part?
Oh yeah. Totally. Okay. But you're deviating me off my path. I'm trying to
I'm not letting you trying to run us around in a circle. I'm going to stick you to your whatever you're saying. I'm going to make you either prove it or give up on it.
I'm trying to prove that I can go from here to here in a straight line across the United States.
Go ahead. Try and prove it.
And you said you can do that on your map.
Let me see you get over 16-foot walls over the highway. Let me see you climb those.
Oh, it's pretty easy. It's called going through a gate.
Oh, right. You've never been on a highway before.
Yeah, sure. Me with 260 hours of driving time. Okay, so
260 hours of driving time. Hey, kid, when I went to the United States,
I probably drove that last month. I probably drove that.
16,000 miles.
Last 2 months I drove that.
I said hours, not miles, fool. Miles?
What, you think it takes 5 minutes to drive that far?
Yeah, man, it's all animals with you, man. You haven't been up on a mountain. You're calling grown men fools.
At 80 miles
where'd you learn your manners,
you
brother?
can go a mile per minute. And at 80 miles per hour, you can go a mile per minute.
We're not getting anywhere with this one, I don't think.
Okay, but you're trying to say that
He's impressing us with his early graduation skills.
Okay, I didn't exactly
They've taught you
geology
to be at school. They taught you the ability to memorize something is how smart you are. Sorry, kid.
Dude, you should have never came in here saying, "Oh, you guys are stupid. You didn't graduate from school. We learned this in 6th grade." If you didn't say all that dumb shit, you wouldn't be treated like a dumbass.
So just so you know,
I'm never saying.
Otter, you're only burying yourself. Just so you know, in this panel, there's school teachers, engineers. It sounds like one of them does some field of science because he's always messing around with equipment and shit in the background. Look, we've got people from all walks of life that come through here that are flat earthers that have been for quite some time, and they are not dumbasses. So please, for the love of God, don't just jump into a room and put someone down before you've spoken to them.
I've never called anyone a dumbass. That word never came out of my mouth till now.
You insinuated as much.
The tone used at the start didn't suggest otherwise.
I'm just saying.
You had the assumption at the start, flat earthers are just stupid. They must have not learned something. That was you at the start. And as you've just noticed with your last 20 minutes of talking, you don't know as much as what you thought you did. And this is quite a common thing. It's not just you, it's most of the Globers that come in. So don't feel bad by any means. You're not the first, you won't be the last. All
I don't
right?
feel bad.
What we want you to do is prove to yourself that you live on a globe. We want you to think for yourself. We don't just want you to be a sheep like everyone else. I was told it was a ball. I believe it's a ball. We don't want you to do that. We want you to know you live on a ball because you've experienced curvature. Because something in your life has to happen because it's a ball. All right? It cannot be anything else. You can't do that particular job. If it was any other shape, that would not exist. It would not happen. We want you to think critically. We want you to break things down. Have a look at what you were taught at school and go out and try to verify this stuff. The basic one, it's a ball, it should have curvature. So let's go out and measure the curvature. We go out and do this and we don't find any curvature. So that gives us the question, well, if there's no curvature, what is it? And that's what you've already been asking us. What is it? Why the lie? Where's the edge? These are the usual questions we get every day. So these are people that have already accepted that something's not right. They just don't know how to word it because they've never been out and experienced and tried to find out for themselves.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I have one more question.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
I'll just keep listening. Might be a dumb one, I guess, because I'm really stupid. So if I'm in the United States and I look up in the sky and I see the Big Dipper, right? Can people in China see the same thing I'm seeing? Or has anybody been outside of the United States and looked up in the sky and said, during night or during day, whatever time it is, and said, oh, look, there's the Big Dipper?
Can't see stars during the day.
Yeah, if you're going to be on a different part of the Earth, you're going to see different stars. That's just, part of our experience. Doesn't have anything to do with the Earth being curved. Not one bit.
No, but if you're saying the Earth is flat, I should be able to look up and see the same stars from both spots, right?
No. Why would you assume that? This is the problem, okay? You have in your mind some kind of flat Earth model. I can already tell because you asked about maps.
I didn't assume it. I was just wondering if I can. I didn't assume.
Okay.
I'm asking you a question if I can. Okay.
No, people on different parts of the Earth see different stars depending on where they're at. This is well known. Doesn't have anything to do with it being flat around.
Yes, but I could be here. I could place something on this side of the world and the other side of the world and look up. If it's flat, I should be able to see the same thing, right?
Hold up. Just before I go to
Does a warehouse behave the same?
Like someone just said, the warehouse. If you're in an exceptionally large warehouse and you're right down one end, you look up at the lights and you can see the lights in your area because they're directly above you. But if you look right down the other end, due to perspective and other things, you can't see the lights. You can see that it's illuminated, but you can't see the lights. You can't make them out. Now, walk all the way down the other end and look up. You can see them clear as a bell. And the original ones that you were at point A now are hard to witness. That's the same thing that happens outside. That's it. It's really simple. A lot of people try to overcomplicate it, but that's all that's happening. Just imagine you're in a really big warehouse, you're at one spot looking at the lights, then you walk down the other end. So your spot might be the United States. You come over to the other end, Australia, look up, and you'll see different lights. That's all that happens, mate. But anyways, I'm going to go to work. You all have yourselves a great day, and I'll catch you this afternoon. Peace, guys.
Peace. Yeah, in this scenario, the warehouse is thousands of miles across, right? So, different place, different things.
You got any measurements of it being round?
There's tons of pictures on Google.
I got a picture of a unicorn.
And there's
Do you have
tons of pictures of Santa Claus on Google because Christmas is coming soon. So now does that mean Santa is real? Yep, I guess so.
Bigfoot, Easter Bunny too.
I like Bigfoot. He seems friendly. If you watch the movies, he drives cars and laughs and stuff. Slapstick comedy.
Oh yeah, totally.
Father Time is an old man.
You got the Loch Ness Monster. Lee Harvey Oswald.
Three planes.
Do you have any more questions or comments? Mutki?
Oh, what did you ask me?
Just wondering if you have any more questions or comments.
Yeah, I still believe that the Earth is round. It's not flat.
Right, so you want to be silly then? Okay.
Are you a gnome?
Am I what?
Oh, never mind. You don't wear a cowboy hat, do you?
Cowboy. What is that?
I got to get a voice changer. These are great.
So what are the purpose of talking about Earth?
Makes a lot of people angry. And that's part of my hobby, is making people mad at me for telling them the truth.
Okay, I see. Interesting.
Are you sure you're not a gnome wearing a cowboy hat? You got a little lasso on the side like a rope? You carry a rope with you?
What do you mean, cowboy?
You have to look up what a cowboy is. Rides horses, wears a hat, has a big lasso on the side, so cows.
I don't have a farm.
You don't need a farm, you just need objects to be able to lasso onto.
I don't have horses.
Do you believe in horses? Do you believe in horses?
Of course. Horses.
What do you mean, of course?
Horses exist.
So horses are real?
Duh.
Do you believe in the globe?
No. It's in Snow White fairy tale story. It's not real.
We lost one, guys.
So the Earth is round, but not a globe. Is that what you're saying?
It lost me at Snow White and the Seven Gnomes.
It's broken.
Why is so quiet?
We were asking you questions and you gave up.
What are the questions? I haven't listened.
Do you believe you live on a globe?
Like GLOBE? Globe?
Yeah, like the desk globe and your teacher's desk that spins around and they point to it. Do you believe you live on one of those?
No.
So you think the Earth is flat?
Oh, I think Earth is round.
Like a globe?
Yeah.
So you think you live on a globe?
Yes.
Oh, damn. That must be tough living like that.
You'll get used to it. Don't worry.
Do you know where I could buy a voice changer at? Nothing. I was talking to somebody.
Oh, we finally got Helio's bot in here, so we should try and keep the conversation going so that he didn't waste his time. Need some listening content. Welcome in, Dav. Who we got? Lady, Miles, the rest. Oh, wait, and Ain't Quick No Mo. Welcome in. please feel free to ask some questions.
Thank you, guys. Just listening here, but thanks for the welcome.
Thank you for the welcome. I just came to listen. It's awesome.
The running event is Ask a Flat Earther, so if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask them. We'll do our best to give you a response, an apt response. You got to believe me, Helio. It was happening in here earlier. Okay, there was a constant conversation going on. Unfortunately, I can't continue to greet and welcome or encourage conversation at this present time. Maybe in a bit, we're going to meet up, go eat, do some stuff. So, yeah. Hopefully, something will happen and kick off. Cheers, guys.
Hello, guys.
I think that is it yet.
Hello, governors.
up, Yoder? What's up, T-Dub?
Breakfast Club.
Yeah. I popped in here. Didn't seem like anybody was speaking, so